Uchiba's sharp claws were slowly retracted into his body. There was nothing unusual about his appearance anymore. He looked at the gladiators peacefully, his eyes full of expectation. Furrowing his eyebrow, Mo Taisheng asked, "Master Yuchi, we are told that the riot of Bloody Blade, that is led by the Blade of Chaos, has been suppressed. The Blade of Chaos suffered a major blow. Quite a few elders have been captured. The members of the Blade of Chaos that were killed are simply too many to be counted. Right now, how capable is the Blade of Chaos? What can we do even if we join you?" Uchiba grinned, revealing his teeth that looked like spades. First of all, the ideology of God Chaos has been spreading in the Blood Demon sector for 1,000 years, and the Blade of Chaos has existed for almost 100 years, too. We have lurked for 1 century and drafted countless plans. How can we be uprooted so easily? Secondly, the riot of Bloody Blade was far from a fiasco. Instead, it was a successful operation because we've achieved all of our purposes. You think that the Blade of Chaos wanted to overthrow the order of the Blood Demon sector with a simple riot of Bloody Blade? It's impossible. Our purpose was simple, which was to take over Bone Sand City, or more specifically, a secret lab that belonged to Elder Nether Spring in Bone Sand City. 40,000 years ago, after God Chaos was betrayed by part of the demons and escaped to the Blood Demon sector, he never forgot to annihilate the traitors and therefore established an enormous underground palace in the depths of this planet as his laboratory and research center. It is a pity that God Chaos was so seriously wounded that he fell into hibernation before he completed his research, and the laboratory ended up being his tomb. For thousands of years, rumors about the Mausoleum of Chaos have been spreading in secret. It is said that whoever opens the Mausoleum of Chaos and receives his legacy will be able to change the entire demon race. The insect clan is best at developing the underground world. According to our intelligence, Elder Nether Spring has been working on the tales of the Mausoleum of Chaos for a long time and is in possession of a batch of very important map pieces that lead to the Mausoleum of Chaos. The lab he established in Bone Sand City was exactly meant to repair and fill up the pieces of the map so that he would be able to locate the precise coordinates of the Mausoleum of Chaos. The Mausoleum of Chaos. There was another riot among the gladiators. As believers of chaos, the Blade of Chaos has a lot of leads as to the location of the Mausoleum of Chaos. With the pieces of the map, we are now able to calculate the precise location of the Mausoleum of Chaos and even infer the traps inside the tomb for our exploration. It was the real reason we initiated the riot of Bloody Blade without caring about the consequences. We are very clear that we are absolutely no match for the pantheon of demons in a head-on clash. However, once we open the Mausoleum of Chaos, even if we cannot wake up God Chaos, we will be able to receive the legacy of chaos inside the mausoleum, explore the origin of the demon race's evolution, and perceive the primeval techniques. Therefore, I'm hoping that we can form an expedition team made of elites in order to explore the Mausoleum of Chaos. The gladiators did not expect that Uchiba would be so straightforward as to reveal such a confidential plan, nor did they expect that they would be entrusted with such an important mission. For a moment, they became both excited and lost, not knowing what to say in their confusion. Li Yao was very calm. "Master Yuchi, this is a very important operation. Why are you handing it over to the ignorant newbies such as us?" "3 reasons," Uchiba said frankly. "Firstly, the mission is not to be carried out by newcomers such as you alone. The Mausoleum of Chaos used to be a laboratory of God Chaos that boasted an unbelievable coverage. The part that is buried deep below the ground is even more splendid. It is essentially an immeasurable palace that demands a lot of hands in order to search entirely. Therefore, this is an operation of a super large scale, and more than 500 members of the Blade of Chaos will participate in it. You will only act as support. Secondly, the pieces of the map of the Mausoleum of Chaos are the top secret and the ultimate treasure for Elder Nether Spring. In order to retrieve the pieces, we attacked Bone Sand City openly and fought countless bloody battles against Elder Nether Spring subordinates. A lot of our experts sacrificed themselves so that the pieces of the map could be escorted back safely. Honestly speaking, after such heavy losses, there are not too many experienced experts that can cover the entire Mausoleum of Chaos right now. Thirdly, and most importantly, there are of course a lot of experts of a higher level inside our organization. However, such experts all have legal, false identities on the surface, and they need to show up in public every once in a while. For example, my Death Teeth guards are definitely elites among elites. But if they disappear at the same time all of a sudden, wouldn't it be equal to declaring to the public that I am carrying out a secret mission? Right now, a lot of investigations are underway. Now that Elder Nether Spring has lost the map pieces of the Mausoleum of Chaos, he must have figured out our goal. The mobilization and concentration of elites on a large scale will very likely be noticed by him. Therefore, we have no choice except to involve more newcomers in the mission. The explanations were rather plausible, and even Li Yao did not find any discrepancies after pondering for a while. Everyone. Uchiba raised his voice and said, the operation to explore the Mausoleum of Chaos is extremely dangerous. One moment of carelessness, and you may die without a grave. I cannot promise you anything except that I will take part in the operation personally and lead the vanguard. As long as we make it and unearth the legacy of God Chaos, we will have resources to fight against the pantheon of demons. That is the only way out for us and our families. The gladiators whispered to each other and could not wait to try. Many of them had been convinced by Uchiba. Explore the Mausoleum of Chaos, find the origin of the demon race, and receive the legacy from 40,000 years ago. It was something that they would not even dream of one day ago. But right now, it was likely to become reality. Master Uchi, can we refuse the offer, and what will happen to us if we do? Li Yao asked as emotionlessly as before. Of course you can. Uchiba declared. Even if you've made up your mind to join the mission, you will have to go through strict screening tests. After all, it is the Mausoleum of Chaos, which is full of peril, that we are going to explore. Any mistake that you make might not only get yourself killed but also drag those near you into the disaster. Therefore, we cannot possibly force a bunch of dissatisfied slaves to go on an adventure in such a dangerous place. Won't we be trying to kill ourselves if so? If you say no, Uchiba pondered for a moment and said slowly, I don't want to lie to you. Since you've entered the secret base of the Blade of Chaos, see my real face, and heard such important secrets, you are not going to get out of the place for the time being. If you are willing to join the operation to explore the Mausoleum of Chaos, you will go through a period of special training in the next. If you would rather not, you can stay in this place and do the jobs that you can. You can also receive regular training while waiting for the assignment of other missions. In the days to come, you will be closely monitored, but after the operation to explore the Mausoleum of Chaos is over, or if my identity is completely exposed, everything will be different. The decisions seemed to be rather rigorous, but they were quite understandable. After all, an insurrection was not an invitation to dinner, and rules had to be followed to ensure that nothing went wrong. Li Yao continued his questioning. Our family are perhaps still in Void Turmoil City. Can we visit them? No, Uchiba shook his head and replied without any hesitation. You have been killed in public under everybody's eyes. You are now the reincarnated bodies that should not belong to this world. What will your family think if they run into you without any preparation? Your family might not have nerves as tough as yours. If they reveal traces without them knowing, not only will our organization be exposed, your family members will also be sent into the secret prisons of the pantheon of demons and interrogated until the last bit of information inside their bones is dug out. I guarantee that you cannot begin to fathom the interrogation methods of the pantheon of demons, and you will prefer being killed to facing them. Therefore, for the sake of your family, it is best to keep your distance. However, the organization can help you hand over one or two of your belongings to them and give them a few last words. In the meantime, the organization promises that, whether you take part in the operation to explore the Mausoleum of Chaos or not, we will do our best to look after your family and help them live a more comfortable life without being affected by their past. When the mission is accomplished, maybe, at an appropriate time, the organization will arrange for you to watch their new life from afar. Hearing his words, everybody was whispering to each other. For many chaotic blood demons, the only motivation to push them through life and death battles as gladiators was their family. Now that they had been told that the Blade of Chaos could improve the lives of their family, all the gladiators were excited. Joining the Blade of Chaos and exploring the Mausoleum of Chaos would not only give them access to legacy of techniques but also change the fate of their family. With any luck, they might become a hero for all the chaotic blood demons. On the Skeleton Island, they were already used to death, and they had personally died once. The perilous Mausoleum of Chaos did not sound very scary right now. A slender chaotic blood demon whose hands were like claws raised his voice and shouted, "Master Yuchi, I'm in. We are in, too. We are willing to explore the Mausoleum of Chaos together with Master Yuchi." The muscular demons with the bloodlines of the red blood bronze bulls took a step forward under the leadership of Mo Taisheng. Their hoofs stomped on the ground, raising deafening noises in the temple. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and made a step forward, too. He nodded. "I'm willing to explore the Mausoleum of Chaos." Things were getting more and more interesting. Yuchi Ba was probably speaking the truth. At the very least, Li Yao did not sense any abnormal changes in his heartbeat, the speed of his blood flow, or the frequency of his eye movements while he was giving his speech. However, it was one thing to speak the truth and a whole different thing to speak the whole truth. At the very least, Yuchi Bao did not mention the mysterious drug that had been injected into Jin Xinyue's body and turned her from a demon into a human being at all. Li Yao would have to find the answer himself in the Mausoleum of Chaos. In the legends of mankind, the Pantheon of Demons, and the Blade of Chaos, 40,000 years ago is a critical point alike. I really want to know what the so-called chaos is exactly. Deep inside the secret base on the Skeleton Island, inside a secret chamber that was piled up with obsidian and had glamorous patterns carved on all the four walls, Yuchi Ba, who had just recruited a batch of new warriors, appeared alone. The disobedience and intimidating aura around him were hidden. Reverence was written all over his face. He was by himself inside the secret chamber, but there was a bottomless hole in front of him that seemed to be leading to the heart of the planet. Around the hole were circles of complicate stripes. Yuchi Ba spanned the stripes as if they were a password lock. Then, a click echoed somewhere deep down in the ground. A moment later, a stream of slightly red smoke popped up from the hole and hovered in midair, condensing into a fuzzy shadow. An obscure voice drifted out from the smoke. "Is there still no news on the divine blood of chaos?" Yuchi Ba shook his head and said, "I'm sorry for my incompetence. I was too busy preparing for the hunting of the subordinates of Elder Nether Spring and did not expect that Jin Xinyue would jump out of nowhere. The three false teams fooled Elder Nether Spring but not her, and she took the divine blood of chaos from Elder Ning by following the real team easily. It is not because of your incompetence, but because I miscalculated." The voice in the smoke continued. "Jin Xinyue is not to be underestimated. She seems to have recruited a super expert in secret who defeated all the hunters that were chasing after them. Then, Elder Nether Spring seemed to reach a deal with Jin Tui. They declared to the public that Saintess Jin Xinyue of the Pantheon of Demons had been killed on the battlefield to suppress the riot of Bloody Blade. However, I know for a fact that Elder Nether Spring and Jin Tui have not captured Jin Xinyue or taken back the divine blood of chaos. Even now, both Jin Xinyue and the divine blood of chaos are missing." The shadow formed by the smoke paused for a moment and continued. "But we can't afford to wait any longer. If we keep on waiting, chances are that Elder Nether Spring will locate the Mausoleum of Chaos earlier than we do. Should Elder Nether Spring dig out the secrets of God Chaos, there will never be a comeback for us. Uchiba sighed and said, without the divine blood of Chaos, our safety inside the Mausoleum of Chaos cannot be ensured. Many brothers may die miserably deep below the ground. This is a war, the Shadow of Smoke said. A war comes with sacrifices. That is why I asked you to recruit as many new members as possible without caring about the cost. When the operation begins, let the newcomers explore the way first and try to save the core members of our organization. Uchiba nodded and said, understood. I have selected 300 suitable newcomers over the past 3 months. After a period of special training, they will be ready to go. That's good. The smoke suddenly turned from scarlet into crimson, like a furiously burning torch that was spurted out from the center of the planet. The voice in the flames was both coarse and high-pitched, giving a strong feeling of weirdness and discordance. Remember, the Mausoleum of Chaos is of the utmost importance for our organization. Whether or not we can cut off the shackles that have been bound to us for tens of thousands of years all depends on the operation. Therefore, we must calculate carefully. There cannot be any unexpected factors. So many warriors. Such a vast ground. The gravity here must be at least 3 times that of the Blood Demon sector. The body movement is rather difficult. 2 days later, Li Yao, who would prove to be the biggest unexpected factor, stepped into the real training camp of the Blade of Chaos together with Mo Taisheng and the other gladiators who had all recovered from their wounds. Naturally, the underground of the Skeleton Island could not accommodate a training base of such a scale. But the Blade of Chaos had secretly grasped a batch of world fragments. The teleportation arrays leading to the world fragments had been installed under the Skeleton Island, through which the gladiators could reach the training space conveniently. The greatest features of this particular world fragment, besides the increased gravity, were its vastness and desolation. As far as one's eyes could reach, there were gray and brown rocks. Hundreds of camps had been established on the ground, where countless tough warriors were training hard under 3 times the standard gravity. On their left side, ruins that looked like a forsaken temple had been set up. On their right side were iron tanks almost 100 meters tall with signs of crossed skulls that represented danger painted on them. There was no telling what was stored inside. The newcomers did not expect that their organization would boast such tremendous resources. They were all excited and could not wait to try. Why are you still standing? Get into the training camp, the tutors responsible for them shouted loudly. There were 3 tutors in total, the Death Teeth guards as well as those who had killed them in the Hellbone Swamp. The Death Teeth guard who was adept at stealth techniques and once slashed at Li Yao's back was named Hidden Blade. There was also a plump man named Venomous Liquid, who looked like a meatball and grimaced all day round. Other than the crimson complex eyes, there were not many features of a demon on him. The leopard demon who was agile and best at strangling techniques had a rather strange name that was completely unrelated to her features, Electric Boa. The 3 tutors were not only responsible for the 1 month of special training but also going to work together with the newcomers during the exploration of the Mausoleum of Chaos. It meant that they were the subordinates that were allocated to the 3 tutors. Naturally, they were very passionate about the progress of their subordinates. The 3 tutors brought the newcomers to the right side of the camps next to the high and majestic iron tanks. It was not until they were close that the newcomers began to realize how enormous the iron tanks were. They were almost skyscrapers, and even the tallest chaotic blood demons did not even surpass the shelf at the bottom of the iron tank. The surface of the iron tanks was silver, carved with words in a foreign language. The eyes of the skull were glittering, and they seemed to be staring at the newcomers wherever they were standing, enveloping the newcomers in fear and stopping them from looking back. Electric Boa, the leopard demon, had climbed up a giant iron tank, leapt onto its top, and crawled in. Venomous Liquid, the plump tutor, smiled and said, you are basically the last batch of teammates that are going to join the operation to explore the Mausoleum of Chaos. There is not much time left for your special training. You used to be hunters in the wilderness who must have been good at hunting and fighting. After more than a month of strengthening on the Skeleton Island, there is not much room left for you to boost your combat ability. Besides, nobody can anticipate what will happen in the next second when you are in the Mausoleum of Chaos. Every choice must be made according to the situation. You might not get a chance to utilize your combat ability at all. Therefore, the most focus of our training is your teamwork. When your cooperation with each other is good enough, we will go to the ruins nearby and conduct simulated battles. The ruins are an imitation of the Mausoleum of Chaos that we built based on what we know. It is definitely poles apart from the real Mausoleum of Chaos, but it is better than nothing. But most importantly of all, you need to learn. Venomous Liquid put on a mysterious smile and stopped talking because an iron tank almost 100 meters tall right before everybody was suddenly emitting dull noises, as if something gargantuan was about to jump out of the container. Voila! The upper cover of the iron tank was fully opened. Cold air spurted out in ear-splitting noises and froze the water in the air into a cluster of hazy, icy mist. An enormous black shadow crept out of the iron tank, half covered by the icy mist, like a dragon that had climbed out of an abyss. Blood-freezing sounds were echoing while the body of the beast rubbed against the shell of the iron tank. Ah! The faces of many newcomers were pale. Even Li Yao had a vague sense of danger, too, and constricted his eyes. The hazy mist gradually dispersed, unveiling the full appearance of the black shadow, which was a massive snake-type demon beast that was almost 100 meters in length and more than 3 meters in diameter. The body of the snake was so large, thick, and hard that it could be called a crystal train that had come to life instead of a snake. Hexagonal scales were connected to each other and covered the demon beast in multiple layers, like the breastplate of generals in ancient times. Sharp spurs also protruded out from the joints of the shells. As the muscles twitched, the spurs extended and contracted with spluttering electric arcs dancing around non-stop. It was not hard to imagine that any enemy tied up by such an enormous beast would be completely torn apart by the spurts and the electric arcs before their bones were shattered. Hiss! Hiss! 3 eyes could be found on the top of its head. Besides the 2 regular yellow eyes on the 2 sides of the head, there was a complex eye resembling that of an insect in the center of its forehead. Electric Boa, the leopard demon who had vanished into the iron tank just now, was sitting right above the head of the snake. There seemed to be a dent on the top of the snake's head, allowing the lower half of her body to be melded into the head. Strands of translucent nerves connected her to the enormous snake through her spine. Most importantly of all, you must learn how to harness a biochemical beast. Thunderous noises burst out of Venomous Liquid and the lightning boa, almost deafening all the students on the spot. Biochemical beast. It was not the first time that Li Yao had seen a biochemical beast. But just like every time he encountered such huge beasts at a close distance, he could not help but feel that his mouth was dry, and his heart was pounding. As the ultimate products of the biochemical technology of the demon race, biochemical beasts were the only weapons that could compete with the crystal suits of human beings. No. A more accurate way to put it would be that crystal suits were developed by cultivators with all their wisdom in order to compete with biochemical beasts. Before the crystal suits were invented, the demons with their strong biochemical beasts were definitely the worst nightmare for human beings. In the past, it would not have been unusual for a large-scale riot to be suppressed by 1 or 2 biochemical beasts. For some of the strongest biochemical beasts, as long as one of them was stationed on a remote planet, it was enough to intimidate the residents there and make them lose all courage to make a move in hundreds of years. How magnificent! Li Yao's eyes brushed over the lightning boat greedily while he secretly paid a compliment. Although the high-end crystal suits were as strong as biochemical beasts in terms of combat ability, if not more, the oppression of wilderness and brutality and the magma-like primeval air could never be released by crystal suits. Different from the crystal suits, which were worn as clothes, the biochemical beasts had a much wider range. They could be classified into small beasts, armor beasts, middle beasts, large beasts, and other levels. Small biochemical beasts, such as bees and ants, might only be the size of fingers. They came and went in groups and could be manipulated by brainwaves. Armor beasts were similar to crystal suits. They did not boast combat ability per se but were tailor-made according to the body size of the user and covered their body as a second layer of strengthened flesh tissues. They were armors that were alive. Li Yao had fought Wang Ji, a prince of the kingdom of lion butchers, on Boneyard. At that time, Wang Ji had retrieved a batch of armor beasts from the demon beast empire and crushed the cultivators who were fighting against him. In the end, it was with the help of Sparkle and Dragon Scale, an Ares extension, that Li Yao managed to secure the victory. The middle beasts were around 10 meters to 30 meters long. They were the most common biochemical beasts. The Mirage Falcons that chased after Li Yao and Jin Xinyue in the 100 Desolation Mountain were the most typical middle beasts. As for the large beasts, the lightning boa that the leopard demon was raining was a good example. They were often more than 100 meters long, and they could easily break a mountain with a casual whip of their tail. It was not difficult for such beasts to wipe out an entire army. To some extent, the devilish warships and the skeleton warships of the demon race were sort of amalgamations of super-large biochemical beasts. They were the most horrifying existences even for the crystal warships of human beings. Biochemical beasts are the ultimate weapons of the demon race. If you can use them skillfully, it is possible to increase your combat ability by 5 times in a very short time. Electric Boa sat atop the snake head and said coldly, however, it is not easy to manipulate the biochemical beasts perfectly. It is very demanding on your soul power and will be a shock to your brain. If you are not cautious enough, you might even be counterattacked, and your brain will collapse, making you mentally retarded. Therefore, you must train yourself hard with 100% of your concentration in the next month. Remember, it is not just your own life but also the fate of your companions and your family that are resting on your shoulders right now. The leopard demon raised the tail of the biochemical beast. A few muscular demons of the Horn clan immediately carried forward dozens of iron buckets about 1 meter in diameter that were also painted with danger symbols. Other than that, they also handed over a bottle of deep purple drugs to every newcomer. The training beasts of the lowest level have been stored inside the biochemical slot before you. When you can manipulate them as fluently as you use your own arms and fingers, you will be allowed to pick a real biochemical beast according to your capability and characteristics. However, you have never learned how to harness a biochemical beast before, and part of your brain cells are still hibernating. The strengthening drugs offered to you can help you activate your brain power. Now, take the drugs and open the biochemical slot. Li Yao opened the cover of the bottle of strengthening drugs. A thin, sweet and greasily smell came over. Before he poured the drugs into his throat, he extended his small finger into the drugs first and absorbed a tiny proportion for analysis. The mental devil analyzed for a moment and said with a smile, "The strengthening drugs are rather weird. It truly can activate the brain cells, but on the other hand, it would also relax your nerves and excite your memory cells. You will not be able to stop yourself from recalling everything that happened in your past." Li Yao blinked for a moment and immediately realized what was going on. A truth serum? More or less. I was wondering why the Blade of Chaos, as such a large organization, would tell the newcomers top secret information when they had only just joined and even allow you to enter the critical base so easily. If there were a few spies sent by Elder Nether Spring among us, wouldn't everything be doomed? As it turned out, they have already prepared their traps. On second thought, although Uchiba rambled on about a lot of things, most of his words were meaningless. Since Elder Nether Spring lost the map pieces of the Mausoleum of Chaos, he must know that the Blade of Chaos is planning to explore the Mausoleum of Chaos in the next operation. Even if there are spies of Elder Nether Spring among us, they cannot possibly have discovered any valuable intelligence from Uchiba's words. Meanwhile, since the recruitment plan of the Blade of Chaos is apparently so flawed, the spies will certainly be less wary after they reach this place. Now, after the secretly made truth serum, even if they do not show any reaction on the surface, a lot of things must be rolling over on their mind. Li Yao frowned. However, how is the Blade of Chaos going to dig out what we are thinking in our minds? They do not have such terrifying abilities as mind reading, do they? The mental devil chuckled and said, "Don't forget that our brain will be connected to the brain of the training beasts very soon." Li Yao was suddenly alarmed, but he showed no anomaly and simply drank all of the activation drugs. Even without the help of the mental devil, because of the immensity of his brain cells, the activation drugs barely had any influence on him. However, Li Yao still allowed part of his brain cells to be activated by the drugs. A lot of flashbacks were being played deep inside his brain. He opened the cover of the biochemical slot, only to find a hairy biochemical beast crouching inside. It had puffy, yellow long hair and a body that was round like a ball. The facial organs of the beast were pink and pushed together, making it look like the popular pudgy critters in the Heaven's Origin sector. Its short and stupid wings were flapping clumsily. Two translucent antennas that looked like sprouts grew on the forehead of the training beast, trebling non-stop. In the chamber next to the biochemical slot, there was also an even thicker antenna that was soaked in the nutrition liquids. According to the introduction of the tutors, Li Yao learned that the biochemical beasts could be manipulated in 3 ways. The first way was to crawl into a biochemical beast and connect to its synthesized nerves, like the leopard demon had done a moment earlier. It was the equivalent of human beings entering the cockpit of crystal tanks or crystal warships. Such a way allowed the instant and large-scale transmission of instructions through nerves, which was mandatory to rein the relatively complicated middle and large biochemical beasts. But the shortcoming was that the user had to remain connected to the synthesized nerves, which could limit the activity of the user. The second way was to remotely control the biochemical beasts in a certain range through antenna-like brainwave launchers and receptors. The advantage of such a practice was obvious. The disadvantage was that the wireless transmission could easily be jammed or even cut off. Although the researchers of the demon race had developed the state-of-the-art instant reconnection technology, a 0.1 second latency might lead to unpredictable consequences in an ever-changing battlefield. The third way was to condense the brainwaves into threads and manipulate the biochemical beasts nearby without resorting to the brainwave receptors. It was needless to say that only true experts were able to grasp such an approach. Li Yao thought of something and realized that the biochemical beasts were somewhat similar to the apocalyptic beasts on Iron Plateau. He could not help but ask, how did Yen Shibei manipulate the apocalyptic beasts? When Yen Shibei manipulated the apocalyptic body, the mental devil replied, naturally, it was the first way that he utilized, the nerve connection. When he manipulated the general apocalyptic beasts, he simply commanded all of them through brainwaves in the third way. However, there is a great restriction as to the commands sent through brainwaves. Generally speaking, only simple commands such as attack or defend can be sent. The more detailed instructions cannot be transmitted. Otherwise, even if you are capable enough to output tremendous information within a moment, the underdeveloped brain of the biochemical beasts or, for that matter, the apocalyptic beasts, can never accept and digest it. Li Yao thought that it did make sense. He then took out the soft antenna from the biochemical slot and stuck it to his forehead as per the instruction of the tutors. Soon, coolness was spreading out on his forehead. Countless invisible tiny threads seemed to be crawling into his head. Inside his brain, his thoughts extended out like the interconnecting roots of a tree and established a mind bridge between him and the training beast inside the biochemical slot. Schwa. It was rather an amazing experience, just like when he put on a crystal suit for the first time years ago. He felt like he had grown countless brand new organs and that he had a separate body outside of his old one. After a moment of dizziness, Li Yao felt like he had been split in half. He was standing on the ground and crouching inside the biochemical slot simultaneously. He had the same feeling when he was steering Neltharion. Therefore, he quickly came back to himself. Li Yao keenly sensed that some of his memories were sent to the brain of the training beast, pulled by a subtle attraction force through the invisible mental connection. The pulling was quite delicate and only took a few snapshots of his memory pieces. Besides, in order to control the biochemical beast, he had been sending information to the brain of the beast incessantly in the first place. The normal demons would not notice that additional information had been mixed into it at all. Just as I expected, this is training as well as a test. Li Yao was an expert in mental warfare, and he was adept at building and rendering illusions. Now that he already sensed the ill intentions of the training arrangers, he certainly would not transmit the pictures of his real memories but provided the made-up past that he had faked just now but was equally vivid. As for his false life experience, he had discussed it many a time with Jin Xinyue on their journey to Void Turmoil City. Jin Xinyue, as a saintess of the pantheon of demons, wrote the script of his life in person. Every detail was flawless. Schwa. While everybody was frowning and rubbing their temples hard, trying to establish a connection with the biochemical beasts through brainwaves, Li Yao had already manipulated the training beast to fly into the sky. The number of the neurons of the training beast was devastatingly low. The difficulty to manipulate it was incomparable to the difficulty of steering Neltharion. For Li Yao, the trickiest part was not how to harness the training beast but how to make the training beast fly in a clumsier way in order to cover his real ability. The training beast flew into midair staggeringly and drew circles like a clumsy bee. Every once in a while, it would fall down as if it had forgotten how to flap the wings and did not move upwards again until it almost hit the ground. Compared to the crystal suits, biochemical beasts are more responsive and offer far timelier feedback. They are more sensitive about the air current and temperature, too. It is quite understandable. After all, the brain of the biochemical beasts is a simulation of the real brains of living creatures. Their computational ability might not be as good as that of crystal processors, but there is less hindrance when they are connected to the head of the user. It would be excellent if such an advantage of the biochemical beasts could be applied to crystal suits. Few people were more frantic about crystal suits than Li Yao, both in the Heaven's Origin sector and in the Flying Star sector. Right now, he had reached a bottleneck in the development of crystal suits. It seemed difficult to improve the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit significantly in the technological level. But now that he had gotten in touch with biochemical beasts that were as powerful as crystal suits, he could not help but wonder whether or not he could transplant some of the advantages of biochemical beasts into crystal suits. While he was deep in thought, he let loose the control over the training beast without him knowing. The training beast was faster and faster, and the circles that it drew turned more and more elegant while it was manipulated by his subconsciousness. When he came back to himself, the training beast had just completed more than 30 rounds in midair and performed a backflip with an extremely small diameter. The air currents that were spreading out could still be vaguely seen. The three tutors and all the newcomers looked at him in astonishment. Li Yao blinked and looked back at them peacefully. After the first day of special training was over, deep inside the training camp, the three tutors were reading the memory pictures stored inside the information bugs one by one. Uchiba was sitting in the shadows behind them, browsing through a pile of files in deep thought. There's indeed something wrong with these two guys. Very soon, a few unusual memory pieces attracted the attention of the tutors. Electric Boa, the leopard demon, was more than infuriated and declared brutally, "I'm going to kill them right now." "Wait." Uchiba gestured at them. "Let's just wait and watch for now. Don't alarm them. After all, there is no way that they can send any messages from this place. Just leave them aside and keep them on our grid. What I'm more interested in is, Uchiba snapped the files in his hands softly and asked, "Who is this Bloody Claw exactly? He has left quite a deep impression on me. He is indeed the most distinguished one among this batch of newcomers, which can be seen from the previous 5 games that he participated in," Electric Boa replied. "He was prudent but never hesitated to take action. He must have been an excellent hunter. Besides, he showed familiarity with biochemical beasts, and his grasp rate of the first session with a biochemical beast was already above 90%. Uchiba nodded, deep in thought, while he scratched the enormous horn at the center of his face with his short, thick fingers. Venomous Liquid, the fat tutor, grinned and said, "Such a guy is either a real genius or a schemer that has been lurking deeply. However, we ran a thorough investigation on him and did not find any traces that are worth mentioning. Just now, the training beast stole a lot of pictures from his memory, too. They were all scenes of hunting in the wilderness. The details correspond with his background. Besides, we've been observing his sister in secret and found no anomalies, either." Shadow Blade, the tutor who had 4 blade limbs, said, "More importantly, we put him under the strictest scrutiny during the 5 games he participated in and his daily training. His every second of training and fighting was slowed down and carefully examined. The Death Teeth guards as well as the training experts and the kinematic specialists in our organization all agree that Bloody Claw has never been in touch with the battle techniques of the demon race at all. In the beginning, he did not even know the most rudimental moves and merely fought with his physical strength and the amazing natural instincts, which befit a hunter who made his living in the wilderness. If he were a spy sent by Elder Nether Spring or the Pantheon of Demons, he would have received the harshest training before and at least known the most fundamental battle techniques. However hard he pretended, it would have been difficult for him to escape our attention. But in fact, Bloody Claw was indeed ignorant in the beginning. It was after the multiple battles and crazy daily training that his capability soared rapidly. More importantly, after he took the activation drugs before the practice to manipulate the biochemical beast, there was indeed minimal rejection reaction inside his body and his brain that could only be seen on the users who had never reined a biochemical beast before. If he had ridden a biochemical beast before, there certainly would not have been such a reaction. It is very unlikely that a spy trained by Elder Nether Spring or the Pantheon of Demons has never touched a biochemical beast before. Therefore, Bloody Claw's identity should be fine. The 3 tutors came to the same conclusion. "That's good." Uchiba nodded in great satisfaction. "However, you should still watch him closely and run more tests on him. Let's see how far this Bloody Claw can go." Classified files of the Blade of Chaos. Torrent level secret. File ID 93455. Bloody Claw's profile item number 017. Recorder, Hidden Blade. Bloody Claw's talent with biochemical beasts astonished everybody. After only 1 afternoon and 1 night, his proficiency rate on the training beast was already above 99%, which allowed him to perform all kinds of dangerous movements with the training beast. We arranged a standard 13-movement test for him. He completed the test with the training beast in a shocking 17 seconds. Most of the students cannot achieve the same result after half a month of training. According to Bloody Claw's own words, he seemed to see white lights flashing in front of his eyes and smell the scent of dry leaves being burnt. Then, his self-awareness extended to the body of the biochemical beast as if he were the biochemical beast itself. Such a phenomenon has been recorded in the history of the organization before, too. The demons who had similar experiences were mostly genius in the manipulation of biochemical beasts. Blood Claw also said that he has occasionally suffered from migraines ever since he was little. The pain was weird and dull and pierced outwards instead inwards, as if a volcano inside his head was going to erupt at some point. According to the analysis of the experts in the organization, such a symptom was probably due to the lesions of certain brain tissues inside head. Those brain tissues pressed the nerves and triggered the exceptional mental power. Meanwhile, the expansion of the nidus made the intracranial pressure too huge for him to stand. It also explained his abilities in anticipating danger and choosing the most appropriate tactics in the area that seemed as easy as breathing for him. The connection to the biochemical beasts was like digging a hole in his skull and helped him release some of the redundant pressure. However, the brain is the most mysterious body part of every living creature. It is difficult to prove the point without destructive dissection. For now, it is suggested that he move on to the special training of the next phase and learn to ride a real biochemical beast. Classified files of the Blade of Chaos. Universe Level Secret. ID 93455, Bloody Claws Profile Item Number 019. Recorder, Venomous Liquid. Bloody Claw is indeed an unbelievable genius. After only a few days of training, he is already able to manipulate Blood Fire Mad Bears. Blood Fire Mad Bears are heavy biochemical beasts weighing more than 30 tons. Not only are they extremely difficult to ride, the process is also a major blow for the brain of the user. Generally speaking, only the demons with the bloodlines of bears are able to ride the biochemical beasts that share the same origin as themselves. However, Bloody Claw has successfully completed the training subject ere he was asked to change directions 103 times randomly within 1 minute. Although the test was not smooth enough, he did not show any sign of discomfort at all. In the meantime, he seemed not entirely satisfied with the Blood Fire Furious Bear and meant to challenge the biochemical beasts of a higher level. What a terrible guy. It seems necessary now to test the guy on a much deeper level. For some reason, whenever I see this guy, especially his eyes that are in different colors, I always feel that my heart palpitates violently. I have never felt as alarmed even when I was faced with Master Yuchi. Classified files of the Blade of Chaos. Mystery Level Secret. ID 93455, Bloody Claws Profile Item Number 022. Recorder, Dry Wood. Today, I was responsible for a deep hypnotization test on Bloody Claw. He showed certain resistance at the beginning of the hypnotization. But very soon, he accepted the hypnotization and opened his entire brain. No anomaly has been detected in the queries made while Bloody Claw was hypnotized. All the details corresponded with the pictures of his memory. The examination inside his brain gave no abnormal result either. It was only discovered that there was a mutation zone where veins were highly concentrated on his left prefrontal cortex. The area explained his migraines and the source of his unbelievable mental power. Genetic mutations are very common for chaotic blood demons. The brain is too mysterious a part to undergo any deeper studies right now. The conclusion of the hypnotization session is that Bloody Claw is either a chaotic blood demon who has grasped unusual talents because of genetic and brain mutations or an expert in the Demon Emperor level who can resist my hypnotization without me knowing. Classified files of the Blade of Chaos. Mystery Level Secret. ID 93455, Bloody Claws Profile Item Number 027. Recorder, Electric Boa. Today is the 27th day since the special training began. Bloody Claw has become an expert in riding biochemical beasts. Today, he rode a great fire iron lion and neatly defeated a purple electric flying ring serpent that was of a higher level and reigned by Feng Tianhua, the strongest student in the training camp. He was a seasoned expert that was dispatched to us from another department. It is too wasteful to assign Bloody Claw to simple wayfinding or fighting tasks. He might have the ability to play a more important role in the mission to explore the Mausoleum of Chaos. I suggest that he be upgraded into the Central Operation Groups. Boom. Boom 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 boom. In a training field made of the best steel, a giant beast more than 20 meters long was training alone. It looked like a lion, only multiple times larger, with bright red, solid scales all over its body. The 4 claws of the beast had the same feature of a certain kind of eagle and would leave deep traces on the ground after only a casual snatch. The tail of the beast was as strong as that of a crocodile. Ear-splitting rubbing noises could be heard even when it was simply sliding on the ground. The most eye-catching part about the beast was not the broad and sharp wings on its back but the 3 heads that craned out of the thick neck, as if 3 enormous serpents of different colors had been transplanted on the griffin by force. The 3 serpent heads were full of thorns and spurs, which made them look like the most intimidating hammers. 6 eyes that were glaring brutally would absorb all the rays of light even at noon, giving everybody the helpless feeling that they was in the middle of a dark night. Because of the high-speed rubbing of the muscles and the scales, powerful currents of different attributes had been generated around the 3 heads, triggering the effects of fire, frost, and lightning. Schwa. The object that ended up being the toy of the giant beast was an electricity-level crystal tank of the Star Glory Federation that the Blade of Chaos had captured at some point. Although the crystal tanks of such a level was not famous for their weight and the hardness of their plates, it was still a huge object weighing dozens of tons. However, to the 3-headed griffin, it was like a matchbox in the hands of a wicked kid. The beast lowered its head and pecked while snatching the tank with its sharp claws. Then, the plate armor on the surface of the crystal tank exploded after a series of cracks, revealing the cabins that were empty. Boom! 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 The 3 heads of the griffin, which looked like giant serpents, spurted light balls of different attributes into the wound of the crystal ball, which was wreathed in a cluster of furious flames at first. It was frozen into an icy block and eventually ripped apart in thousands of spluttering electric arcs, turning into remains no larger than fists and scattered on the ground. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Ho! 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 The 3-headed griffin was not satisfied yet. Crimson brilliance emanated from the body of the beast while its heads were straightened and shrieked toward the sky. Centered at the 3-headed griffin, invisible ripples were spreading out at a high speed. Even the audience standing 100 meters away could not help but close their eyes because of the blowing wind. Then, after the 4 claws of the 3-headed griffin left 12 deep traces on the ground, it fully opened its wings. The ends of its feathers were as red as blood, as if it had been embedded with a circle of glittering flames. The beast soared high into the sky in an ear-splitting noise and made a series of shocking, random movements before it descended vertically like a shooting star. Flames in the shape of a bowl were formed in front of the beast, and it did not stop rushing down until it was only half a meter from the ground. In the end, the beast dashed forward straightforwardly. The scales of the 3-headed griffin rubbed the air hard because of the high speed, raising dazzling electric arcs and flames, leaving a burning trace on the ground where it passed by. A few days ago, such an appalling performance had still been astonishing for a lot of audience. Some of them who thought that they were as good even went up as challengers. But today, all the bystanders were already numb. Judging from their expressions, they would not feel surprised at all even if the 3-headed griffin left a hole in the sky. Who? Li Yao slowly stood straight on the natural dent on the back of the 3-headed griffin and exhaled somewhat in dissatisfaction. Biochemical beasts at the level of the 3-headed griffin were already the limits for his faked identity. The biochemical beasts of a higher level, such as the lightning serpent that electric boa rode, could not be manipulated easily however talented he was. The combat ability of the 3-headed griffin is reasonably good, but its body is too weak and cannot accommodate all my mental power. Li Yao inwardly frowned. Through the connection of the synthesized nerves, he could clearly sense every vibration in the internal organs of the 3-headed griffin. The series of movements in the air had made it pant heavily. Every muscle and organ was bordering on overexhaustion. If he had accelerated to a higher speed, chances were that it would have been killed immediately. However, Li Yao had only outputted 15% of his mental power. He felt like he was a muscular warrior with infinite physical strength, and yet he was given a soft branch as his weapon. If he played with the weapon in too demanding a way, the soft branch might break apart all of a sudden. The lack of gratification could not have made Li Yao more annoyed. He craved to ride a biochemical beast that was far stronger. Over the past month, other than the occasional deep sleep, Li Yao had spent almost every day and night in the training field, getting to know various kinds of biochemical beasts. He had a profound understanding of the ultimate weapon of the demon race right now. Biochemical beasts were not pure living creatures but actually made for tactical purposes with consideration of features of multiple types of demon beasts through the combination of one cell after another. Generally speaking, a biochemical beast was controlled by a biochemical brain, which was similar to the crystal processor of human beings in that they boasted equally high computational ability but lacked independent self-awareness and intelligence. Therefore, without a rider, a biochemical beast was nothing more than a piece of special meat. If they were preserved in special nutrition liquids, they could be stored for thousands of years of times without rotting. Compared to crystal suits, biochemical beasts had obvious advantages and disadvantages. Since they were made of flesh and blood, except for the few most advanced biochemical beasts, the hardness of most biochemical beasts was certainly not as good as that of crystal suits, which were usually made of superalloys. On the other hand, since the biochemical beasts were connected and manipulated through synthesized nerves, it was much easier to control them than crystal suits. As long as the rider gritted through the discomfort at the beginning of their training session, they would be able to sense the biochemical beast as their clone very quickly and use the biochemical nimbly as if it were one of their body parts. Putting Li Yao aside, even Mo Taisheng and the other gladiators have grasped how to manipulate 1 to 2 kinds of biochemical beasts after only 1 month. Such a speed was apparently much higher than the warriors of human beings when they learned how to control a crystal suit. More importantly, the synthesized nerves could send telepathic thoughts and instructions to the nerve endings of the biochemical beast at a much higher speed than the spiritual energy circuits could. It meant that biochemical beasts could be much larger than crystal suits. Biochemical beasts that were 30 meters tall and weighed dozens of tons were not unusual at all. It must be noted that, after the cultivators developed crystal suits that could be worn as clothes, they once had the amazing idea of building crystal suits into a much larger size, say, 10 meters, 20 meters, or even 100 meters tall. A larger size meant a larger arsenal, a more powerful crystal reactor and corresponding power rune arrays, and a higher control of the battlefield. For 10,000 years, countless crazy masters of crystal suits dreamed of crafting enormous crystal suits more than 10 meters tall. However, they were all doomed to the abyss of failure like moths darting to a fire. Besides the restrictions such as the hardness of metal and the complexity of internal designs, the greatest hindrance was that such an enormous crystal suit could only be manipulated in an extremely awkward way. The crystal suits that were worn close to the body were the equivalent in armor. It was very convenient to make use of them. However, for the enormous crystal suits that were more than 10 meters tall, the wearer could only crouch in a certain cabin, and it was difficult for their hands and feet to manipulate the hands and feet of the enormous crystal suit. If their instructions were transmitted to the limbs of the crystal suit through the circuits of spiritual energy, the speed of transmission and feedback would be too slow, and there would be a huge amount of loss of information during intense combat. The final result was that such an enormous crystal suit would be as clumsy as certain dinosaurs in the primeval era, not knowing that their tails had been cut off until a few seconds later when the signal passed through their brain. Such maladroit crystal suits might be appropriate to serve as giant idols in movies and theaters, but they were not suitable for a real-life combat on the battlefield. In reality, the biggest crystal suit that cultivators could make use of was perhaps the Ares extensions that were no taller than 5 meters. However, after he had first-hand experience with the biochemical beasts, an interesting thought suddenly occurred to Li Yao. The advantages of the crystal suits are that their materials are harder and more tensile, their components are readily replaceable, and it is very convenient to transport and store them. One advantage of the biochemical beasts is that they are easy to learn. Once the learner gets the hang of it, no complicated instructions are required. All they need to do is fight with their natural instincts and regard the biochemical beast as their clone. Also, since the information is transmitted through the special nerves, their body size could be dozens of times larger than a crystal suit. What if I combine the advantages of the two ultimate weapons? For example, I will build an enormous crystal suit 20 to 30 meters tall. It has bones made of super alloys and a crystal reactor inside. But outside of the bones and the crystal reactor will be super cells that are made with the genetic technology. The cells will then proliferate and eventually condense into strong muscles resembling the flesh of demon beasts. Outside such monster-like flesh, powerful plate armor and weapons will be installed. Even the main guns of the crystal warships will be able to be installed on the shoulders of such an ultimate weapon. In the brain and at the end of the spine, a dual processing system that adopts both the crystal processor and the biochemical brain will be installed. As for the transmission of telepathic thoughts, the synthesized neural network will mainly be responsible for the task to minimize the lag. If such a perfect ultimate weapon can be successfully invented, it will certainly be much stronger than any of the crystal suits or the biochemical beasts right now. Li Yao was fascinated. Over the past few days, the mental devil had not stopped tempting him to build an apocalypse body just like Yanzhi did. Naturally, Li Yao would not agree easily. However, in the war against the Imperium of true human beings, the Star Glory Federation was indeed in need of a groundbreaking weapon. Such an idea might be worth a try. Li Yao took a deep breath and calmed himself down because he saw Electric Boa and the other two tutors walking to him. 2 days later, they would set off to explore the Mausoleum of Chaos. Electric Boa had said earlier that a new mission would be assigned to him. What could it be exactly? Led by the 3 tutors, Li Yao walked into a silver, gas-filled greenhouse deep inside the training camp. Looking from afar, the greenhouse looked like a giant egg that was embedded in the ground. The 3 tutors formed a triangle and surrounded Li Yao in the middle. Venomous Liquid, the fat one, grinned and said, "Your performance over the past month has been too marvelous. It would be wasteful to keep you in the vanguard team. Therefore, a new mission will be assigned to you." While talking, the 4 of them reached the giant silver egg. A metal gate was slowly opened after the dull sound of air being ejected. Venomous Liquid was the first to go it, but the other 2 tutors simply waited behind Li Yao. Li Yao blinked and went into the silver enormous egg, too, following Venomous Liquid. The chilly air inside the place made his eyelids twitch crazily. Then, something unstoppable came at him rapidly. "You've been seen through." With an ear-splitting shriek, a venomous sting went directly at Li Yao's left eye. Venomous Liquid, who was shaking his fat ass in the front just now, suddenly bounced back like a football while the pores all over his body were spurting out a storm of stinky fluids. In the meantime, behind Li Yao, Electric Boa and Hidden Blade launched their attacks at the same time. Electric Boa spread to Li Yao's leg quietly like a pool of mercury. The 4 limbs of Hidden Blade, on the other hand, phantomized into more than 100 streaks of brightness and entirely covered Li Yao's head. At the perilous moment, Li Yao roared. The soft armor on his body that looked like his second skin was suddenly taken off, taking the blow of most of the venomous liquids coming at his face, while he followed the soft armor and marched forward, kicking the belly of the fat tutor without worrying about the venomous liquids that were splashing onto his body. Although the tutor seemed obese, the fat covering the surface of his body boasted a unique hydromantic defense system. He was not hurt by the kick at all. However, Li Yao's purpose was not to kill Venomous Liquid but to make use of the counterforce of his fat abdomen. He jerked backwards abruptly, and his body was like dry leaf as it narrowly passed through Electric Boa's grip and Hidden Blade's mincing. The gate of the place had not been closed yet. Li Yao crouched on the ground and exerted his strength, as if he was preparing for a sprint. All the 3 tutors were thinking that he was going to find a way out, and they all took action to move to the gate in order to block him. However, Li Yao's body abruptly turned toward the depths of the silver giant egg, violating the law of physics. Nobody foresaw such a change. Venomous Liquid's complex eyes were widely opened as he spat out a mouthful of yellow and brown mucus, which brushed past the back of Li Yao's head and corroded the frame of the gate to the extent that it was screeching. Li Yao leapt forward and dashed further into the silver giant egg quickly. He did not stop until he hit a high and magnificent wall. Ba, owner of the Skeleton Island, blocked the entire pathway and observed him in great interest. Li Yao put his hands on the two sides of his body, neither fighting nor fleeing. He simply stared back at Ba. The three tutors finally caught up with them. Ba smiled. "Why didn't you attack?" "It's just a test," Li Yao replied calmly. "There's no need to attack the master of the place. Besides, I'm no match for you at all. Therefore, I might as well save my strength for the possible new changes." "Oh?" Ba raised his eyebrow. "Why do you say that it is just a test?" "If it weren't a test," Li Yao said, "you wouldn't have needed to say things such as, 'You've been seen through,' you could have just killed me when I was not prepared." Venomous Liquid and Electric Boa looked at each other in bewilderment, both somewhat embarrassed. Ba continued. "Why did you rush into the building instead of running out? Were you not scared that there were more ambushes inside?" "It's a vast training camp outside where hundreds of warriors are training," Li Yao replied. "With a shout of the tutors, all the warriors would have come and surrounded me. I wouldn't have been able to get away even if I could fly. Although I was not aware whether or not there were other ambushes, the situation inside couldn't have been worse than outside." Ba burst into laughter and patted Li Yao's shoulder heavily. "Excellent. You are indeed a talent that I need. Bloody Claw, do you know which part of you has attracted me most over your months of stay on the Skeleton Island? Not your crazy training that borders on self-torturing, not your capability that soared like a tide, not the intuitional manipulation over the biochemical beasts, but your ability to comprehend a battlefield. You are always smart and calm enough to pick the best choice among thousands of complicated options in a perilous and ever-changing battlefield. In terms of capability, you are no match for Venomous Liquid, Hidden Blade, or Electric Boa, but your calmness and your ability to make judgments make you a better fit for the mission to be introduced. Come with me." Ba led the way. The silver greenhouse turned out to be a research center that was dedicated to the study of the Mausoleum of Chaos. At the center of the building was a pool that was filled with black water. The black water was as thick as oil, but because of the attraction of a mysterious force, tides were surging inside the pool, and terrible swirls were revolving rapidly. Although the pool was not large, to Li Yao, it was as intimidating as a thunderstorm. Around the pool was a circle of research rooms. Li Yao observed through the hardened glass and noticed a number of specialists in white robes or silver, fully enclosed protective suits, who were doing their research wholeheartedly. The exploration of the Mausoleum of Chaos requires a lot of fearless of warriors, Ba said. However, the physically strong yet simple-minded warriors could never have found out the real value of the Mausoleum of Chaos. Therefore, in the exploration team to be sent, there will be a core squad made of quite a few specialists, including those who have been focusing on paleobiology and genetics and those who have expertise in architecture, geology, and even oceanology. Should they find anything of value inside the Mausoleum of Chaos, they will even conduct their research on the spot. The specialists are naturally among the best in their respective field, but they are mostly weak and unused to high-intensity adventure and fighting. Therefore, we have established a team of strong guardians for the core squad. I want you to join the squad and protect two of the specialists closely. Ba led Li Yao to one of the research rooms. What greeted them was the pungent smell of soil and ink. Li Yao's nose slightly trembled. He distinguished the scent of the gold-colorful ink and the candle heart grass from the smell of the ink. The ink that boasted such constituents was mostly ancient ink from 40,000 years ago. Ragged books and ancient classics were piled up everywhere inside the research room. Large stone plates were placed next to the books, too. Sophisticated ancient spiritual stripes were zigzagging on the stone plates, indicating that they were all made 30 to 50,000 years ago. Walking into the room, Li Yao felt as if he had traveled through time. But for Li Yao, he had a familiar feeling as if he had come home. He almost could not stop himself from grabbing an ancient book and smelling the scent of its pages. Two figures, one old and the other young, buried themselves in the ancient books. Even after Yuchi-Ba coughed several times, the two of them showed absolutely no response and simply continued their work. Yuchi-Ba seemed to be accustomed to their indifference and introduced them to Li Yao without being offended at all. Master Chu Zhengqing is the most respected historian and archaeologist of the Blood Demon sector. His daughter, Chu Feiyin, is also a scholar in such fields and has made distinguished accomplishments. The main study fields of the two great masters are the traps, rune arrays, and spiritual stripes of 40,000 years ago. Before they were invited to join the team to explore the Mausoleum of Chaos, the two Grand Masters were supervising the Chaos Research Center in Bone Sand City at the invitation of Elder Nether Spring. This means that the two masters are the best specialists in the knowledge about chaos. Li Yao blinked and soon figured out the reason. Elder Nether Spring had been interested in the Mausoleum of Chaos for a long time. Therefore, he had gathered a bunch of specialists and established a secret research facility in Bone Sand City, hoping to crack the secrets of chaos. The two Chus were the supervisors of Elder Nether Spring's research center. The Blade of Chaos had initiated Riot of Bloody Blade and taken over Bone Sand City, but their real purpose had actually been Elder Nether Spring's research center. After the research center was occupied, the two masters had inevitably fallen into the hands of the Blade of Chaos. In other words, they were actually the captives of the Blade of Chaos. No wonder they were so cold. Yuchi-Ba bowed to them slightly and said, "Master Chu, we will set off in one day. Are you ready?" Master Chu finally sat straight and moved his eyes from the books. The wrinkles all over his body that looked like dry rind made him appear to be more than 500 years old, and his eyes were so dirty that others might have the illusion that he was blind. However, Li Yao captured the hint of contempt inside the dirty eyes. "Master Yuchi, I would like to tell a story to you," Chu Zhengqing said slowly, in a voice that sounded like it had been buried for decades. 10 years ago, the Pantheon of Demons organization a large-scale exploration to a world fragment. The nature of the exploration was almost identical to the one you are planning right now. The target of both operations is an ancient tomb from 40,000 years ago. For the operation, the 4 demon kingdoms all sent out countless elites to form an enormous expedition team. Even the ultraspace launch system, Eye of Blood Demon, which allows the long-distance teleportation, was utilized. As it turns out, they were annihilated in the ancient tomb named Boneyard. Moreover, they almost set free Skeleton Dragon, an unparalleled ancient demon 40,000 years old, which would have been a world-blighting disaster. In the end, it was because of the self-sacrifice of a human named Li Yao that Skeleton Dragon was suppressed in the end. The Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector were spared from the swirl of destruction. However, if there are not major mistakes in my research, Skeleton Dragon was perhaps a weapon built by Chaos. A catastrophe was nearly caused when the tomb of Skeleton Dragon was opened, and right now, both Elder Nether Spring and the Blade of Chaos are trying to open the place where Chaos is sleeping when you know absolutely none of the details. Hee. It doesn't matter whether I am ready or not. The more important question is, are you ready? Is the world ready to embrace the rebirth of chaos? When Yuchi-Ba was faced with the chilling question, frenzy and determination beamed out of his small eyes. He opened his arms and declared, "Of course. We've waited for the day to come for 40,000 years. We are all ready to bathe in the radiance of God Chaos again." The interconnecting wrinkles on Chu Zhengqing's face did not shiver at all, like the crevices on a rock. He said calmly, "There's no need to decorate your operation with such a glitzy camouflage. In fact, you and Elder Nether Spring are ravens and crows, and the only things that you are interested in are the powerful weapons left by Chaos. As to what Chaos is exactly, and whether or not he will be reborn, you don't give a damn thing. Or rather, if you have access to the strength of Chaos, neither you nor Elder Nether Spring really hope for the so-called Chaos to be reborn into this world again, do you? Uchiba smiled. Of course, we are different from Elder Nether Spring. If Elder Nether Spring receives the legacy of Chaos, he will only enslave the demons of lower levels in an even more rigorous way and eventually build a world of terror where he is the master. However, after we get the legacy of Chaos, we will break the shackles that have locked the low-level demons for tens of thousands of years and create a new world where all demons are equal. How on earth are we and Elder Nether Spring the same? Chu Zhengqing grunted but stopped talking. If Chu Zhengqing was still restraining his emotions and ideas, Chu Feiyin had written her disdain all over her face. She had a pair of enormous eyes that took up more than half of her face, and her eyeballs were covered with thin transparent membranes that were emitting glamorous colors in the light. Master Yuchi, the Blade of Chaos, worships Chaos as a god. Chu Feiyin's voice was low and dull, as if it were uttered from her chest. However, in the eyes of us historians, the gods of human beings and demons have one thing in common. Would you like to know what it is? I'm all ears, Uchiba replied. Temperamental. Uchiba was dazed for a moment. He turned around and said to Li Yao, as you can see, the two masters are the key to our operation, and they have a unique understanding about the study of chaos. After we arrive at the Mausoleum of Chaos, it will be your mission to protect the two masters closely. Of course, such an important mission will not be shouldered by you alone. You will only need to increase your intuitions and senses to your best and react according to your instincts. Now, try to familiarize yourself with the two masters here. If they have any requirements, tell the servants outside and see that they are met. Uchiba turned around and left, leaving Li Yao and the two specialists in the research room. Li Yao eyed the collections around him with great interest. He noticed that most of the items could be traced back to between 35,000 years and 40,000 years ago. This period of history was not involved in Yezi's memory pieces. It was also a time of violence when humanity declined and the demon race rose. The demon race, which had only just emerged, were like barbarians who conquered a central civilization by brute force. Although they defeated the central civilization in the battles, they were conquered by the vastness and depths of the central civilization and even accepted all the legacy of the central civilization in the end. Therefore, in the beginning years of the demon race, their language, culture, regulations, training system, and even the methods to build residences and palaces, were identical to the ancient cultivators. In fact, today, after 40,000 years, compared to the civilization of mankind, which had been completely modernized, it was the civilization of demons that kept more traces of the ancient cultivators. Compared to modern human beings, the demons were the real vintage ones. Li Yao was greatly interested by the relics. He did not dare to browse the modeled ancient books recklessly and turned his attention to the stone plates. The stone plates appeared to be funerary objects from the tomb of a certain expert at the early years of the Demon Beast Empire. The pictures were concise and yet vivid, depicting the lifelong achievements of the expert. For other people, the spiritual stripes where words the size of the head of a fly were crammed were nothing more than mumbo-jumbo. But for Li Yao, they were the simple inflections of the language of the ancient cultivators. He focused his attention and soon analyzed through the whole story. Judging from the intermittent content on the stone plates, the expert should have been born after mankind was suppressed. The greatest achievement of his life seemed to be fighting against chaos, or the army of chaos, and eventually banishing chaos to the edge of the Sea of Stars. On the stone plates, the image of chaos was a fat, round meatball with tentacles all over the body. Among the tentacles were dense eyes. Dotted lines had been drawn to represent the rays beaming out of the eyes, indicating that the eyes of chaos might have boasted incredible magic. However, what most concerned Li Yao was a pattern that looked like the sun next to the image of chaos. Li Yao was very clear about the symbolic meaning of such a pattern in funerary objects. It was an indicator that the ancient people used to describe the size of an object. The pattern was denoting that chaos was as enormous as the sun. It did not necessarily refer to the real body size of chaos, but it at least meant that chaos had strength equal to a star. Li Yao's deep thought attracted Chu Zhengqing and his daughter's attention. They had thought that Yuchi Ba would send a brawny barbarian to protect them. The guy here was brawny enough, but his thoughtful eyes seemed to indicate that he had understood the ancient pictures on the stone plates. How could that be? The father and the daughter looked at each other but did not talk. They buried themselves in the ancient books that were as boundless as an ocean, devoting themselves to the secrets of chaos once more. 2 days later, in a secret launch base below the ocean next to the skeleton island, Li Yao was looking up at the dome that was carved out of enormous crystals. Billions of tons of seawater was pressing the dome, and countless bizarre-looking fish were swimming around it, giving him the feeling that he was actually inside an undersea palace. Docked at the center of the launch base was a 7-star dragon-level sky-hunting warship. The skeleton warships of such a level was similar to the destroyers of human beings in size and usage. They were built with the skeletons of enormous sea beasts as the framework, which was then covered by solid flesh and blood, made possible through genetic technology. The germs would dissolve the crystals in the 4 highly heated chambers, and the warship would spurt out the scorching gas in order to receive impetus. Other than that, it was also installed with 2 groups of power rune arrays that were imitations of the products in the Star Glory Federation. Therefore, the warship could be pushed forward in 2 ways. Since they were easy to steer and could fly below the ocean, on the surface of the ocean, in the sky, or even out of the atmosphere briefly, the sky-hunting warship of such a model was favored by a lot of forces of the Blood Demon sector. The relatively more powerful arenas and slave-catching teams would often buy 1 or 2. Hundreds of members of the Blade of Chaos were moving the assets, especially the enormous biochemical storage slots in which hundreds of biochemical beasts were soaked and hibernating, onto the sky-hunting warship. Such biochemical beasts could not be stored inside cosmos rings. They easily took up more than half of the space on the sky-hunting warship. Li Yao was wearing a black suit that was so thin that it felt almost non-existent. It covered his body like a layer of membrane, highlighting the lines of his muscles and making him look spectacular. Such a combat suit was also the ultimate product of the biochemical technology of the Blood Demon sector. It was made by integrating the essence of the skin and scales of dozens of types of demon beasts. Thin as it might have seemed, it boasted a defense ability close to that of the crocodile skin, and it could repair itself when it was ripped open. It was safe to say that such a cell infiltration suit was even better than the mustard seed suit of human beings in terms of certain specifications. All aboard. Yuchi Ba was wearing a cell infiltration suit, too. The black membrane was quite extensible and could adapt to the different sizes of demons. It would not be broken even if it was enlarged to more than 10 times its original size and could still maintain more than 95% of the performance. Yuchi Ba could not have been more delighted. His face red in excitement, and he waved his hands so heavily that he seemed to be slashing the ocean apart. Li Yao observed calmly. The exploration team behind Yuchi Ba was clearly divided into 2 parts. One of the 2 parts was made of warriors, who were all the most loyal believers of chaos. Right now, since they were about to set off to the sanctuary in their mind for exploration, everybody was wearing the standard frantic expression of the fanatics on their face. The other part consisted of researchers. Compared to the simple-minded zealots, the researchers were solemn, but most of them were still very confident, with ambition and eagerness beaming out of their eyes. His eyes glancing over every warrior and researcher, Li Yao thought of something and began to ponder a question that had been bothering him. According to his observation over the past month, Yuchi Ba was a high-level demon king at best and certainly not a demon emperor. The warriors of the Blade of Chaos were weaker than him. Including all the Death Teeth guards, none of them were beyond the Demon King level. Were there no tougher experts in the Blade of Chaos? Besides, before he came to Void Turmoil City, the opponent that Li Yao paid the most attention to was the Fire Ant King, who was master of Void Turmoil City and a blood brother to Elder Nether Spring. However, over the past 2 months, the master of Void Turmoil City had never visited the Skeleton Island. Uchiba had been doing so many things right below his nose, and the Fire Ant King did not know anything about it. It did not seem to befit the ability of a demon emperor. Full of questions, Li Yao boarded on the sky-hunting warship. As a guardian for the core squad, he was allowed to stay in the same room with Uchiba, Chu Jingqing, and other important individuals. Even so, in order to bring more assets, the cabin they were in was extremely narrow, too. After all the members got on board, a huge amount of bright yellow, oily liquids suddenly spurted out of the holes on the ceiling of the cabin, which soon drowned their bodies and filled the entire cabin. It was buffer liquid. Similar to the buffer foam of human beings, it was meant to minimize the blast during high-speed flights. The first layer of the dome above the sky-hunting warship was opened, and they slowly ascended into the space between the 2 layers of the dome. Then, the first layer of the dome was closed below them. Seawater was poured in. When the internal pressure and external pressure were the same, the second layer of the dome glided open. The warship dashed to the depths of the immeasurable ocean toward the Mausoleum of Chaos like a slender whale. Endless secrets were buried inside the boundless ocean. Even the Sea Clan, who claimed to be dominators of the ocean, could only live in the offshore area near the continental shelf where the resources were abundant. After diving in the deep sea for an entire day, making sure that nobody was following them, the sky-hunting warship finally leapt out of the ocean and flew at a high speed close to the surface of the ocean. Half a day later, they reached the White-Silver continent, which was the smallest, the most barren, and the least populated of the 3 continents of the Blood Demon sector. Inside the cabin that was filled with buffer liquids, an extendable synthesized nerve had been planted on the cabin wall behind every passenger. Through the interface at the back of the cell infiltration suit, it was very convenient to connect the passenger's brain to the entire skeleton warship and form an enormous command and battle network. On the surface of the skeleton warship, dozens of enormous biochemical observation eyes were growing. Such biochemical eyes, which were made with the eyeballs of the deep-sea squid as prototypes and had received all kinds of genetic optimization and refinement, were among the most precise observation equipment both in the Heaven's Origin sector and in the Blood Demon sector. On every square millimeter of the retina, there were more than 1 million visual cones that could perceive the light, making the sensitivity of the eye hundreds of times more than that of an ordinary human being and allowing them to clearly see the undersea environment hundreds of meters below the surface despite the darkness. When the passengers connected to the skeleton warship, they would be able to share the vision of all the biochemical eyes and enjoy the splendid view of nature. The White-Silver continent deserved its name. If one looked at the horizon, it was indeed a magnificent world built with silver. After a flight of more than 2 hours, they did not even see a plant, much less a demon beast. As far as one's eyes could reach, dull and boring sand was everywhere. The seemingly spectacular environment was in fact full of perils. Because of the climate and the magnetic field, the entire White-Silver planet was made of a special type of sand named white sulfur sand. It was a continent of deserts, also known as the White-Silver Death Desert. The white sulfur sand's surface was extremely smooth. It was even softer and greasier than mercury. The tiniest breeze was enough to blow it into the most terrifying quicksand. On the continent, the natural environment was changing almost every second and every minute. There was not a stable appearance at all. Any creature that touched the white sulfur sand would be deeply mired in it and drowned within several minutes. On the other hand, the white sulfur sand was extremely reflective and could return almost all the sunlight. As a result, Not only was it impossible for the white-silver death desert to accumulate any energy, it was also radiated by the sun without the slightest shadow every minute during the day. It was truly a death zone. No creature could survive in the white-silver death desert. Even the demons whose bodies were tough and who were adaptive to various kinds of environments considered the white-silver death desert a hot and silent graveyard. After hundreds of years of prospecting, no important resources were discovered on the white-silver continent. The only thing that could be found in this place was sand and more sand. Therefore, the pantheon of demons would rather risk developing new world fragments than wasting precious resources in the bottomless hole. On the horizon, a black spot gradually appeared. On the contrary to the white-silver death desert, it was like a two-dimensional black hole that absorbed all the rays of sunlight. It was a great lake of the blood demon sector, the star-swallowing sea. Since the lake was named a sea, it was not hard to imagine how vast the inland lake was. It was weird enough that an enormous lake should exist at the center of the desolate white-silver death desert, but there were more uncanny things about the star-swallowing sea. The area around the star-swallowing sea, just like Void Turmoil City in the dark desolate domain, boasted an independent small climate. Clouds might appear, raising thunder and lightning that would tear the sky and the earth apart, at any moment. The lake water of the sea-swallowing sea, in the meantime, contained a lot of heavy metal constituents, which made the water as thick as oil and carry lethal poison. The lake that contained heavy metal triggered the abnormal blast of the magnetic field, forming invisible turbulences above the star-swallowing sea that would disturb the brains of living creatures and make them lose their direction should they come close to the sea-swallowing sea. They would fall into the sea-swallowing sea and drown in the poisonous lake water. That was how the sea-swallowing sea got its name. It was a terrifying lake that could even swallow the stars. In the past, a number of specialists of the demon race were curious about the environment of the sea-swallowing sea and initiated large-scale surveying, but to no avail. During the one mission with the direst consequences, they even lost a dozen skeleton warships and thousands of warriors. However hard the specialists probed, they did not find any valuable mother lodes, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or strong demon beasts around the star-swallowing sea. Even if the bottom of the star-swallowing sea really stored abundant mother lodes, with the technology of the demon race right now, the cost to develop them would be astronomical, and it was certainly not worthwhile. Therefore, since decades ago, the white-silver death desert and the star-swallowing sea had been in the most primitive state without any inhabitants. But right now, the sky-hunting warship of the Blade of Chaos had barged into the most dangerous water of the blood demon sector. It was not until he moved deeper into the star-swallowing sea that Li Yao began to understand why an inland lake could be called a sea. Looking back through the biochemical eye on the surface of the skeleton warship, Li Yao discovered that the white-silver death desert was nothing but a shallow white line right now, and the boundless lake in front of him was as impressive as the ocean that they had passed through the day before. The black lake seemed to have joined hands with the clouds in the sky. A bloody mouth seemed to have been opened slowly and was about to swallow them into a bottomless abyss. Boom! Boom! Crack! Bolts of lightning pierced at the star-swallowing sea from the sky like thousands of tusks inside the bloody moth. Every wave was like a mountain that rose high into the sky and could consume the tiny sky-hunting warship easily. The sky-hunting warship was struggling to make its way forward under the assault of the lightning and the waves, as if it were rushing in a deep valley with the enormous tides as cliffs. Even Li Yao could feel cold sweat running down his back. A while later, hundreds of scattered islands appeared in front of them. Every island was no more than 100 meters in diameter. They were bare and entirely lifeless, like fish that had extended their heads out of the swamp as they struggled to get out. Chi! Right then, deafening noises echoed outside. The waves inside the star-swallowing sea were more and more furious, and the tides grew higher and higher. Eventually, giant swirls formed on the surface of the lake, giving Li Yao the feeling that the lake water was leaking to the underground through the crevices at the bottom of the lake. No. It was not his imagination but exactly what was happening. The star-swallowing sea was indeed shrinking at a visible speed. The lake was lower and lower. The evidence would be the islands with only their top revealed just now. A moment ago, only a few sharp ends were exposed above the surface of the lake. But right now, their real appearance was on display in the hollow of the swirls. They were actually giant mountains standing at the bottom of the lake. The sky-hunting warship dived down and descended into the swirl below the surface of the lake. The black water around them was like majestic walls thousands of feet high that could collapse toward them and bury them completely at any moment. A few enormous cracks appeared on the abdomen part of the sky-hunting warship. Black, fusiform cocoons were tossed into the lake water. Li Yao knew that they were biochemical beasts specially designed to explore the territory below the lake. Uchiba's voice echoed near his ear through the neural network that covered the entire warship. The most famous characteristic of the star-swallowing sea is that the water level changes in a fixed pattern on a daily basis. During the day, the lake will drop down, and at night, it will soar crazily. The lake seems to be breathing. Nobody knew where the lake water was leaking to during the breaths of the lake. According to our specialists, who have analyzed the comprehensive files in various regards, it is very likely that the entrance to the Mausoleum of Chaos is somewhere in the mountains below the lake. Normally, the mountain is completely drowned by the star-swallowing sea and is hundreds of meters away from the surface of the lake. That's why nobody has discovered it for thousands of years. Even when the water level of the star-swallowing sea is at the lowest, there will only be 1 to 2 hours when the mountain shows up above the surface of the lake. Locating the mountain below the lake is the key to locating the Mausoleum of Chaos. The sky-hunting warship quickly searched hundreds of meters below the surface of the lake. Bow. 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 The biochemical beasts that had dived into the depths of the star-swallowing sea sent back information with dull signal sounds. A complicated map of the mountains below the lake was gradually drawn. As the surface of the lake continued plummeting, many mountains continued to emerge out of the lake. The high mountains cut into each other and extended forward in parallel, like countless dragons that were zigzagging deep inside the star-swallowing sea. Right then, Li Yao heard exclamations around him. He looked ahead, only to discover that an enormous beast more than 10 times larger than the sky-hunting warship had crawled out of the black lake water, which was almost vertical on their left side. The beast looked like a whale that had grown sharp, jagged tusks and iron armor, and it was beyond any doubt that a yawn of the beast was enough to shatter the sky-hunting warship into smithereens. However, the primeval beast did not have the chance to demonstrate its strength because it was tied up by a bright golden squid. Every tentacle of the super-large squid was thousands of meters long. A few of the tentacles grabbed the bone armor of the enormous beast so hard that it was being torn apart, while another few tentacles pierced deep into the body of the enormous beast and devoured the internal organs and meat of the beast like leeches. The roars of the two animals were almost suppressing the noises of the swirls. Most of the warriors' faces were pale as they watched the two animals crashing at the sky-hunting warship. If there was really a collision, not a scrap of the sky-hunting warship would remain. Schwa. But the two beasts seemed to be made of air. The sky-hunting warship passed through them without being damaged at all. When they looked back, the two animals gradually blurred before they turned into streaks of brightness and dispersed in the darkness. There's no need to panic. It is the image recorded by the special magnetic field of the star-swallowing sea. The two beasts perished tens of thousands of years ago, Uchiba said. But we believe that the two beasts were probably god chaos creatures. When the two parties passed by each other, Li Yao indeed discovered stripes that looked like runes on the body of the two enormous beasts. They were not wounds that were torn apart after they were born but scales and speckles grown congenitally. Although they were just illusions, the two overwhelming beats were still suffocating enough, making Li Yao realize why the Blade of Chaos and Elder Nether Spring were trying to excavate the legacy of chaos without caring about the cost. The sky-hunting warship continued rushing deep inside the star-swallowing sea. Because of the different speed of dropping in different areas, surging torrents were everywhere. They were surrounded by dozens of waterfalls and falling to the bottom of the waterfalls at one moment, and running inside a deep valley whose crags were all lake water made of heavy metals the next. Illuminated by the sunlight, the water reflected colorful patterns as if countless dragons and snakes were fighting. The soul-stirring picture made everybody feel as if they were on a journey to doom. At first, Li Yao did not know what the sky-hunting warship was looking for exactly while it was circling inside the star-swallowing sea. It was not until after more than 3 hours of rushing that he finally discovered a shallow scratch on a mountain on his right side. The scratch was not naturally made but apparently caused by a certain prehistorical beast. After tens of thousands of years, it had not been worn down yet. The sky-hunting warship stayed for a long time near the scratch and did not march forward again until the biochemical eyes had captured every detail of the scratch. Li Yao thought quickly and immediately understood what the Blade of Chaos was doing. If the Mausoleum of Chaos was really somewhere deep inside the star-swallowing sea, and countless enormous beasts had been produced inside the Mausoleum, then it was inevitable that some of them would have hit the mountains under the lake and left traces after they were released. After the traces were discovered, with thorough analysis, it was possible to track the route of their movement and eventually locate the coordinates where they were released. The coordinates would be the entrance to the Mausoleum of Chaos. Very soon, night fell. The swirls deep inside the star-swallowing sea were all uttering bubbling noises, and the water level that was dropping fast began to rise again. The mountains below the lake were consumed one after another until they were entirely drowned by the black water. Although the sky-hunting warship could travel in ordinary seawater, it would not take long before its shell was corroded, crushed, and shattered if it moved in the star-swallowing sea. Besides, the penetration of light was extremely bad inside the star-swallowing sea. The sky-hunting warship was no better than a blind fish after it dived in. The few pro-biochemical beasts were far from enough to clearly see the entire bottom of the lake. Therefore, they had to retreat for now and rest for a night in the middle of the raging tides and lightning of the star-swallowing sea. Following that, they lurked at night and worked during the day for 3 days, continuing their research deep inside the star-swallowing ocean, only to find nothing. Not only did they fail to find any traces left by the prehistoric beasts, they did not even have a second chance to see the electromagnetic illusions of the beasts, as if the mirages were merely everybody's imagination. But Uchiba was as cold, tough, and unwavering as a slab of iron. He commanded his team patiently to search among the mountains below the lake. On the 4th day, the illuminance of God Chaos finally fell upon the exploration team. Although Li Yao did not know the details, he could clearly feel that the sky-hunting warship was flying in a more patterned route. It seemed to be hovering around a certain location at the bottom of the lake. Looking ahead, he could see that the lake water, which had plunged to the lowest point, was revealing hundreds of crooked wrinkles that looked like the hunched backs of dragons. Maybe it was his imagination, but Li Yao suddenly felt that the ridges of the mountain seemed to be condensing into a howling face whose mouth was so wide open that it was being split apart. Who? The sky-hunting warship dashed to one of the ridges that seemed unattractive but in fact had hundreds of traces caused by enormous beasts. The left side of the ridge was even as smooth as a mirror because of the rubbing of the scales. If one were to observe it from the sky from an appropriate angle, it would seem like a glittering gem that had been embedded into the star-swallowing sea. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 small boats were launched from the lower part of the abdomen of the sky-hunting warship and dashed toward the ridge. Before they landed, dozens of shadows lunged out of the boats and rushed to the top on the ridge. Li Yao was suddenly alarmed. He knew that they were the real core members of the Blade of Chaos, and they perhaps knew dozens of times more information regarding the Mausoleum of Chaos than Li Yao did. The elites of the Blade of Chaos were all riding armor beasts with multiple limbs that seemed to have combined the advantages of dozens of types of huge insects. Their claws, teeth, and limbs pierced deeply into the solid rock stratums, allowing them to move on the vertical cliff, which was as smooth as a mirror, agilely as if they were moving on the ground. Li Yao noticed that they would bash several straight metal rods into the rocks every time they moved forward a certain distance. Following which, they connected the devices with synthesized nerves and eventually joined them with a cluster of enormous biochemical brain. It should be some form of space detection gear based on the genes of bats. By releasing an oriented vibration wave to the depths of the underground and absorbing the vibration wave that is fed back, the size and structure of the underground space can easily be determined. The Star Glory Federation had similar magical equipment. Such tools were mandatory in underground prospecting jobs. Very soon, the entire ridge of the mountain was brimming with metal rods, which made it look like a crocodile that had been stabbed with spears all over its body. The buffer liquids inside the cabin were quickly extracted, indicating that their journey was coming to an end. Yuchi Ba was obviously overjoyed. We have located the Mausoleum of Chaos. All squads, gather and prepare to work. In the following hour, the more bizarre-shaped demons were projected to the nearby of the mountain under the lake. They were busy doing their jobs around the ridge. The only part that Li Yao could understand was that some of the demons were planting powerful time bombs based on the terrain of the ridge. Judging from the techniques of their installment and the size of their bombs, it was possible that they could blow up rocks almost 100 meters thick. Hurry! 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 We must finish the work before the lake water flows again, or everything will be in vain. Yuchi-Ba landed on the mountain and roared to issue commands. Even by Li Yao's standard as a super bomb expert, the detonation team was definitely well trained. It only took them slightly more than 4 hours for them to complete the complicated work of hole digging and bomb planting. At this moment, the other workers around the ridge finished their jobs, too. All of them retreated to the sky-hunting warship again. At this moment, it was already dusk, and the lake water was about to soar up. In less than an hour, the mountain would be drowned again. When the sky-hunting warship flew multiple kilometers away in a hurry, 7 ear-splitting explosions burst out behind Li Yao. 7 streams of mystic rays soared up into the sky and formed a complicated pattern in midair before they hit the mountain heavily like shooting stars. After a huge boom, a colorful mushroom cloud slowly rose up, mixed with creaking noises, as if countless devils were grinning hideously and escaping from the Mausoleum of Chaos. The sky-hunting warship managed to turn around in midair by force and aimed at the source of the mushroom cloud. All the warriors, including Li Yao, were ready for battle. Should there be anything wrong, they would be able to connect to their biochemical beasts quickly. However, the shrieks came to an abrupt halt after 3 minutes. As it turned out, they were nothing but compressed air currents that had been locked for 40,000 years below the ground. The probe of sound waves and infrared rays did not report the traces of any living creature either. The sky-hunting warship finally emboldened itself to go closer. The raging mushroom gradually dispersed. Everybody could see that the upper half part of the ridge had almost been blown away entirely, giving birth to an irregular black hole. When the sky-hunting warship approached and scanned, it was determined that a vast space was hidden below the mountain and that the fractures of many parts of the space were in an absolutely precise plane, indicating the work of intelligent creatures. Ho! Everybody inside the cabin roared in excitement. Then, around the mountain, translucent vesicles that both looked like swimming bladders and bubbles gradually bulged. The vesicles swallowed each other and gradually expanded in size until it covered the entire mountain like a glass cap. When the black lake water rose up again, it was blocked from the vesicles. Not a single drop of water was able to leak into it. The sky-hunting warship flew to the top of the glass cap and extended a translucent soft tube from the abdomen, which connected the cabin to the glass cap like an umbilical cord. Then, the sky-hunting warship slowly moved upwards at the same speed of the rising lake water and returned to the surface of the lake. Eventually, it was docked 30 meters above the star-swallowing sea. Right now, the entrance to the Mausoleum was hundreds of meters below the star-swallowing sea, but it was connected to the sky-hunting warship through an umbilical cord. Inside the star-swallowing sea, the super-high-intensity waterproof cover can last for 3 to 5 days. We must finish the preliminary exploration during this time. Uchiba did not go back on his word. After making sure that there was enough fresh air inside the Mausoleum of Chaos, he was the first to enter the place through the long umbilical cord, leading a large batch of explorers. Li Yao's mission, on the other hand, was to stick closely to Chu Jingqing and Chu Feiyin, two specialists in the studies of chaos. They suffered in the weird silence for more than 2 hours before they were permitted to enter the Mausoleum of Chaos. "Let's go, Master Chu." With a telepathic thought, Li Yao's brainwaves spread out, and a transparent vesicle slowly rose up around his neck and covered his entire head. On his back, a small piece of membrane was fluctuating, filtering the air in the outside world multiple times before it was sent into the vesicle. Although the examination had proved that the air inside the Mausoleum of Chaos was normal, it was a relic from 40,000 years ago. There was no telling whether or not a fatal virus or microorganisms still existed in the air. Therefore, it was best to stay prudent. Li Yao, Chu Jingqing, and Chu Feiyin were enveloped by a cluster of bright yellow buffer liquids and fell quickly along the umbilical cord. After sliding for almost 20 seconds, they landed somewhere near the entrance of the Mausoleum of Chaos. The fault caused by the detonation was a perfect relay station after simple modifications. The explorers did the final preparations in the place before they slowly descended underground through the temporary lifts. Around 100 warriors who were responsible for exploring the way and small demon beasts, of which there were multiple times more, were sent into the tomb first for preliminary surveying. After they ascertained that the environment was safe, the researchers went inside in batches. Li Yao was given an interactive brainwave receptor that looked like an antenna and 2 biochemical chips that looked like contact lenses. When he stuck the antenna to his forehead softly and put the biochemical chips on his eyes, after a beep, a lot of information immediately appeared on his retina, as well as instructions for him and the general map of the Mausoleum of Chaos. The underground space that was outlined by bright green strokes was dozens of times larger than Li Yao had expected. It had multiple floors as well as countless pathways and independent rooms, which made the tomb look like a splendid underground palace. The pulley span quickly as the lift slowly descended. Li Yao felt like he was an ant with a thread tied to his waist that had been tossed off a cliff thousands of meters high. After passing through a narrow, vertical pathway, they found themselves in a space more than 500 meters both in length and width. The dark walls around seemed to boast an uncanny attraction force that absorbed all light rays and sound. They seemed to have fallen into an abyss, and it was not until 3 minutes later that the lift landed on the ground again. The ground was dry and firm, refined out of a certain unknown rock material. Li Yao breathed deeply in relief and his feet finally stepped on the ground again. When the mutated fireflies danced randomly in the enormous space and sprayed the cold fluorescence in every direction, everybody was deeply attracted to the bones of an enormous creature at the center of the space. There was no telling what the creature used to be. Its thick bones jabbed at the ceiling, forming a dense primitive forest. Illuminated by the fluorescence, the bones were emitting bright green, metallic colors. Several of the bones were dozens of meters long and thicker than the main guns of many crystal warships. Li Yao squinted and observed the walls around him. Dozens of iron rings had been nailed to the walls, bound by huge chains that were connected to every part of the bones. After 40,000 years, all the chains looked as good as new. Even the tiniest stripes on them were still clearly visible. However, all the chains showed signs that they had been pulled hard. Some of the iron rings had even been yanked out of the wall, leaving holes and cracks on the wall. Some other chains looked like noodles as they had been stretched to their limits. Claw traces several meters deep were everywhere on the walls. Many thick talons had been broken and embedded into the walls. On one of the walls, there was even a dent dozens of meters in diameter, as if an enormous battering ram had hit the wall brutally once before. Li Yao closed his eyes and imagined what had happened 40,000 years ago. A ferocious animal hundreds of meters long had been locked in this place with chains for some reason. The ferocious beast must have struggled hard in agony and ripped apart many chains and magical equipment that had been carved with rune arrays. In the meantime, the animal also left appalling traces on the wall. It was in such excruciating pain that it did not stop even when its claws were broken and embedded into the wall. It simply continued bashing the wall hard with its head. What was it that put the enormous beast in such pain? Some sort of experiment? Several paleontologists and historians discussed with each other near the corpse of the enormous beast. One of the paleontologists seemed to be assigned the task to study the enormous beast. He immediately began to work with his assistants. In the meantime, Li Yao, who had a lot of experience in fighting, noticed something weird very quickly, too. The bones on the torso of the enormous beast had a lot of fractures, but they did not collapse inward but protruded outward. It appeared that something had crawled into its stomach and gone on a rampage before crawling out the same way. Li Yao swallowed hard and felt for the first time that he might not necessarily be secure during the exploration of the Mausoleum of Chaos, even though his real capability was close to the nascent soul stage. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao led a few researchers further into the vast space under the guidance of the arrowheads on his retina. After they passed through a long pathway, the scenes that unraveled in front of Li Yao made him have the illusion that he had stepped into the cosmos. The boundless space just now had already left them with the impression of the splendor and magnificence of a palace. However, compared to the temple in front of him, it was nothing more than a matchbox placed next to a skyscraper. They could not see the boundary of the temple at all. Standing above the temple, they discovered that there were stairs that went straight down. Its end was wreathed in vague, gray mist. The gray mist was fluctuating as if a living creature. It could not have looked more mysterious. Li Yao finally understood why Uchiba risked recruiting so many newcomers for the operation. The Mausoleum of Chaos was too vast. However many explorers there were, they would be like salt in the water and would be dissolved instantly, leaving no trace. Very soon, the virtual image of the entire temple was displayed on his retina through the biochemical chips. By echolocation, it was estimated that the temple was more than 30 kilometers both in length and width. It was basically an enormous city. That was just the first floor. With the guidance of the arrowheads, they groped in the darkness for more than 10 minutes before they got down the stairs and reached the bottom level of the temple. The ground there was not the solid rock plate anymore but moist soil that would make soft sounds when anybody stepped on it. The edge of the temple was still black rocks. However, a magnificent embossment had been carved after every fixed distance on the rocks. Most of the embossments were the scenes where bizarre-looking giants were spraying the seeds of life in some weird worlds. Sometimes, the few embossments that were next to each other were telling a complete story. For example, on one of the embossments, a light gray, giant round plate landed on a scorching planet, and the traces of ancient creatures had been engraved inside the ocean at the bottom part of the embossment. On the second embossment, many enormous tyrannosaurs were teleported to the planet through cone-shaped rays of light. However, compared to the fossils excavated nowadays, those tyrannosaurs all boasted extremely strong arms, and they looked more like the Pangu clan that Li Yao had seen deep inside his genes. On the third embossment, the tyrannosaurs extended their arms to the ocean. Corroded by a weird force, their arms withered. But a huge amount of bright golden liquid was secreted from the wrinkles of their skin and dropped into the ocean. That seemed to be the essence of their arms. On the fourth embossment, the ocean creatures that had absorbed the bright golden liquid had grown primitive limbs and begun to march toward the land. The 4 embossments combined seemed to be indicating that the tyrannosaurs paid a price of their arms for the ocean creature's ability to move toward the land. If that's true, one of the assumptions about chaos has been disapproved now, Chu Zhengqing, the master of the studies of chaos, said slowly with a solemn face. Judging from the structure of the temple and its relative position in the entire underground architecture, it should be a temple of sacrifices for the ancient civilization. Since the embossments around the temple recorded so many stories where the Pangu clan created the world and enlightened the creatures, it is evident enough that Chaos was sort of a worshipper of Pangu, too. In the history of the demon race over the past 10,000 years, the mainstream opinion has been that Chaos was a mortal enemy for Pangu. These embossments can refute such an opinion. Another research said coldly, of course, Chaos was not Pangu's enemy because he was the rightful heir of Pangu. It was because some ambitious, crazy demons betrayed God Chaos that the public opinion about him ended up like this today. What we need to do is excavate everything inside the Mausoleum of Chaos and set the truth to public exactly as it is. Chu Zhengqing smiled and walked forward. A lot of explorers had gathered in the front and established the most basic illumination system. With the help of the rays, Li Yao was able to see an indescribable object standing at the end of the temple. It looked both like an integrated cockpit and like a weird-shaped, magnificent throne. A bright golden skeleton more than 10 meters long had been embedded into the object. The skeleton must have worn a certain kind of armor, but after such a long time, the armor had already melded with the body. The upper half part of the body, except for being slightly larger, was no different from that of a human being. However, starting from the hip bone, the skeleton suddenly shrank and condensed into a thick dragon bone. At the end of the tail, the bone was split apart into more than 10 parts, protruding out like the claws of a crab. Back when the skeleton was alive, it had probably been an existence that was half human and half snake, or half human and half dragon. Dense spiritual stripes could be found on the bones that were not covered in armor, especially the skull, which was relatively intact. The circles of stripes attracted Li Yao's eyes and soul like a mysterious swirl. Quite a few paleontologists and archaeologists were already busy working around the skeleton throne. They were cleaning the dust that fell off from the skeleton and scanning every fracture of the skeleton. The appearance of the armor and the seat of the skeleton is completely out of place with the style of the building around us and the development level of the civilization 40,000 years ago to our knowledge. It carries an intense air of technology, especially in the zone right in front of the skeleton that looks like a dashboard. The complexity of the spiritual stripes is extremely hard for us to understand even today. It can be assumed for now that the skeleton and the seat it was embedded to were not built inside the Mausoleum of Chaos but moved to this place from somewhere else. Its coordinates inside the temple are exactly the center of the golden cut. Based on the architecture rules in the era of ancient cultivators, it is the most divine position. We may assume that the skeleton was the god that Chaos believed in. Chu Zhengqing circled around the skeleton throne and made his speculation casually. Dozens of specialists of the Blade of Chaos all analyzed the skeleton throne. Li Yao vaguely sensed that many rays were shot out of the organs of the specialists that resembled eyes as they tried to penetrate the shell of the skeleton throne and pry into the structure of the god. Even Li Yao could not help but release part of his telepathic thoughts, hoping to invade the armor through the gaps, but to no avail. The armor that was worn outside of the god looked vintage and intimidating. Li Yao had browsed through all the ancient armors recorded in the 100 Smelting Clan 40,000 years and still failed to find any structure that was remotely close. The usage of the throne was even more mysterious. On the dashboard that was against the face of the god, there were only several buttons. It was safe to infer that the machine was operated not with the hands but through telepathic thoughts directly. The Blade of Chaos firmly believes that God Chaos rose when he was needed 40,000 years ago and excavated the legacy of the Pangu clan from the primeval era, thereby creating the modern demon race, one of the specialists said solemnly. The god inside the skeleton throne is probably a member of the Pangu clan. His deduction was agreed upon by most of the specialists, but it raised a number of gasps, too. The warriors standing at the edge almost could not hold themselves from worshipping the skeleton throne. The vast temple was caught in a weird and yet solemn vibe. Such an assumption does have a point, Chu Jingqing said. If we consider the Pangu clan as a tribe or a civilization that expanded across all the 3,000 sectors billions of years ago, and someone, or some organization, named Chaos, found the relics of the Pangu clan in which they retrieved the precious legacy and eventually built an enormous base with the legacy as the foundation, then the skeleton throne was probably the only well-preserved body of the Pangu clan inside the relics. Chaos treated it like a god, and enshrined it in this place for sacrifices. The specialists all nodded. Such a theory was reasonable enough. Right then, exclamations echoed in the southeast of the temple. As it turned out, another squad had detected new corpses. Very soon, the scraps of dead bodies were discovered everywhere in the great temple. After being scanned with mystic rays, almost 100 piles of bodies were displayed on the retina of every specialist. Li Yao received the information, too. Most of the dead bodies were demons between 1.5 meters to 3 meters. After 40,000 years of decay, the only things left were dry bones and empty shells. A lot of the dead bodies were strangling each other and crushing each other's bones in the most violent methods, as if they were going through a great battle. Judging from the structure of some of the corpses, one of them was biting the spine of another one hard, as if they had been mauling and gnawing each other. A lot of flying swords and sabers were scattered around the dead bodies, most of which had been broken in half. Remarkable combat ability. Li Yao discovered that almost 20 flying swords had been stabbed into a dead body that was no taller than 2 meters, but the dead body had still tackled another dead body and even crushed its shoulder bone. The tusks of the first corpse had even pierced through the skull of the second corpse. Li Yao pictured what happened 40,000 years ago. The first corpse was pierced through by more than 10 flying swords, and its internal organs were entirely wrecked. But he, or it, maintained a rather shocking combat ability and tackled the opponent before it shattered the scapula of its target and extended its own head to the enemy's. It was biting the enemy's face. What a nightmarish massacre. Huh. After scanning the surface of hundreds of corpses, Li Yao suddenly discovered something weird. Amid the bizarre-shaped corpses of demons, there were also dead bodies of human beings. Although the only things left right now were dry bones, Li Yao was pretty sure that they used to be standard human beings, judging from the form and structure of the dry bones. Some of the dry bones were emitting bronze, bright green, and dark golden colors. It was a sign that the bones had been nurtured by spiritual energy for a long time. It meant that the owners of the dry bones used to be high-level cultivators. In the meantime, the specialists of the Blade of Chaos noticed the corpses of the cultivators, too. What has happened? A batch of cultivators attacked the Mausoleum of Chaos, which resulted in such a gory massacre? Unlikely. According to our research, when Chaos rose up, the force of the cultivators was already very weak. It is not possible that they attacked the base of Chaos actively. Besides, such brutal methods are more befitting lunatics who have gone mad. It is definitely not the combat style of the ancient cultivators. A few archaeologists moved to the corpses and retrieved the robes, armor, and scraps of magical equipment left around carefully. Those corpses had all been killed 40,000 years ago. Although their flesh had rotted, the robes, armor, and magical equipment that they carried had not been entirely corroded. There were still scraps that could be studied. Li Yao stood at the edge of the circle and observed with great interest. The magical equipment that those corpses utilized had the unique style of the ancient cultivators, which gave a strong feeling of familiarity. Odd. Very soon, the preliminary analysis on the scraps of the robe was out. The cultivators and demons lying on the ground were all wearing robes of the same fashion. The magical equipment they used was mostly the same make, too. Besides, if it had been an invasion of the cultivators, the dead bodies of the cultivators and those of the demons should be attacking each other. But the reality was that the corpses of many cultivators were mauling other cultivators, and the dead bodies of the demons had also engaged in fierce battles with other demons. The scraps of the robes of both the attackers and the victims were very similar. They were made of the same materials in the same style. Even the spiritual stripes on them were identical. It was safe to say that there had been no intruders, they simply attacked and eventually killed each other until everybody was dead. What happened in this place? The number of the corpses found inside the temple had already surpassed 1,000, and that was merely the tip of the iceberg. The gory massacre that took place 40,000 years ago made the weird Mausoleum of Chaos even more mysterious. All the researchers were baffled and whispering to each other. Right then, after a hum, sighs seemed to echo in every direction in the darkness, as if a force that had slept for 40,000 years had awoken. The entire temple was trembling slightly. The next second, mild rays of light sprayed down from the top of the temple like a waterfall, bathing all the researchers in an ivory ocean of brightness. The warmth of the bright ocean drove away the darkness and made all the explorers less anxious. Uchiba, leading the majority of the exploration team, strode close. We have just activated the power rune array of the Mausoleum of Chaos. It is truly unbelievable. Such an enormous underground palace is actually driven by solar energy. The sky of the white-silver Death Desert is cloudless and boasts the most scorching sunlight. The energy of the sunlight is absorbed by the sand and transmitted to the star-swallowing sea in a way that we cannot comprehend. Then it is stored in the lake. The entire star-swallowing sea is in fact an enormous pool of solar energy. By the rising and ebbing tide every day, the energy is incessantly released to the Mausoleum of Chaos, keeping the underground palace functioning normally during the past 40,000 years. The strength of God Chaos is too immeasurable and incredible. Master Chu, what are your thoughts about our discoveries so far? It's been too long a time, Chu Jingqing replied. I'm afraid that nobody knows what exactly happened here 40,000 years ago. We can only speculate based on the evidence we have found. First of all, the Blade of Chaos regards Chaos as a god. But in my eyes, Chaos was perhaps an organization or even a human being. A regular human being. Chu Zhengqing paused for a moment. Before the members of the Blade of Chaos burst into fury, he quickly continued. However, regardless of whether Chaos was a god, an organization, or a person, he must have had a lot of subordinates in order to establish such a huge base. If Chaos was an organization, the organization certainly had members. If Chaos was a god, he certainly had a lot of believers. Right? Uchiba pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes. Chu Jingqing continued. We have already found almost 1,000 dead bodies that are wearing the robes of the same fashion and carrying magical equipment of the same make. Thus, is it not reasonable that we can assume them to be members of the organization named Chaos or the believers of the god named Chaos? There's another possibility, Uchiba said. They were all intruders, and they were slain by God Chaos when they were invading the Mausoleum of Chaos. Chu Zhengqing shook his head and said, not very likely. If they were intruders, where were the believers of Chaos? Besides, after the intruders were killed, their bodies were simply left in the sacred place where sacrifices were offered. Isn't it very strange? But there were a lot bodies of human beings among the corpses, Uchiba said. Derision quickly flashed inside Chu Zhengqing's eyes. So what? Who says that human beings cannot be believers of Chaos? Or rather, who says that Chaos was a demon? What if Chaos was but a regular human being? Before Uchiba was outraged, many specialists of the Blade of Chaos rose up and glared at him. The facts are very obvious, Chu Zhengqing said casually. Before Chaos appeared, there had never been real demons as we know today. The monsters and uncanny creatures recorded in the notes of the ancient cultivators are simply too vastly different from modern demons. You all claim that chaos created the demon race. Then, if you think about it more carefully, it is impossible that chaos was a demon. How could he have created himself? He. If he was not a demon, is it not obvious what kind of existence the so-called chaos once was? After Chu Zhengqing expressed his opinion, yells and curses echoed non-stop. The excited believers of chaos were even trying to approach Chu Zhengqing and challenge him. The guardians, including Li Yao, hurried to block the frantic crowd. Li Yao more or less understood why Yuqi had asked a newcomer such as himself to protect Chu Zhengqing. Judging from his boldness in making groundbreaking declarations, if an avid believer of chaos were to work as his guardian, it would certainly have been difficult for the guardian to refrain himself from punching Chu Zhengqing's face. Master Chu, Yuqi said coldly. Let's focus on the issues at hand for now. If the corpses really belonged to the believers of chaos 40,000 years ago, what is your opinion about the cause of their death? Loss of rationality for some reason and self-harm, Chu Zhengqing said. Many poisons, venomous gases, and even soundwave attacks that I know can achieve the result. However, as to whether the poisons and the venomous gas were released from the outside world or generated inside the Mausoleum of Chaos, it cannot be decided for now. Right then, a researcher in a white robe approached Yuqi and whispered something into his ear. Yuqi nodded in approval, apparently greatly relieved. We haven't detected the constituents of any poison or venomous gas in the air, the soil, or the corpses. Not yet. Qi Zhengqing smiled and said, Master Yuqi, it seems that our preliminary assumption was right. Judging from the scale of the first floor of the Mausoleum of Chaos, the vastness of the building is unimaginable for us. Both in the official history books and in folklore, Chaos never seized the supreme power to rule over all the 3,000 sectors. Then, the purpose of such an underground must have been much more than to offer sacrifices or to demonstrate his power. In other words, this place was probably a research center or a secret base for Chaos, with both military and experimental purposes. Right now, our biggest questions include, what was Chaos exactly? Who were his enemies? What kind of magical equipment, weapons, or soldiers had he been studying in this place to deal with those enemies? Right. Perhaps the Blade of Chaos is only interested in the last question. However, before we move to a deeper level, I feel obliged to remind you one more time. Both the Blade of Chaos and Elder Nether Spring are doing everything you can to crack the secrets of Chaos. But as you can see, such a gory massacre has already been unfolded before us when we have not really gotten close to the secrets yet. Are you really ready to get your answer, one that might not be what you really want right now, or even is completely opposed to what you have believed in? Yuqi took a deep breath and declared, yes, we are ready. Let's go to the second floor. While they were studying the skeleton throne and the dead corpses, the specialists of ancient architecture and rune arrays had basically determined the rough structure of the second floor. As rune arrays were activated one after another, the center of the temple trembled slightly, and running gears could be heard deep below the ground. Suddenly, enormous black pillars rose up from the ground. They were the lifts leading to the second floor of the Mausoleum of Chaos. Judging from the overall structure, the Mausoleum of Chaos could be divided into 3 to 4 planes. However, the second floor took up even vaster space than the temple. The terrain inside the second floor was extremely complicated and had been split into different zones. Master. While the specialists were testing the lifts, Li Yao could not help but ask Chu Zhengqing, you mentioned that Chaos might have been a human being, didn't you? What is that all about? Chu Zhengqing and his daughter glanced at him in surprise. Seeing no fascination or frenzy typical of a believer of Chaos, Chu Zhengqing pondered for a moment and asked back, have you ever heard the story of mankind regarding the birth of the demon race? Li Yao blinked, not sure whether he should give a positive reply or a negative one. Chu Zhengqing mistook his hesitation for confusion. He explained quickly, according to the history of human beings, 40,000 years ago, a cultivator invented a type of gene drug named Demon God, which could accelerate the evolution of normal animals and transform them into strong demon beasts. However, during the refinement of demon beasts, the evolution went out of control. Many demon beasts walked through the journey of evolution that took human beings millions of years in only decades, ending up with intelligence that was on par with that of human beings. They were later known as the demon race. Li Yao swallowed hard. Is it true? Of course not. Or rather, not entirely, Chu Zhengqing said. After 40,000 years, we have such a profound understanding today about biochemical technology and gene theories that we can even produce biochemical brains that boast unparalleled computational ability. But still, we cannot endow true intelligence to demon beasts. How could the ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago have achieved that in only less than 100 years? But the human being's theory has its own merits. Perhaps, if we combine the theories of human beings and the demon race, we will be able to get a glimpse of the real history. Combine the theories? Li Yao thought quickly and breathed fast. Exactly, Chu Zhengqing said. Maybe, 40,000 years ago, there was indeed a human being who developed a powerful biochemical drug that allowed the mutation to a certain degree inside animals. However, the drug was not enough to generate intelligence equal to that of mankind inside the mutated animals. Therefore, it could not play a decisive role in the wars. Just think about how difficult it is to give an animal the intelligence equal to a human being. However, it is much simpler if we change our mindset. If we cannot give the wisdom of human beings to animals, how about we give the bodies of the animals to human beings? Li Yao was dumbfounded, feeling that his throat was dry. Yan Zhengqing continued. You don't know human beings, especially the ambitious, insane cultivators among them. If a certain drug can boost the combat ability of an animal by 10 times, turning the animal into the toughest of its species, then at least 1 in every 10,000 cultivators would not be able to resist the temptation of injecting the drug into themselves. That means, Chu Feiyin finished her father's conclusion for him. Young and aggressive, she seemed to be particularly fond of the devastation on the faces of the believers of chaos. The demon race is probably the descendants of mankind. They are just a different type of human beings who have cracked part of the gene strands and activated the primeval form because of the demon god virus injected into them. Li Yao hesitated for half a second, wondering whether or not he should really put on a devastated face. But the bewilderment on his face right now was already indicative enough of his shock. He did not close his mouth until 3 seconds later. He stammered, How do you know? We do not know, Chu Feiyin said. That is just a hypothesis. This is how we do our research. When we find a strange phenomenon, we throw out a hypothesis to explain it, until new evidence that we find proves it or disproves it in the end. Different types of demons, and even demons and human beings, have no reproductive isolation and are able to have children. The elites of the Blade of Chaos can even change between 2 or even multiple forms freely. The newborn demons, whichever clan they belong to and regardless of whether they are silver blood or black blood, are alike to the infants of human beings. The features of the demon race will not show up until they gradually grow mature. All this evidence supports our hypothesis that human beings and demons share the same origin. However, we are still lacking conclusive proof. That's why we accepted the offers of Elder Nether Spring and the Blade of Chaos, eventually ending up in this place. We are here to look for an answer, to find out what we are exactly. Right then, the lifts leading to the next floor were activated. Bright blue lines popped up everywhere on the black pillars, splitting and interweaving into flower-like rune arrays. Master Chu. Li Yao gritted his teeth and asked, Since you worked for Elder Nether Spring before, you must have seen him in person, right? Chu Zhengqing eyed Li Yao suspiciously. Have you told your theories to Elder Nether Spring? Li Yao asked. Did he believe you or not? Chu Jingqing nodded and said, Elder Nether Spring is definitely not the most broad-minded demon, but he is truly very smart and certainly a specialist in the studies of chaos. In fact, I often discussed with Elder Nether Spring. Even the hypothesis that human beings and demons share the same origin was come up with and perfected by us together. Without the funds, resources, and support that Elder Nether Spring provided, we wouldn't have learned as much about the Mausoleum of Chaos at all. Elder Nether Spring was a co-proposer of the same origin hypothesis? Li Yao was completely startled. I don't understand. If your theory is true, and demons are just human beings in a different form, what is the meaning of the war between us and the Heaven's Origin sector? Chu Jingqing's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Li Yao blinked and lowered his head. I'm told that a lot of demons have been killed in the war, and more are being forced to leave their homes as refugees. Even me and my sister ended up being slaves because of the goddamn war. I'm also told that the Heaven's Origin sector is a vast place, and human beings there boast quite a high capability, too. We might not be able to completely occupy the Heaven's Origin sector even if the entire Blood Demon sector is drained. Before, I thought that human beings and demons could never live in peace, and we could not cease fighting even if the last drop of our blood was shed. However, if even the big shots such as Elder Nether Spring partly agree to the hypothesis that human beings and demons are the same, what's the reason for the two parties of the war trying their best to destroy each other? Chu Jingqing laughed. All his wrinkles were pushed together, making his face look like an old tree that had grown for 10,000 years. He patted Li Yao's shoulder softly and said, Your name is Bloody Claw, right? Bloody Claw, you are too young. Maybe in your eyes, a war needs a reason. We are demons, and they are human beings. That's why we have to kill each other. No. It's not like that. In the era of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, there were no demons, but human beings still fought against each other for tens of thousands of years until they initiated an ultimate war that almost destroyed all 3,000 sectors. Later, in the Demon Beast Empire 30,000 years ago, humanity declined, and the demon race rose to the peak. However, demons were still attacking each other incessantly. The demons killed in the civil wars because of the change of dynasties were much more than those killed by the sabers and swords of human beings. This is the truth about wars, the old demon said casually. Wars never change, and wars do not need a reason. The shell of the black pillars slowly split apart, revealing a room that could accommodate almost 10 muscular demons. For safety reasons, the storage slots of biochemical beasts were shifted to the lower space together with the explorers. The stone pillars operated for almost half a minute in silence, covered in mysterious blue brightness, before they finally arrived at the second floor of the Mausoleum of Chaos. The environment of this floor was entirely different from the temple above. Except for the vast space in the center that appeared to be a square, dense pathways covered the walls. At first glance, the place was an enormous honeycomb. A lot of corpses were scattered on the ground just like the floor above. The explorers were no longer surprised to see them. After making sure that there were no constituents of venomous gas or poison in the corpses, they marked the dead bodies with natural fluorescent paints before they began to explore the surroundings. Li Yao saw Yuchi-Ba place meatballs that looked like lumps in the corners of the central square together with a few members of the core squad. It was said that they were very amazing demonic artifacts that could gather the weak bioelectricity floating in the air and display the image of the bioelectricity after enhancing it. If the bioelectricity left in the air was powerful enough, it was possible for them to see the views of 40,000 years ago. Bow. All the balls were set and connected to each other via the synthesized nerves. They uttered a soft sound at the same time, and the tops of the balls blossomed like flowers. A few antennas that looked like stamen protruded out and shivered slightly. Li Yao sensed that mystic rays were being triggered from the stamen and spreading out like a tide. Soon, the entire square was filled up, and everything was soaked in a bright green ocean. Soon, images were flashing, and clusters of shadows really appeared out of nowhere. However, perhaps because of the vastness of the room, most of the bioelectricity had dispersed. The shadows were all extremely blurred. The explorers could only see that the shadows were running and chasing each other quickly and that they would rush into each other and roll over on the ground. However, no details could be seen clearly. Very soon, the shadows dispersed into an overwhelming army that occupied the entire square like silent statues. It seems that an army of chaos once gathered in this place. Or rather, this is the place where the army of chaos was manufactured. Chu Zhengqing and other researchers explored the area with the shadows as leads. Soon, they discovered new skeletons. The surface of many skeletons was still reflecting vague metal colors in weird forms. It was not hard to imagine that the skeletons must have been unbelievably strong when they were still alive. After collecting a lot of files in the square, the explorers dispersed and explored the pathways on the walls. The ends of the pathways turned out to be research rooms. Perhaps due to an emergency, the gates of most of the research rooms were not closed, and most of the defense rune arrays remained deactivated or had even been sabotaged. Therefore, it was rather convenient for them to go in. The coverage of every research room was extremely impressive. They also boasted a fine ventilation and defense system. However, Li Yao could tell with a single look that the spiritual energy of the defense system had been used up. Somebody fully activated the defense rune arrays of this place in order to resist something, Li Yao thought to himself. A lot of magical equipment and training facilities were scattered on the ground. Li Yao had not seen many of them even in Yezi's dreams. At the center of the research room stood an enormous stone platform on which dense spiritual stripes had been carved into the shape of a human being. There were also iron chains and rings nearby, which seemed sufficient to tightly tie somebody to the stone plate. Bow. Another demonic artifact that could enhance the bioelectricity was placed at the center of the stone platform and activated. Maybe because the bioelectricity stagnated there due to the limited space, or maybe because a lot of unbelievable training sessions had taken place on the platform and led to the accumulation of the bioelectricity, the image that they captured in this place was much clearer than the image in the square. 6 clear shapes of human beings were all wearing fully enclosed robes that were glittering in silver colors. Even their faces were covered by weird bronze masks. Vague brightness was flowing on the surface of the masks, indicating that they could filter the air and kill the germs. It seems that the ancient people were not as ignorant as we thought them to be. At the very least, in this place, they already had the concept of killing bacteria, Li Yao thought to himself. The 6 people were all leaning against the stone platform that looked like both an operation table and an altar. On the stone platform, a naked human being was lying. There was no telling whether it was because of the effects of drugs or because some sort of soul-suppressing techniques had been performed, but the human being seemed rather tranquil, with even resolution deep inside his eyes. The bioelectricity was extremely unstable, and the images that Li Yao saw were changing constantly. Very soon, the image dispersed and condensed into something new. The human being lying on the stone platform was now floating in midair. His long hair all stood up and danced crazily like vipers while he trained himself, facing against the floating rune arrays. The few people wearing silver robes and bronze masks, on the other hand, surrounded him and were busy taking notes. Li Yao noticed that there were both human beings and demons among the strange researchers in long robes, but they seemed to be so familiar with each other that the disparity of their appearance was completely overlooked. They fully devoted themselves to their study. The training human floating in midair was rather capable. He surpassed the speed of sound multiple times and blew the floating rune arrays into pieces. Although it was hard to see the facial expressions of the researchers, considering that they were nodding non-stop, they seemed rather satisfied with the result. However, before long, the trainer screamed miserably and fell from midair. He then writhed on the ground, holding his head. Li Yao thought of something and glanced around the room. Very soon, he located a desk on one side of the research room. The items on the desk had almost all decayed, but Li Yao was quite familiar with the structure and usage of one pile of the remains. It was a wood shelf that the ancient cultivators used to store jade chips. Li Yao extended his hand and groped. As he expected, he found a jade chip below the rotten shelf. Naturally, a randomly placed jade chip in this place was not likely to have stored any invaluable techniques. Besides, since it had been unused for 40,000 years, there was no telling whether or not it was still readable at all. Li Yao hid the jade chip inside his palm and scratched the spiritual stripes on the jade chip with his thumb carefully in the standard method of the 100 Smelting clan to clean rune arrays. A moment later, Li Yao sensed the hard jade slightly soften, and it seemed to have turned into a half-frozen amber. Li Yao smiled in secret and extended part of his telepathic thoughts into the item. As he expected, he read a lot of information pieces from the jade chip. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and absorbed himself in the information pieces, only to discover that it was an experiment log. Judging from the analysis, an unbelievable experiment had been conducted in this place. Are you kidding me? Transplantation of the spiritual root? The spiritual root was the foundation of every cultivator. It enabled them to absorb and release the spiritual energy in the universe once it was awakened. Besides, in the training and fighting after they became a cultivator, the quality of their spiritual root was of paramount importance, too. For example, the release and reception of telepathic thoughts both required the spiritual root, and manipulating the magical equipment remotely could not be done without the spiritual threads that were triggered from the spiritual root. Therefore, in the Star Glory Federation, the training of the spirit actualization quotient had been attached great importance starting from childhood. All the courses that the students took were focused on the improvement of the spirit actualization quotient. A lot of strengthening drugs on the market were prepared for those who were desperate to increase their spirit actualization quotient, too. Even so, achieving the 100% of the spirit actualization quotient and awakening themselves to be cultivators was still merely a tantalizing dream for most people. Most of the ordinary people could not awaken their spiritual root and grasp the strength to command the wind and storms however hard they trained themselves. It was so in modern times when there were perfect training theories and various kinds of strengthening drugs, and it was even more so in the underdeveloped era of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago. The road to divinity was unpredictable. Becoming a cultivator was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Without the most coincidental, fortuitous events, most people would not even dream of being a high and might cultivator. However, the research that was conducted in this place was trying to break the boundary between ordinary people and cultivators. Cultivators have spiritual roots. When a cultivator grows old and weary and eventually perishes of natural causes, their spiritual root will wither with them. However, most cultivators are engaged in bloody battles all the time. It is very rare for them to die of old age. The majority of the cultivators are killed in the combat during their prime years, when their spiritual root is in its prime. Isn't it a shame that such a spiritual root is wasted just because the cultivator has perished? If we extract the spiritual roots out of the cultivators who have unfortunately perished and transplant them into the brains of the strong warriors without spiritual roots, can the strong warriors make a great leap forward into cultivators? After combining all the files inside the experiment log, Li Yao finally figured out what an insane idea the predecessors had in mind. Yes. Insane. Although he had always considered himself to be an audacious refiner, he could only describe it as insane. It must be noted that, same as the nascent soul, the spiritual root was not an organ that existed in reality. One would not find a root that looked like ginseng after they dissected the brain of a cultivator. The spiritual root was a mysterious organ that bordered between the flesh and pure energy. How could it be extracted and transplanted when one could not even see such an organ? Besides, even if the spiritual root of a cultivator could be extracted, was it bearable for the brain of an unprepared ordinary person? Li Yao recalled his experience when Yanzhi's tremendous memory pieces flooded into his brain for the first time. The most likely outcome of such a crazy experiment was that the brain of the strong warrior would be completely ruined and burnt. Judging from the results recorded in the experimental log, that was exactly what had happened. Countless experiments had all failed. None of the manufactured cultivators who received the foreign spiritual roots survived more than 3 days. The best outcome was that the spiritual root withered automatically, and the warrior retrograded to what he used to be, and the worst outcome was simply too miserable to be looked at. Spiritual root transplantation was not the only insane plan that Li Yao discovered in the Mausoleum of Chaos. For the entire day that followed, they had been exploring the southeast area of the 2nd floor. They had found tremendous ancient books and jade chips inside the research rooms. Most of the ancient books were made of natural materials such as unrotting spider threads or silk, which allowed the explorers to learn more and more shocking experiment plans. Li Yao also took the opportunity to hide a few critical jade chips. But he was truly stunned, his heart racing fast, after he read the jade chips in secret. Right next to the research room of the spiritual root transplantation, quite a few associated research rooms were about methods to strengthen the spiritual root. Li Yao was aware that, for ancient cultivators, the spiritual root could be classified into heavenly spiritual root, abnormal spiritual root, and ruderal spiritual root. Even modern times, it was well acknowledged that the quality of different spiritual roots was different. The cultivators with better spiritual roots often had a very high training efficiency and advanced faster than their peers. As for the methods to strengthen the spiritual root inside the research rooms, they were all about stimulating the spiritual root and improving its quality with the veins and blood of demon beasts, thereby granting different attributes to the spiritual root and bestowing the cultivators with the naturally endowed techniques and bloodline force of the demon beasts. Some of the methods were about cutting off the messy branches around a ruderal spiritual root, like gardening, so that the main stem of the spiritual root would be thicker and healthier. In one of the most creative projects, the ancient believers of chaos even tried to melt 2 spiritual roots into one. Should the project have succeeded, a cultivator would have boasted 2 spiritual roots. It was not difficult to estimate what benefits it would bring to the training of the cultivator. However, the researches about spiritual roots had all failed. Even so, a lot of experiment files and data remained. Most of the data had been locked with spiritual stripes. A lot of jade chips were even installed with barriers and other rune arrays. The members of the Blade of Chaos could not estimate the value of the information stored inside for now and simply piled them up aside. But for Li Yao, it was more than easy for him to crack the chips and read all the information. He took the opportunity to transmit all the experiment data into his brain. His understanding about the spiritual root reached a whole new level. Right next to the research rooms about the spiritual root, another area of research rooms was focused on the studies of man-made cores. Yes. Synthesizing an artificial core and transplanting it into the body of a weak cultivator in the refinement stage, turning the subject into a magnificent core formation stage expert instantly. The believers of chaos seemed to have combined the marrow crystals, which contained abundant spiritual energy, with a lot of cores of demon beasts before restricting them with special rune arrays in order to simulate the power of the gold core. Such a procedure was like transplanting a supercompressed crystal reactor directly into the body of a cultivator, which was unfathomable even after 40,000 years. Li Yao did not know whether he should pity the ignorance of the ancient cultivators or be awed by their insanity. Without an exception, the experiments all failed. A cultivator was a whole. The improvement of a body part would not necessarily bring up the overall combat ability significantly. Transplanting a gold core into the body of a cultivator whose flesh was not strong enough to accommodate it was like inserting a military-level power rune array into a civil shuttle, which, if driven at its full speed, would certainly be ripped apart. Besides, the man-made cores made of marrow crystals and demon cores were anything but steady. Strong rejection reactions were inevitable between marrow crystals and demon cores, and among demon cores of different attributes. The cultivators who were transplanted with such man-made cores were more like walking bombs and only suitable for suicidal attacks. Still, Li Yao gladly accepted all the information. While the specialists were busy studying the structure of the Mausoleum of Chaos and analyzing the usages of different types of spiritual stripes, he absorbed the tremendous experiment data without anybody knowing. He increasingly felt that the journey was worthwhile. The data of so many experiments, despite their failure in the end, still provided valuable for his own training. The eye-opening, extraordinary direction of training also pointed out a new possibility of evolution for him. After witnessing the incredibility of spiritual root transplantation and man-made cores, another research project named Weaponized Humans caught Li Yao's attention. In the era when the ancient believers of chaos lived, because of the thousands of years' war in which cultivators and ordinary people alike were involved, a lot of heavily wounded soldiers whose bodies were crippled were made. The so-called Weaponized Humans project was meant to combine flying swords and other magical equipment with the wounded soldiers and even to replace the bones of the soldiers with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Eventually, unparalleled experts who boasted the advantages of magical equipment as well as independent self-awareness, which allowed them to carry out combat missions on their own, would be created. After browsing through the tremendous data, Li Yao discovered that the research on the weaponized humans actually made some progress. Many broken limbs of the soldiers were successfully combined with flying swords. Some of them even completely absorbed the flying swords into their bodies and turned their bones into magical equipment. When he first entered the Mausoleum of Chaos, Li Yao had seen a lot of skeletons that were emitting bright golden or bronze colors, not rotten even after tens of thousands of years. Maybe, they were the weaponized humans. According to some of the experiment files, such weaponized humans had been manufactured on a large scale and appointed as the guardians of the Mausoleum of Chaos. However, why did they attack each other and eventually all perish in the end? It's too marvelous and incredible. The imagination of the ancient people is indeed as vast as the universe. Compared to such inspiring modification plans, the influences that the blood stripe virus left on the Titan warriors and the modification plan that Yanzhi had in mind on Iron Plateau are like child's play. The mental devil mumbled in great fascination deep inside Li Yao's brain. Most of the research conducted inside the Mausoleum of Chaos seems to be for the purpose of giving tremendous abilities to an ordinary person quickly so that they could compete with cultivators. Think about it. If those plans really worked out, they would have been able to transplant a spiritual root into the brain of an ordinary person, stuff a man-made core into his stomach, and replace some of his limbs, or maybe all, with magical equipment. A super warrior who had the capability equal to the core formation stage would thus be created instantly. How many years will it take to build a core formation stage cultivator traditionally? 20 years? 50? 100? What about the odds of success? 1%, 0.5%? 0.01%? When all the technology matured, such super warriors might have been produced in only several months. Great. This is too great. A manufacturing plan for mass-produced core formation stage experts. Li Yao breathed hard and mumbled to himself, I thought that the Mausoleum of Chaos was simply a research base of the demon race. What's the difference? The mental devil said with a smile. Have you not discovered that the research projects have one thing in common with the training methods of the demon race? Li Yao raised his eyebrow. What is it? If Chu Xingqing's same origin theory is correct, the mental devil said, then injecting the demon god virus and turning a human into a demon, and the research regarding the mass-produced cultivators, have one thing in common, which is that they can endow an ordinary person with tremendous combat ability in a very short amount of time. Think about it. How is the civil war of the cultivators 40,000 years ago interpreted in the formal education that we received? In the last years of the war, all the 3,000 sectors were seriously ruined. Cultivators perished incessantly. All the worlds were lacking soldiers. Eventually, they had no alternatives except to transform animals into demon beasts as replacements for the cultivators in the war. However, in the war of the cultivators of such a scale, every cultivation sect must have had a lot of affiliated cities or even kingdoms that would send armies made of ordinary people to join the war with them. Before they tried transforming animals into demon beasts, had it never occurred to the cultivators, who were running to a dead end, that they could improve the combat ability of the ordinary people quickly and make them stronger? Think about it. If the Star Glory Federation is faced with a great war, and there is a method to improve the combat ability of an individual rapidly, will the method be implemented on military dogs instead of soldiers? Li Yao felt his heart turning cold. With the memories of Yanzhi, who had been a mighty ancient cultivator 40,000 years earlier, Li Yao knew the ancient cultivators better than most people. The ancient cultivators, who regarded ordinary people as ants, were different creatures compared to modern cultivators. In the eyes of the high and majestic ancient cultivators, the life of an ordinary person was perhaps not as valuable as some precious animals. Since the ancient cultivators could inject the demon god virus into animals and transform the animals into demon beasts, was it unlikely that they ran experiments on ordinary soldiers in order to refine them into more powerful war machines? Could it be that the Mausoleum of Chaos was actually the base of an ancient cultivation sect, or they secretly refined ordinary soldiers? Were the demon race, the spiritual root transplantation, and the weaponized humans all part of the refinement? But that did not seem very plausible. The mental devil continued voicing its thoughts. If that was the case, the birth of the demon race would be easy to understand. Since the body of the ordinary soldiers was too weak, and it was difficult for them to withstand the shock and pain during the transplantation of the spiritual root and the core and the replacement of their body parts, the ancient cultivators awakened some of the recessive, primeval genes. Perhaps they only did it to strengthen their bodies so that they would be able to shoulder more pain and modification. TSK. Think about it. The magnificent body build of the demon race, with a man-made spiritual root and gold core, equipped with bones and limbs that are made of flying swords. That's the most perfect ultimate weapon. It's a shame that things went out of control eventually, Li Yao said coldly. The mental devil smiled and said, out of control is the regular status of the universe. In the long river of time, nothing is controllable at all. Right then, Li Yao suddenly heard a miserable scream in the research room next to him. The research room next to Li Yao was also one dedicated to the studies of weaponized humans. Li Yao recalled that a lot of rusted ancient flying swords had been piled up in that room. As an expert of refining, he was of a mind to stay and study them for a while, but Chu Xingqing and his daughter were not specialists in ancient magical equipment and therefore left the room after a quick glance. As their bodyguard, Li Yao had no choice but to leave with them. At that moment, despite the blockage of the thick wall made of green rocks, Li Yao sensed the cold aura of sword and an intense stench of blood. A flying sword has been activated? The screams became louder and louder, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of flesh being minced apart. Heavy collisions were echoing on the other side of the stone wall, with the clanging sounds of blades attacking each other. Li Yao frowned and dashed out of the research room. Outside of the research room, the long, narrow pathway was already a mess. Quite a few members of the Blade of Chaos were lying on the ground here and there. Some of them were screaming miserably while holding their broken limbs, and some were silent in pools of blood. There was no telling whether they were dead or alive. At the end of the pathway, a cluster of dark red brightness was dashing rapidly like lightning around an elite warrior of the Blade of Chaos, uttering hissing sounds as the air was torn apart. It turned out to be a flying sword. Li Yao recognized that the elite warrior was one of the Death Teeth guards on the skeleton island named Green Ape, who was best known for his agility. However, under the attack of the mysterious flying sword, he was barely able to dodge without revealing more openings. What a marvelous sword technique! It must be an expert. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. His telepathic thoughts spread out like a tide, hoping to locate the mysterious expert who was manipulating the flying sword. To his surprise, he did not find any connection between the flying sword and an expert in the 100 square meters nearby. The flying sword was surrounded by nothing, without the least entanglement of telepathic thoughts or spiritual gas, as if it was attacking automatically. That was quite uncanny. With Li Yao's current capability, even experts in the nascent soul stage or the demon emperor level might not have been able to hide within the 100 square meters near him. After only a moment of hesitation, the bloody flying sword pierced into the shoulder of the Death Teeth Guard, Green Ape. Qi Lu. Qi Lu. The sound of a ferocious beast devouring a meal was echoing from the flying sword. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. It was not until this moment that he finally saw the full appearance of the flying sword. He could not have been more shocked. The flying sword was apparently an ancient treasure from 40,000 years ago. It was rusted, lackluster, and incomplete. Quite a few dents could be found on the front end of the flying sword, too. The body of the flying sword was tied up by countless black veins that looked like burnt vines, which intertwined at the end of the sword's handle in the form of a burl. The flying sword seemed nothing unusual, but after it pierced into the shoulder of Green Ape, the vines that bound the sword wriggled as if they were alive, and thousands of bloody threads penetrated the flesh of the victim like tiny worms. The flying sword seemed to boast a weird attraction force and was swallowing the flesh and blood of Green Ape one mouthful after another. The shoulder of Green Ape, along with his chest, withered, collapsed, and dried at a visible speed. For a Death Teeth Guard whose body was exceptionally strong, a wound on the shoulder should have been a piece of cake. But Green Ape seemed to be confined by a mysterious force. With the most horrified expression on his face, he was dumbfounded as he watched the black hole of decay expanding on his shoulder while he could do nothing about it. Swoosh! Li Yao stomped on the ground, kicking one of the broken sabers to his hand. Then his arm slapped like a whip while he threw the broken saber toward the bloody flying sword at a supersonic speed. Li Yao had thought that the attack would have been enough to knock the bloody flying sword away. But the hundreds of bloody threads on the bloody flying sword suddenly interweaved into a bloody spider web in midair, tying the broken saber up and absorbing it. After only half a second, the Death Teeth Guard Green Ape had been sucked up and turned into a dry corpse. After sucking enough blood, the dry vines around the flying sword were filled up and expanded one after another, changing into strong, healthy veins. The black burl at the handle of the sword even exploded after several cracking sounds. It was fluctuating and echoing bam sounds, which seemed to be piercing into everybody's soul. It looked like both a heart that was exposed to the air and a hideous, mysterious eye. Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue. He had seen countless marvelous weapons in the 100 Smelting Clan, but he had never seen such a weird flying sword that seemed to have really combined the magical equipment with flesh and blood before. The flying sword that has grown a heart must have been one of the research products of the Mausoleum of Chaos. I didn't expect that some of them would still be functional after a hibernation of 40,000 years. Li Yao was secretly startled. He was almost sure that the flying sword was solely manipulated by the enormous bloody burl on the handle of the flying sword. Judging from the trajectory of the rapid flight, it was much more advanced than the autopiloting flying swords of the Star Glory Federation. Hiss! In the front of the flying sword, a few bloody threads craned up like tiny vipers and shook slightly toward Li Yao's direction. Sensing the gratifying smell of delicious meat, the flying sword creaked and darted toward Li Yao in a streak of red brightness. Ah! Two shrieks echoed behind Li Yao. Chu Zhengqing and his daughter were writhing on the ground while holding their heads, indicating that the weird flying sword even boasted mental attack abilities. Li Yao sniffed. With a cold smile on his face, he rolled his eyes quickly and suddenly extended his hand, snatching at the bloody flying sword. The bloody flying sword seemed to be caught unprepared by his boldness. The bloody threads around its body all expanded and stood up like infuriated snakes while the flying sword pierced at his arm brutally. Pa! Li Yao was quick enough to hold the bloody flying sword in his hands. The entangling bloody threads around the flying sword pierced deeply into Li Yao's arm, too, trying to suck Li Yao's blood as they had done a moment ago. However, this time, the force of the flying sword was like a statue made of mud entering an ocean. Not only did it fail to absorb any blood, an even more immense force was flooding into the body of the flying sword along the bloody threads. What a mysterious flying sword! It boasts features of demon beasts and magical equipment. It can automatically secrete corrosive fungi that will melt the flesh of the target, allowing the flying sword to absorb the blood as the source of power, the mental devil exclaimed both in surprise and in delight deep inside Li Yao's brain. Li Yao's bloody pupil was revolving faster and faster. Tremendous mental power flowed toward the center of the bloody flying sword as he tried to completely suppress the flying sword. The bloody flying sword did not expect that the target would be so tricky to deal with. After a high-pitched shriek, clusters of bloody mists burst out of the flying sword, and it galloped forward abruptly like a wild horse that had run loose. At this moment, Li Yao only activated the strength equal to a demon general. Naturally, he was dragged forward by the bloody flying sword. Li Yao was rather curious about the flying sword that carried the features of demon beasts. He was meaning to find out the maximum performance of it and therefore did not hurry to suppress the flying sword. He simply clutched the bloody flying sword while it rushed at a high speed in the underground world. The Mausoleum of Chaos had multiple floors and looked like a city. Since the Blade of Chaos had only sent out an exploration team of several hundred members, it was impossible for them to establish defenses in every location. Swoosh! 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 Dragged by the bloody flying sword, Li Yao rushed inside the labyrinth-like mausoleum. Very soon, he was already out of the explored area of the Blade of Chaos and lost his way. However hard the bloody flying sword struggled, it was not able to get rid of Li Yao. Like an agitated animal, it crashed straight into the walls in the end. Heavy collisions echoed non-stop as the flying sword breached through multiple walls. There was no telling whether the walls were corroded or simply crashed through. In front, however, was a square that was not marked on the map of the Blade of Chaos. Shadows were everywhere, and somebody was punching at Li Yao. Li Yao's pupils reflected the shadows in the square and immediately reacted. He pretended to be completely shocked and cried for help at the loudest of his voice. The punch switched from piercing at him to sweeping, trying blow Li Yao off the bloody flying sword. Li Yao took the chance to let go of it and rolled on the ground. He panted as if he had been exhausted. The bloody flying sword, on the other hand, was like a snake that had been tossed into boiling oil and darted toward the origin of the punch in ear-splitting shrieks. However, after a bellow, the bloody flying sword was blown back and nailed into the wall after spinning in midair for a while. Chi! Smoke popped up from the charred, bloody flying sword. The previously bulging veins had all withered, and the enormous blood tumor that looked both like a heart and an eyeball turned black and brown like a rotten eggplant now. The flying sword seemed to be dead. It appears that such a weapon has a high demand for blood. It must keep sucking blood in order to ensure the high-intensity functioning, Li Yao thought to himself. If it has no access to blood, it will fall into hibernation. Never mind that. Where am I now? Li Yao glanced around quickly. After an aimless journey, he seemed to have reached the east side of the Mausoleum of Chaos, which was an unexplored area. On the map that he had received on his retina, this area was pure darkness. However, wherever Li Yao's eyes reached, there were lights everywhere. Several enormous airbags had been filled up in the center of the square, indicating that they were trying to cover something inside. Outside of the airbags, dozens of experts were staying alert. Li Yao vaguely sensed that the capability of those experts was apparently much higher than that of Yuchi Ba's Death Teeth guards. Many of them had exuded their full strength when they saw the incoming bloody flying sword. Judging from the intensity of their demonic energy, they were at least experts in the Demon King level. At least 5 Demon Kings. It seems that I've arrived at a place that I shouldn't have. All the experts were wearing glittering, fully enclosed suits with anti-poison helmets made of the skulls of giant demon beasts and transparent crystals. Their eyes were hidden behind the dark helmets. A thick, soft tube was extended out from their neck to their back, and they had an enormous emblem of the Blade of Chaos on their chest and their right arm. They could not have looked weirder. It seems like this is the real exploration team. Li Yao had been rather curious. With Uchiba, a Demon King, and a bunch of Death Teeth guards selected from the gladiators, was it enough to explore the entire Mausoleum of Chaos? That did not seem like a sound plan. As it turned out, the exploration team that Uchiba led was merely a disguise, and the team made of the mysterious experts was the main force of the Blade of Chaos. But what were they excavating now? The elites of the Blade of Chaos that were wearing fully enclosed, protective suits were looking at each other in bewilderment, too. They did not see it coming that a regular guard would suddenly barge in. Li Yao could clearly feel the killing intent rising behind the masks made of the bones of demon beasts. Li Yao's appearance and his heart were like ice and fire, and he pondered the situation he was in carefully. He was not scared that he would be killed. 5 or so demon kings could not do anything to him at all. However, if he started fighting them right now, it was unlikely for him to discover what they were searching for exactly. The words of Ning Zhongzi, who was an elder of the Blade of Chaos, were still resounding in his ears. It was said that the secret inside the Mausoleum of Chaos would very likely change the fate of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. It was the only reason why Li Yao was willing to enter the Mausoleum of Chaos. I wonder, are there stronger experts behind the Demon Kings? Li Yao waited patiently. Right then, in one of the tents at the center of the square, a miserable scream that was 100 times more devastating than that of the blood-sucking flying sword resounded. Li Yao clearly sensed that the aura of the dozens of experts suddenly changed. The killing intent that they formed a moment ago all dissipated, and they were even somewhat anxious right now. Don't move. A muscular demon 3 meters tall pointed at Li Yao and roared. 2 curled sabers were drawn from the crossed sheaths on his back and danced into 2 streaks of brightness around him. His cold fighting will soared again, this time not toward Li Yao but the thing inside the tent. Creak. Almost at the same time, a bulging shadow charged out of the tent. Li Yao took the opportunity to observe the inside of the tent through the fracture. A lot of gray, pale corpses were piled inside the tent and sealed in freezing rune arrays. Next to the corpses stood biochemical slots that looked like coffins. The elites of the Blade of Chaos in fully enclosed suits were carefully stuffing the corpses into the biochemical slots. Right now, the biochemical slot that was just built had half collapsed. It seemed that the sudden intrusion of the blood-sucking flying sword had caused the elites of the Blade of Chaos to make a mistake. Ho! The shadow rushed out of the tent and gave Li Yao quite a surprise. The demon was wearing a fully enclosed protective suit just like the other elites of the Blade of Chaos, but the silver armor was bulging as if it was not an appropriate size for the demon. Every part of the garment was protruding out. Some gray and brown granulation tissues crawled out of the gaps of the armor and danced crazily both like a beard and like vines. Unbelievable screams were echoing below the helmet made of the bones of demon beasts. After 2 bam sounds, the 2 dark crystals embedded to the eyes of the mask exploded at the same time, and tentacles sprang out of the eyes and bouncing unpredictably like weird flames. The weird appearance of the object made Li Yao feel that his blood was freezing. The elites of the Blade of Chaos all jumped away as if it were a great enemy. The speed of the weirdo was accelerated to the maximum as it lunged at a companion next to it. Shwa! The elite of the Blade of Chaos who was about to fall prey to it slashed his saber out of natural instincts. The aura of the saber blossomed in front of him like fireworks, while the most brilliant part cut into the arm of the weird thing. No! A few elites of the Blade of Chaos near them shouted at the same time, but there was no time. After the aura of saber flashed, the arm of the weird thing was immediately fell away. However, the broken hand dashed on the ground like a lizard supported by the tentacles. A large cluster of hazy, venomous fog also spurted out of the shoulder of the weird thing. The venomous fog, as if alive, dispersed in midair and charged at everybody on the spot. Attack with fire and frost. The members of the Blade of Chaos standing at the edge finally came back to themselves. Purple flames darted out of their shoulders and formed high heat barriers in midair. The weird hand that was crawling on the ground aimlessly was also frozen tight by a cluster of blue gas. However, the weird thing was more vigorous than expected. It was not scared of the scourge of frost and flames at all. Even when drowned in flames, the weird thing was not in the least affected and simply raged and roared like spluttering magma. Don't touch him, or you will end up like him. The panicked elites of the Blade of Chaos all shouted. Li Yao was secretly alarmed, too. He could tell that what the elites of the Blade of Chaos spurted out was an eccentric flame named Purple Residence Hellfire. Similar to the 3 smell true fire that the cultivators utilized, it could melt steel instantly. However, the weird thing was burnt in the Purple Residence Hellfire for more than a minute, and yet it was still alive? No. Li Yao's nose flapped, and his bloody pupil flickered. Although the weird thing was still jumping up and down and roaring like thunder, he did not sense any vital signs of a living creature from it at all. There was not the surging demonic energy, not the flowing spiritual energy found inside cultivators, not even a heartbeat and breath. Some sort of extremely uncanny force was supporting the weird thing from falling down. It was a dead body. What kind of force can stimulate such vigor in the cells after the creature is already dead? Even the mental devil was shocked. Voila! The Purple Residence Hellfire did not burn the weird thing at all. Instead, the armor and helmet of the weird thing both exploded in the furious flames. A gray shadow suddenly leapt out of the remains and stretched out like an octopus. The fire wall and the icy blockage were not enough to stop the weird thing. At the critical moment, dozens of small black shadows darted from the tent nearby into the body of the weird thing like bullets. The bullets quickly rooted and sprouted like the seeds of a planet, quickly spreading on the surface of the weird thing. The skin that was healthy a moment ago now turned into dried rind. The movement of the weird thing was significantly limited. At that moment, the Purple Residence Hellfire was finally able to leak into the body of the weird thing, burning its flesh and blood into ash at a visible speed. A streak of scarlet brightness dashed out of the tent and floated above the head of the weird thing. The immense pressure compressed the ash after the weird thing was burnt into a heap. Not the tiniest speck of dust was leaked out. Very soon, the ash was frozen into an icy block, reflecting strange colors. The weird riot was finally suppressed. However, Li Yao's wariness was at its peak. He could keenly tell that the aura of the newcomer far exceeded normal demon kings. The few demon kings that prepared to attack him a moment ago apparently listened to his command, too. He was a demon emperor. He must be the real leader of the Blade of Chaos and the commander of the exploration operation. The eyes that were hidden behind the helmet stopped on Li Yao for a long time. Li Yao even sensed a fleeting killing intent. However, after pondering for a moment, the newcomer still slowly landed on the ground and even took off the helmet, revealing a transparent, protective airbag. Inside the airbag was a face that could almost be called handsome. Above the 2 eyes that were as brilliant as black diamonds were eyebrows that were furiously burning like flames. 2 scarlet antennae were growing on his forehead and shivering slightly in the same pace as his heartbeat. Li Yao had seen the face countless times in Jin Xinyue's depiction. It belonged to the cynical expert in the Demon Emperor level, the blood brother of Elder Nether Spring, and the master of Void Turmoil City, the Fire Ant King. Everything makes sense now. Li Yao suddenly realized what was going on. Yuchi Ba is simply the master of the Skeleton Island and the manager of several arenas. How could he establish such an enormous organization like the Blade of Chaos in secret? The Fire Ant King is a demon emperor after all. His wisdom and strategies could be seen from the fact that he created Void Turmoil City on his own. How could he have been fooled by Yuchi Ba for so many years? If the Fire Ant King has been deliberately turning a blind eye, that will be much more reasonable. His Void Turmoil City is the slave trading center of the entire Blood Demon sector. Since so many slaves are coming in and out of the place every year, it is more than simple for him to select a bunch of low-level demons who have talent in training and yet hate the pantheon of demons' guts. Only the revenue he makes by selling slaves and strengthening drugs is enough to support the daily operations of an enormous organization. He is the blood brother to Elder Nether Spring and the most notorious slave trader. Nobody would expect that he is actually the real leader of the Blade of Chaos. The Fire Ant King glanced at Li Yao casually and did not think too much of the unimportant, regular member of the exploration team. He asked in a low voice, "Do you know me?" Li Yao nodded. The Fire Ant King was the master of Void Turmoil City. His portrait was everywhere on the Skeleton Island, and the few biggest arenas even had statues of him. It was certainly not a good idea to pretend not to know him. "There's no need to fret, my brother." The Fire Ant King opened his arms and smiled. "As you can see, I am also a member of the Blade of Chaos and a brother who is fighting for a future where all the demons live equally together, just like you." His voice was as warm and comforting as jade and made everybody who heard it find it irresistible to trust him. The Fire Ant King continued. "What you saw just now was the most immaculate weapon that God Chaos bestowed upon us, except that the weapon is still slightly unstable at this moment. However, after we completely crack the secrets of the weapon, it will only be a matter of time before the Blade of Chaos rises." An immaculate weapon? Li Yao's mind was greatly disturbed. The Fire Ant King had clearly known that there was such an immaculate weapon inside the Mausoleum of Chaos all the time. The ostensible operation to excavate the Mausoleum of Chaos had always been a disguise. His goal had been precisely this place. What kind of terrifying weapon could turn a dead body into a dreadful, relentless warrior? Besides, judging from the warning of the elites of the Blade of Chaos, the venomous fog that the dead body spurted out was strongly contagious. While Li Yao was dwelling in the shocking deductions, the antennas on the Fire Ant King's head shivered slightly, as if he was receiving a lot of information. Weird brilliance beamed out of his eyes as he observed Li Yao with great interest for a moment. With a smile, he asked, "Your name is Bloody Claw, your performance on the Skeleton Island was quite good, and you have a sister in Void Turmoil City, correct?" "Excellent. Everybody thinks that our organization hit rock bottom after the Riot of Bloody Blade was suppressed. But they do not know that the Riot of Bloody Blade is just a disguise, and the day when our organization soars into the sky will come as soon as we dig out the legacy inside the Mausoleum of Chaos. However, the most important task for us is yet to be finished and requires our joint effort. We must find the sacred body of God Chaos." Li Yao was greatly surprised. He had been thinking that Chaos was a name for an organization and that this place was a secret base of the organization. But according to the Fire Ant King, was Chaos really an individual buried in this place? What kind of secrets were concealed in the sacred body of Chaos? The antennae of the Fire Ant King slightly moved. Li Yao immediately sensed that a torrent of information was transmitted to the receptors on his forehead. Clicking sounds were echoing inside his brain. On the biochemical chips that he was wearing, information, data, and images were raining down like a storm. They were the maps of the Mausoleum of Chaos, which were at least 3 times more detailed than those Li Yao had received a moment ago. Countless dense, interconnected roads were leading to the center of the underground. I didn't know that the Fire Ant King's exploration on the Mausoleum of Chaos was so thorough. Huh. Weird. A minor space is hidden thousands of meters below the Research Institute of the Mausoleum of Chaos. What is that? Li Yao was in deep thought, but he put on an astonished and bewildered expression. Similarly deep in thought, the Fire Ant King casually said, I came to this place at great risk. Now that you've run into me, for the sake of confidentiality, you are not getting out of my sight easily. I've just read your files, and I can say that you are a rather excellent talent. So, you can follow me and look for the sacred body of God Chaos together with us. The Fire Ant King raised his arms high, with devotion and earnestness all over his face. God Chaos is the ancestor of all demons. He is the creator of the demon race. If we can sort out all the secrets hidden inside the sacred body of God Chaos and receive his legacy, our organization will most certainly. Before he concluded his declaration, an abrupt change took place. The earth was suddenly trembled violently, as if a series of shooting stars had hit the star-swallowing sea and raised an intense earthquake. The trembling did not end until more than half a minute later, succeeded by messy, dull noises. The antennae on the Fire Ant King's forehead were cramping crazily, and his face turned extremely hideous, his killing intent soaring like the sharp edges of a saber. Not having time to explain anything to Li Yao, he simply led most of his subordinates into the darkness and rushed to the upper level of the temple while leaving Li Yao and several elites behind. Intruders. Li Yao recognized the source of the quakes keenly. After countless battles against the demon race in the Heaven's Origin sector, and through the simulations of head-on clashes with the devilish warships in the Grand Illusionary Land, Li Yao could not have been more familiar with such quakes. They were a result of the bombardment of the acid cannons of the large devilish warships. Judging from the intensity of the quakes, the caliber of the acid cannons was appallingly huge, and the devilish warships that accommodated them were certainly the main force models. The Blade of Chaos was an underground organization. It was impossible, and unnecessary, for them to be equipped with such main force warships. In the Blood Demon sector, only the 4 major demon kingdoms had such capabilities. Li Yao thought quickly as what to do next. The Fire Ant King seemed to have realized the formidability of the intruders and brought away all the demon kings. All that was left were simply a few demon generals. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao risked scratching his ear and taking off one of his cosmos rings before he released Neltharion quietly. Shwa. Neltharion entered stealth mode instantly, and its spiritual waves were constricted to the minimum. Normal cultivators and demons would not be able to notice anything wrong. Driving Neltharion, Li Yao followed the Fire Ant King from a distance. The Fire Ant King was rushing forward anxiously and did not notice that a haunting shadow was closely tailing him from hundreds of meters away. The second floor of the underground was already a mess. Nobody expected attacks from the sky. The warriors were in a hurry to wake up their biochemical beasts and ascend to the temple through the lifts. Steering Neltharion, Li Yao chose a good moment to dash into a lift and hide beside everybody's legs. Those crammed in the lift were all demon soldiers and demon generals. Naturally, nobody noticed Neltharion at all. On the first floor, inside the temple, the shocking view made Li Yao unable to stop himself from clicking his tongue. The dome of the temple was already on the brink of destruction due to the corrosion of the acid cannons from the shell of the earth. At this moment, dozens of enormous worms, which were more than 10 meters in diameter and emitting metal colors all over their body, drilled through the dome toward the temple. The enormous worms were similar to the iron or sandworm on Iron Plateau. They had a circle of dense, sharp thorns around their head and rings of sharp teeth inside their mouthpart, which made them look like the tunnel-boring machine that was used to dig tunnels in the Star Glory Federation. Li Yao knew that such demon beasts could often secrete super-corrosive acids that could melt rocks and metals alike. They were most suitable to dig holes below the ground. Under the bombardment of the acid cannons and the enormous worms, the dome of the temple was soon riddled with holes. Demon beasts flooded into the underground world like a tide. They were the ghost-face silver mosquitoes and the colorful flying locusts, Li Yao's old friends. Both kinds of demon beasts would sweep across everything they met and leave nothing behind. Countless fully armed warriors descended to the underground temple under the cover of the ghost-face silver mosquitoes and the colorful flying locusts. The warriors were completely different from the demons that Li Yao had seen before. Most of them carried the distinctive features of the insect clan, but they were taller and stronger than the clan's general members. They were all more than 3 meters tall. With their bone armor that was as thick as a tortoise shell and the dense thorns and lumps on it, they were essentially heavy tanks that were standing on their feet. What was weirder was that round, brilliant gems had been embedded to their forehead, chest, abdomen, elbows, and knees. The gems seemed to be alive and were emitting intense spiritual waves, providing incessant energy for them and allowing them to raise a storm of blood among the members of the Blade of Chaos. The members of the Blade of Chaos were no match for the Intruders at all. They were like dry leaves in a blowing wind, the only outcome was to be shattered into pieces. Li Yao saw that electric boa, the leopard tutor who trained him, rode the lightning serpent almost 100 meters long and dashed at 2 intruders. Hundreds of electric arcs were spurting out of the mouth of the serpent and condensed into a hurricane of electricity. However, one of the intruders formed a spluttering shield of energy on his left side with nothing except the bright yellow gems embedded on his left arm, blocking the hurricane of electricity effortlessly. A series of smaller gems were embedded to the finger joints on the right hand of the other intruder. They were now activated in midair, releasing hideous threads of energy that were condensed into a sharp blade and pierced through the head of the lightning serpent. Electric boa screamed miserably and lost connection to the lightning boa, falling off from midair. What kind of strength is this? Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue. The capability of the intruders was certainly high, but it was not high enough for them to conduct a one-sided slaughter. It was the gems embedded in their bodies that had multiplied their combat ability. Weird brilliance flashed deep inside a gem, giving Li Yao a hint as to what it was. The demon cores. The demon core was the most valuable part of a demon beast. Every strong demon beast would naturally generate a demon core inside their body after they swallowed enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures and absorbed sufficient natural energy. The energy contained inside the demon cores was even more immense than that inside the marrow crystals. They were the ultimate treasures that many cultivators dreamed to get. Before Li Yao entered the building foundation stage, he had once been hunted by Wang Ji, a prince of the kingdom of lion butchers, in the thunderous Sound Mountain. He had only narrowly escaped the disaster by refining a demon core into a powerful bomb and blowing more than half of his pursuers into smithereens. The mysterious intruders have gathered so many demon cores and embedded them into their own body through a certain secret technique. They can borrow the strength of the demon cores every moment. They are essentially enhanced by the strength of dozens of demon beasts. Li Yao was greatly shocked. He calculated quickly. Judging from the velocity, strength, and frequency of the activation of the demon cores, most of the intruders were able to wield the capability of a demon king. Some of the intruders, who were embedded with dozens of demon cores and looked like captains, could even trigger the combat ability close to that of a demon emperor for a moment. This is rather a great show. In the shadows of the second floor, Li Yao's eyes were cold and blinking like the indicators of the crystal processors that were functioning at the highest performance. He analyzed the routes and patterns of the attacks of all the enemies and evaluated their overall capability. 100 mysterious warriors with demon cores embedded into their bodies, with at least 3 enormous main-force devilish warships, as well as, a slender shadow suddenly revealed its full appearance from the overwhelming mist of blood and dust. He boasted a face that was even more handsome than many movie stars in the Star Glory Federation. It was so impeccable that it seemed to have been carved out of an entire piece of green jade. His body was covered in shells that seemed to be from insects, but they were perfectly melded with his body and did not give the slightest feeling of ugliness. On the contrary, the integration was simply natural and immaculate. Dark golden brilliance was mixed in the green and black shells, making it look like the most glamorous armor that was built by the best craftsmen of the entire Blood Demon sector. After he showed up, the entire battlefield was eclipsed. The gory battles seemed to have been frozen into a dull background for him. Nether Spring. Thunderous roars echoed inside the empty temple. A red shooting star suddenly rose up and circled around several intruders, who were all blown backwards after a series of miserable screams. The shadow covered in flames came to an abrupt halt right in front of the exceptionally handsome newcomer. The flames gradually faded away, revealing the outraged face of the Fire Ant King. The antennae on his forehead had both been extended to the maximum and turned deep purple, tied up by veins. His body significantly expanded, and the shells that were stuck to his body closely all stood up like the unfolded flow stabilizers before a supersonic shuttle took off. However, Li Yao had a feeling that his fury was more of a cover for his fear. It was because standing in midair across him was Elder Nether Spring, who was one of the 12 demon emperors of the pantheon of demons, the ruler of the Nether Spring Kingdom, and one of the 4 giants of the Blood Demon sector. Li Yao had asked Jin Xinyue to draw vivid portraits of all the important figures of the Blood Demon sector. But however deft Jin Xinyue's hands were, she was not able to depict the real dominating aura of the unparalleled expert. Although Li Yao was merely watching him through the image sent back by Neltharion, Li Yao could still sense overwhelming pressure from Elder Nether Spring, as if he was standing right behind and breathing quietly. As expected of one of the 4 giants of the Blood Demon sector. He is certainly in the high level of the Demon Emperor stage, if not above it. Li Yao was greatly alarmed and could not have been more vigilant. It was an enemy of the same level as Xiao Xuanzi or even stronger than him. The Fire Ant King and Elder Nether Spring were blood brothers with the same parents. Except for the main colors of their shells, one being red and the other being green, their appearances were very similar to each other. However, when the two of them stood together, one could not help but have a weird feeling that the Fire Ant King was just a larva that was still growing, and Elder Nether Spring was the real, matured one. The Fire Ant King and Elder Nether Spring, 2 demon emperors, confronted each other coldly. Invisible air crashed, produces screeching gales, like 10,000 pressure cookers that were screaming at the same time. The air was swirling in the vast temple, making the shadow of the 2 demon emperors somewhat warped. Nether Spring. His face twisted, the Fire Ant King gnashed his teeth. How did you find this place? Elder Nether Spring smiled. His voice was much gentler and at ease than the Fire Ant King's. I've studied the Mausoleum of Chaos for decades. Naturally, I knew its rough location. Although I didn't know the specific coordinates, I simply monitored your activities in Void Turmoil City and followed you to this place. The Fire Ant King's pupils shrank violently, as if he had just understood everything. Blood seemed to be dropping from the ends of his antennae. His voice turned extremely coarse. You've long been suspecting me? No. I never suspected you. Elder Nether Spring shook his head and said peacefully, I have been very sure since the very beginning that such an enormous organization like the Blade of Chaos could not be established by a random guy. Also, my beloved brother, the Fire Ant King, was certainly not the type of demons who would abandon the Nether Spring Kingdom just because of familial bonds. Since you abandoned control over the Nether Spring Kingdom at your own will, there must have been something that attracted you more. In the meantime, the establishment of Void Turmoil City and the sudden rise of the Blade of Chaos were too coincidental. The few leading rebels in the riot of Bloody Blade were all connected to Void Turmoil City one way or another. All things considered, isn't the answer obvious? The Fire Ant King took a long breath. Why didn't you stop me? Why would I? Elder Nether Spring was amused. What you were doing was exactly what I was interested in. Explore the origin of the demon race and discover the secrets of chaos. However, as the controller of the Nether Spring Kingdom and one of the 12 demon emperors, it was not convenient for me to do a lot of things. Even if I did, a lot of traces would have been left, which would have raised the suspicion of the other demon emperors, especially the other 3 giants. Since my beloved brother was willing to do everything promptly, why shouldn't I just sit and watch? As it turned out, you were more distinguished than I expected. Not only did you establish such a huge enterprise in Void Turmoil City, you also managed to find and open the Mausoleum of Chaos based on the incomplete files. So, the files in Bone Sand City were leaked to me intentionally, the Fire Ant King mumbled. You had some files about the Mausoleum of Chaos, I also had some files about the Mausoleum of Chaos, Elder Nether Spring said casually. Since I had no access to yours, I gave mine to you. Naturally, you tried your best to see that everything was done properly. I was saved a lot of trouble. Although something went wrong during the process, it is a happy ending after all, isn't it? Happy ending? The Fire Ant King glanced through Elder Nether Spring's subordinates, with a face that was more and more hideous and crazy. He said, one word after another, Nether Spring, it seems that I've been manipulated by you all this time. However, are you not curious as to why I joined the Blade of Chaos and even became its leader after decades? Many silver blood demons have joined the Blade of Chaos, Elder Nether Spring replied. For power, for strength, for revenge, for all kinds of weird reasons. What's wrong with your decision? The Fire Ant King sneered, if you think that I joined and made use of the Blade of Chaos only because I meant to taste the feeling to supreme power, then you are terribly mistaken. I am a real believer of chaos. Why, you ask? The reason is simple. The Fire Ant King's aura suddenly burst out, with glamorous flames surrounding him. After a while of rattling noises, a barrier that locked his body seemed to be detonated, and a long tail suddenly jerked out of his back. The tail was more than 1 meter long and very elastic, which was clearly not a feature of the Insect Clan but one of the Horn Clan or the Claw Clan. The Fire Ant King took a long breath in relief, as if he had freed himself from all the boundaries, and chuckled. Do you see? A tail. A tail that does not belong to the Insect Clan. This is not a change that I achieved with the force of genes. It was awakened when I was 15.5 years old. The tail meant that I was not a pure silver blood demon but a chaotic blood demon that was mixed with the features of the Insect Clan and the Claw Clan. Ha. Ha ha ha. At that time, I was truly devastated and almost killed myself many times. But after I browsed through a lot of ancient books, I learned that such things had happened a lot in history. Many silver blood demons or even saint blood demons who claimed that their bloodlines were pure had in fact been corrupted several generations before them. However, the genes that belonged to a different species had been hibernating the whole time. If the foreign genes remained hibernating all the time, they would be able to maintain their pretense as high-level demons throughout their life. Even so, the foreign genes would still be passed on to their offspring congenially. Hee hee. If one of their unlucky offspring activated the hibernating foreign genes for reasons they didn't know, they would turn from the noble saint blood demons and silver blood demons into the humblest chaotic blood demons. In the ancient books, such pathetic guys had a most appropriate title, the hidden blood demons. Yes. I am a hidden blood demon, and my foreign genes were awakened although the odds were merely 1/1000th, which turned me from a silver blood demon into a chaotic blood one. That's the real reason I abandoned the fight for power, established the Void Turmoil City, and eventually became the leader of the Blade of Chaos. The Fire Ant King blinked. For the first time, he seemed to be taking the initiative in the situation. With a cruel smile on his face, he said, "And what does that mean? Elder Nether Spring, you are my blood brother. Look at our appearances. Nobody can deny that. Now that I am not a high and mighty silver blood demon but one of the most lowly and untouchable chaotic blood demon according to the nobles, what about you? What are you, the controller of the Nether Spring Kingdom and one the 4 giants of the Blood Demon sector, exactly? Do you see? Maybe the features of other demon species have not been displayed on your body yet, but the same foreign genes as mine are also hidden in your blood. I am the best evidence. You and I are the same. We are not silver blood demons but chaotic blood demons. In the second floor, Li Yao almost let out a cry because of the unbelievably shocking news. Elder Nether Spring, one of the 4 giants of the Blood Demon sector and one of the real decision-makers of the pantheon of demons, was actually one of the lowliest chaotic blood demons? It was indeed a piece of astounding news. The Fire Ant King seemed to be confident about his victory. He shouted at the warriors in front of Elder Nether Spring who had been strengthened by the demon cores. Maybe you are all loyal to Elder Nether Spring, maybe you do not care about whether or not he is a silver blood demon at all, but please use your brain. You have all heard the biggest secret of Elder Nether Spring. Will he allow you to walk out of this place alive and tell everybody his real birth? The warriors strengthened by the demon cores and Elder Nether Spring himself, on the other hand, did not even move their antennae but eyed him in the same way that people eyed a moron. The fire ant was dazed. A moment later, he shouted in a high-pitched voice, "You knew it long ago? You knew clearly that you were a chaotic blood demon instead of a silver blood demon? If so, why do you have to fight against me? Why are you so desperate to annihilate the Blade of Chaos? Why do you not work together with me and take back what belongs to the chaotic blood demons?" The Fire Ant King was completely at a loss. "Yes." Elder Nether Spring replied gloomily. "I discovered my real identity a long time ago. Therefore, I did not bring the army of the Pantheon of Demons, or the troops of the Nether Spring Kingdom, but my personal subordinates who are directly commanded by me. They are known as the Nether World Watch. You can stop wasting your time in encouraging the Nether World Watch to turn against me. You won't be able to achieve that. As for my reason to annihilate the Blade of Chaos..." Elder Nether Spring's eyes suddenly turned extremely deep and seemed to be piercing through the Fire Ant King, the underground temple, and beyond. "You will know the reason very soon." Along with his words, the aura around him suddenly expanded, filling up every corner of the magnificent and spacious underground temple and turning the building into a narrow matchbox. Even Li Yao was intimidated by the aura despite merely observing through Neltharion. The hair on his back all stood up, and his spine was emitting cracking noises. His fighting will expanded and flowed inside his veins like fire. The few elites of the Blade of Chaos naturally did not have such keen senses. But they also felt that an overwhelming, limitless horror was leaking down through the rocks that were almost 100 meters thick, placing them in an impenetrable coffin and making them have nowhere to run to. The few members of the Blade of Chaos all shook violently in fear. In the underground temple, the Fire Ant King's aura burst out like a surging tide, too. With his roars, the front ends of the 2 antennae on his forehead suddenly blossomed like flower buds. From the soil below his feet, 8 enormous fire pillars suddenly rose up. The fire pillars surrounded the Fire Ant King like 8 snakes and danced crazily before they entangled and condensed each other above his head. Some of the fire snakes crawled to the body of the Fire Ant King and knitted a glamorous armor of flames, but more fire snakes formed a majestic giant of flames, which opened its bloody mouth toward Elder Nether Spring. Ho! The roars of the fire giants blasted out intense airwaves, as if a cannonball had just been detonated. Even the Nether World Watch, strengthened by the demon cores and brought by Elder Nether Spring, could not do anything but retreat in front of the dominating aura. The smile of Elder Nether Spring remained unchanged. He said calmly, "So, you've been stalling in order to summon the biochemical beasts in secret." "Exactly." The Fire Ant King grinned hideously. "Big brother, they are the 1,000 ghostly fire ants that I refined at the cost of endless heavenly materials and earthly treasures and strengthening drugs after 10 years. I'm afraid that the ghost-face silver mosquitoes and the colorful flying locusts will be burnt into ashes should they come any closer." Li Yao observed carefully and finally discovered that the armor condensed on the Fire Ant King and the Fire Giant behind him were actually not made of flames but formed by countless crimson ants. Li Yao risked spreading out his telepathic thoughts and improving the scanning ability of Neltharion to the highest. He found that the crimson ants were all the size of thumbs with sharp antennae and cold shells. They looked dozens of times more ferocious than the purple ring sword rings that he was most familiar with. On their shells and their wings, swirl-like natural spiritual stripes were growing, which, according to the pattern and structure, could significantly enhance the force of the flames. Even one of the 1,000 ghostly fire ants should have been more than enough to burn the internal organs of a person into ashes when it crawled into their stomach. But the Fire Ant King had refined thousands of ghostly fire ants that were under the control of his telepathic thoughts. It was truly horrifying. Li Yao was secretly alarmed. He had a better understanding about the mysteriousness of the biochemical beasts right now. If he were faced with the Fire Ant King, he would not be at much of an advantage even if he made the best use of the mystic skeleton battle suit, and he was not confident that he could secure the final victory at all. Boom! While Li Yao was thinking quickly, the fierce battle between two demon emperors inside the underground temple had already broken out. With the biochemical armor made of the 1,000 ghostly fire ants on his body, the Fire Ant King's aura was levels higher than before. He took the initiative to attack Elder Nether Spring. Since the fire giant behind him was made of the 1,000 ghostly fire ants, it was not restricted to a fixed form. The two arms whipped out and immediately turned into almost 100 tentacles, darting at Elder Nether Spring and more than 10 soldiers of the Netherworld Watch near him. The front ends of every tentacle were blossoming like a flower, revealing a hideous bloody mouth that looked like the most vicious carnivorous flower. But Elder Nether Spring simply put his hands behind him while he faced almost 10 fiery carnivorous flowers casually. He did not even bother to defend himself. Crack! The fiery carnivorous flowers lunged on Elder Nether Spring and bit him hard. The 1,000 ghostly fire ants flooded into his body like magma and burnt him through from inside to outside. Li Yao was dumbfounded. You can't be serious. The giant of the Blood Demon sector has been defeated so easily? But there was no ecstasy from slaying an enemy quickly on the Fire Ant King's face at all. He looked incredibly gloomy. Bam! A moment later, Elder Nether Spring, who was consumed by the flames, suddenly exploded into tiny sparks like roaming fireflies. Well, Li Yao gasped hard. The body of Elder Nether Spring was actually made of thousands of ants. Right at this moment, dull humming sounds echoed inside the holes on the ceiling of the temple. A large cluster of green mist dropped down like the thick tar and condensed into airless balls. The green balls were all made of ants that looked like green jade. A moment later, the green ants wriggled and rippled out into the shapes of green figures. The green ants were all translucent and looked both like jade and like glass. Rays of lights flowed like water, and they soon all turned into the image of Elder Nether Spring. Biochemical beasts that can simulate the shape of other creatures. Li Yao was truly shocked. The Elder Nether Spring in the beginning had been made of biochemical beasts, but he did not sense anything wrong at all. Although there was latency and distortion when he was perceiving the opponent via Neltharion, Li Yao was not confident that he could have distinguished the real identity of the Elder Nether Spring if he had been standing right before him a moment ago. 10 clusters of green ants phantomized into 10 Elder Nether Springs and stood in front of the Fire Ant King with exactly the same sunny smile. They narrowed their eyes, as if they had just enjoyed the most delicious meal, and said casually at the same time, with the gold flame poison ants, demolishing devil ants, purple ring sword ants, and another dozen types of brutal ants as the foundation, and feeding them with the Phoenix King grass, the red cloud crystals, the soul-separating ghosts, and other materials. You've successfully made your 1,000 ghostly fire ants trigger a high temperature of more than 2,000 degrees. Instantly. Huh. They can also detonate themselves? Very impressive biochemical beasts. Before he concluded his sentence, the 10 Elder Nether Springs launched attacks toward the Fire Ant King at the same time. In a moment, more than 10 green air currents and streams of flames appeared and crashed into each other brutally. Most of the Elder Nether Springs were broken and shattered by the 1,000 ghostly fire ants. However, they were all clones made of the green ants. With the incessant supply of the green ants from the ceiling, it was impossible to annihilate all of them. In the eyes of most bystanders, the fierce battle was perhaps merely the flashing lights of green and red. But Li Yao felt cold sweat covering all over his forehead while he was observing. Elder Nether Spring was of the same origin as the Fire Ant King. They were both super experts in manipulating the ant-type biochemical beasts, but their combat styles were vastly different. The Fire Ant King's armor and weapons that were made of countless thousand ghostly fire ants were already dazzling enough for Li Yao. But the endless clones that Elder Nether Spring created based on the phantom green ants were all connected to himself in a weird way. When a clone suffered an attack, he could even calculate the enormous data regarding the source of the attack and even gasp the essence of the weapon. Strong. That's too strong. Judging from the speed, strength, and reaction of every clone of Elder Nether Spring, Li Yao estimated that all of them boasted a combat ability above the middle level of the Demon King state. But 10 Elder Springs combined were far stronger than 10 middle-level Demon Kings. It was because one's mind was hard to predict. Even deeply connected twins could not guess every step that their sibling was going to make in the next second. Neat as their cooperation might be, there would certainly be tiny loopholes. However, all the clones there were manipulated by Elder Nether Spring, and they were essentially his 10 fingers. Their teamwork was flawless and marvelous. What was more critical was that Li Yao could not tell whether or not the real Elder Nether Spring was hiding among them. It was exactly what the Fire Ant King was wary of. With the immense capability of a demon emperor, he would not have been blocked by the clones. But he seemed to be bound by invisible chains. There were several times when he could have broken out of the siege or implement a destructive strike on one of the clones, but he simply retreated at the most crucial moment every time. Others might have thought that he was too timid, but Li Yao knew that he was making the most sensible choice. Elder Nether Spring's tactics were very similar to Xiao Xuance's strategy in the end when he chose to hide himself among the Grand Illusionary soldiers. How come those super experts are all more cunning than me? Li Yao felt a splitting headache coming on because he discovered that he would not have too many options if he were in the Fire Ant King's place faced with such an unreasonable tactic. The total number of the Fire Ant King's 1,000 ghostly fire ants was finite after all. After multiple bombardments, the armor and the Giant of Flames were all getting much more lackluster than before. But Elder Nether Spring's clones were utterly unhurried, showing no intention to speed up the pace of attack. In the meantime, the Netherworld Watch behind him was lunging at the members of the Blade of Chaos like wolves and tigers. What should I do? Li Yao, who was observing the battle in the lower floor, thought quickly and calculated the speed and strength of all the soldiers of the Blade of Chaos and the Netherworld Watch in order to compare their overall combat ability. Almost 100 different changes of the situation popped up inside his brain at the same time. They were the most likely outcomes when he joined the battle at different timings. The Netherworld Watch is quite strong. After the enhancement of the Demon Cores, more than 10 of them have a combat ability equal to that of a Demon King. The members of the Blade of Chaos are no match for them at all. But they do not seem to be slaying the members of the Blade of Chaos, instead, knocking down and capturing them? Elder Nether Spring hasn't revealed his real capability yet. There's no telling whether or not he can summon more clones or perform an even more irresistible deadly skill. Right now, I have 3 options. Firstly, run away immediately without bothering anything. Secondly, join the battle and fight against Elder Nether Spring with the Fire Ant King. Thirdly, flee deep underground and lurk in the darkness while waiting for a better opportunity. Li Yao took a deep breath and entered the deep meditative state. In his mind, a translucent himself struggled out of his body and darted toward the depths of the darkness. He charged into the underground temple and rushed out through the holes in the dome while Elder Nether Spring and the Fire Ant King were fiercely fighting. The soldiers of the Netherworld Watch were all greatly shocked and tried to block him, but according to the data on their speed and strength that Li Yao had collected a moment ago, their blockage would be far from flawless. In the star-swallowing sea outside of the holes, a few devilish warships that belonged to Elder Nether Spring were naturally docked. However, back when Li Yao was in the building foundation stage, he had already resisted a crystal warship by himself. Right now, his combat ability was close to the nascent soul stage. If he was determined to run away, were the few devilish warships enough to stop him? Who can really block me if I want to run away? Although the star-swallowing sea and the white-silver death desert were both terrible places, Li Yao had a lot of food, drugs, and clean water preserved inside his cosmos rings, which was an unchangeable habit wherever he went. In the boundless silver desert, nothing could grow. Determination would be the real critical factor. What could Elder Nether Spring really do about him? If Elder Nether Spring concentrates his forces, he won't be able to search in every direction of the white-silver death desert, and it is very likely that I will run away successfully. If he splits his forces for the search, I will simply swallow his subordinates one after another. After the comprehensive analysis, if I choose to run away right now, the success rate will be higher than 85%. However, if he made such a decision, Li Yao would never find out Elder Nether Spring's true goal. Elder Nether Spring, as one of the 4 giants of the Blood Demon sector, surprisingly knew that he was a chaotic blood a long time ago. But instead of joining the organization of the low-level rebellion named the Blade of Chaos, he stood on the opposite side of the rebels and even established an extremely secret Netherworld Watch. Back when Li Yao was in the Heaven's Origin sector, he had learned a thing or two about the toughest special forces of the Blood Demon sector, but he had never heard the name of Netherworld Watch before. Jean Xinyue, as a saintess of the pantheon of demons, introduced the special forces and the secret legions in the entire Blood Demon sector to him in great details, too. But she did not mention anything about the Netherworld Watch either. However, the Netherworld Watch, whose soldiers were all embedded with the demon cores, were certainly the most terrifying special forces that Li Yao had seen in his life, not even one of. Forcing the extremely unsteady demon cores to output energy stably and melding them with the body of flesh and blood perfectly, such a biotechnology is definitely among the most cutting-edge ones even in the Blood Demon sector. Such a biotechnology must be supported by an enormous organization. Elder Nether Spring was determined to explore the secrets of the Blade of Chaos and even establish the Netherworld Watch in secret. What is he up to exactly? Li Yao recalled the words of Ning Zhongzi, an elder of the Blade of Chaos, again. It was said that the item they retrieved from Elder Nether Spring's laboratory could potentially change the fate of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. And Jean Xinyue had turned from a demon into a human being after absorbing the mysterious liquids. What had Elder Nether Spring been studying and planning exactly? No. After going through all the trouble to get in touch with the core secrets, I cannot escape at this moment. If I don't seize a great opportunity such as right now, it will be practically impossible for me to uncover Elder Nether Spring's secrets in the future. Then, what about fighting against Elder Nether Spring with the Fire Ant King? Li Yao thought quickly and ran another series of crazy calculations. Countless glass shadows exploded inside his brain, turning into the most brilliant diamond dust. For a moment, he was about to rush out. However, Neltharion detected keenly that quite a few strong opponents were still lurking in unknown locations. The scent that slowly leaked out from the darkness stung Li Yao's pupils like needles. He narrowed his eyes to the minimum. Elder Nether Spring has backup plans. Even if I go out and fight side by side with the Fire Ant King right now, since we have never cooperated before and we don't understand each other's strengths, the odds of success are no higher than 11%. If the odds of success were above 30%, Li Yao might have decided to take his chances. However, according to the calculations based on Elder Nether Spring's current form, even if Li Yao showed up and butchered a lot of soldiers of the Nether World Watch, the odds of success were only 11%. It was not a figure that was worth the risk. The smartest hunters and gamblers were often the most patient ones. Since the two options were both inappropriate, he could only choose the third approach. While the two demon emperors were fighting fiercely, Li Yao adjusted the position of Neltharion without alarming anybody, partly to observe the battle from a better angle, and partly to make preparations for his next move. A life-and-death battle between two demon emperors was not something that everybody had the privilege to appreciate. Every collision between the Fire Ant King and Elder Nether Spring seemed to have turned into translucent data streams that flowed into Li Yao's brain through Neltharion. He felt that he was enjoying a great meal and could not have been more satisfied. Inside the underground temple, the charges of the Fire Ant King were all pushed back by the clones of Elder Nether Spring. Except for the numerous ants that were wasted during the endeavors, neither of them made significant progress. However, the elites of the Blade of Chaos that the Fire Ant King had brought with him had almost been entirely suppressed by the Nether World Watch. The Fire Ant King was more than infuriated and lost his patience. The fire giant behind him was finally melded into his real body, which was wearing the armor of flames, before he turned into a roaring dragon and dashed toward the dome of the temple. Puh! 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 7 clones of Elder Nether Spring stood in his way, only to be destroyed unstoppably, turning to shivering smoke while the burnt bodies of ants fell to the ground like a storm. The Fire Ant King finally got rid of the harassment of Elder Nether Spring's clones and rushed toward the dome that had been drilled through by his brother. He seemed to be planning to escape through the dome. However, the moment he was closest to the dome, the head of the fiery dragon suddenly exploded, and a shooting star darted out of the head toward the east side of the temple rapidly. The cicada had gotten out of its shell. The fiery dragons made of countless thousand ghostly fire ants continued crashing toward the dome of the temple, forming furiously burning clouds in midair. In the meantime, the Fire Ant King turned into a streak of brightness and flew into the pathway that he came from. The rest of the clones of Elder Nether Spring and the soldiers of the Nether World Watch were mostly blinded by the burning clouds, and their senses were disrupted. They did not have enough time to stop him. The Fire Ant King was about to successfully escape when 3 streaks of brightness darted out of the path and hit him one after another. Boom! 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 It sounded like that the main guns of a devilish warship and a crystal warship had leaned against each other and opened fire 3 times brutally. The collision was so powerful that Li Yao suspected that the underground temple might have collapsed. Airwaves that looked like ripples resulting from the collision swept across the temple, each replacing the last like a tide. The first 2 streaks of brightness were both knocked away by the Fire Ant King, but the third one blew him backward heavily like an iron hammer. Then, 3 streaks of brightness hovered around him rapidly like 3 satellites and knitted into an impenetrable cage. The first streak of brightness was black. It was a brutal warrior more than 6 meters tall who looked like a hybrid of a Hercules beetle and longhorned beetle. The black, lumpy shell of the warrior was even more magnificent than the biggest Ares extension. What was more terrifying was that spluttering electric arcs were dancing on all the black lumps on his body, as if every bump of his body was a powerful electrode. Just like the other soldiers, the warrior was embedded with dense demon cores. His breastplate that looked like a door plank was even installed with a demon core even bigger than Li Yao's head. Li Yao found it hard to imagine what kind of demon beast such a huge demon core belonged to and how long it had taken for the demon beast to condense it. On the head of the brutal warrior that looked like a titan, 2 horns were grown like 2 long spears. Thick electric arcs were being generated between the horns and triggered a super intense attack every few seconds like the most powerful Tai lightning railgun, which slashed at the Fire Ant King like the auras of a saber or a sword. The second streak of brightness was colorful and agile. At first glance, it was an attractive beauty. Although she was only slightly more than 1 meter tall, there was not the feeling of discordance of the dwarfs in her. On the contrary, she seemed to have been shrunk to half the size of the most beautiful girl. She was wearing colorful soft gauze, and her bosoms could be vaguely seen and were almost jumping. The gauze folded into 2 enormous butterfly wings on her back. All kinds of flowers were flourishing on the wings, making them exceptionally glamorous. The dazzling colors were also flowing slowly, both like a kaleidoscope and like a splendid swirl. The butterfly demon was dancing elegantly, leaving clusters of colorful powder anywhere she reached. Li Yao noticed that the Fire Ant King was weirdly slowed down the moment he touched the powder, although his speed was rather high in the beginning. He also had an indescribable, fascinated expression on his face, as if he had been grasped by hallucinations. Those two must be the captains of the Nether World Watch. Judging from their speed and strength, they both boast the combat ability of beginning-level demon emperors. Besides, the teamwork of the two captains is quite neat. The bull-like warrior boasts tremendous physical strength and damaging abilities, but his speed and frequency of attacks are slightly low. Meanwhile, the butterfly demon is good at creating an environment with the powder where she could perform mental attacks. Even though the Fire Ant King could resist the mental attacks, he would still be slowed down and is more likely to be hit by the first captain. If I have to deal with the two captains of the Nether World Watch, I will have to keep them apart and cannot fight against them at the same time. Li Yao only thought briefly about the plan before the third streak of brightness had hit the Fire Ant King hard. Without the enhancement of the 1,000 ghostly fire ants, and after fighting the clones of Elder Nether Spring for such a long time, the Fire Ant King was already reaching his limits. Besides, the capability of his enemy was higher than his in the first place. After the blow, all the fire on his body faded away. In midair, the streak of green brightness condensed into Elder Nether Spring's real body. He took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly bulged as he blew out an overwhelming storm of green ants from his mouth toward the Fire Ant King. The moment the hurricane of the green ants blew out, more than 10 sharp electric arcs also spurted out of the two spear-like horns of the Hercules beetle, taking the shape of various kinds of blades in midair and bombarding the Fire Ant King non-stop. In the meantime, a large cluster of powder was shaken off the colorful wings of the butterfly demon and split into dozens of mirages that looked like agile ghosts, harassing the Fire Ant King. The Fire Ant King bellowed and focused whatever was left of his 1,000 ghostly fire ants on his hands. He then bashed the hurricane of green ants hard, breaking them apart. However, the split green ants simply tied up all the 1,000 ghostly fire ants as if they were branching vines. More than 10 marvelous weapons that were the lightnings of the Hercules beetle hit the Fire Ant King overwhelmingly. The mysterious shadows created by the powder of the butterfly demon covered the facial organs of the Fire Ant King like a haunting ghost. The Fire Ant King grunted and was slowed down. The antennae on his forehead were shaking at a lower and lower speed because of the corruption of the powder. Ho! The Hercules beetle opened his arms, the demon core on his breastplate that was even larger than Li Yao's head shining brilliantly like the main gun of a fully charged crystal warship. After an ear-splitting roar, a lead gray pillar of light suddenly burst out of his chest and darted toward the Fire Ant King straightly. Harassed by the mysterious illusions, the Fire Ant King sensed nothing of the incoming attack and was hit precisely. His skin and shell were all broken apart, burnt, and vaporized. In the meantime, Elder Nether Spring condensed 9 clones with the phantom green ants and dashed toward the Fire Ant King from various directions. The clones appeared to be ghosts without entities. They passed through the Fire Ant King time and time again. After every pierce, the aura of the Fire Ant King weakened a little bit. Not long later, the Fire Ant King was already riddled with holes and fell down from midair, barely recognizable. Lock! Elder Nether Spring's 10 fingers blossomed like a lotus and made dozens of hand seals within a breath. He snapped his fingers and sent almost 100 tiny seeds into the Fire Ant King's body. A moment later, the seeds rooted and sprouted, growing into bright green veins. The newly grown veins pierced through the Fire Ant King's internal organs and all his joints, especially the critical parts such as the shoulders and the knees. They even pierced in and out multiple times in order to tie up the Fire Ant King's limbs tightly. Some of the veins even climbed on the Fire Ant King's head like vipers and crawled into his mouth and nose. Along with the pace of Elder Nether Spring's breath, the veins were fluctuating with green liquids that could have been blood or poison. As a demon emperor, the Fire Ant King had extremely strong vitality. Despite the thunderous strike of the Hercules beetle and the repetitive piercing by Elder Nether Spring's clones, he was back to himself quickly. However, the weird seeds and veins were like the strongest shackles, rendering him unable to move and grumbling in excruciating pain with his eyes almost bulging out. Li Yao felt that his blood was boiling while he observed the battle from the lower floor. This was the first time that he had ever observed two unparalleled experts in the Demon Emperor level fighting unreservedly. Compared to the cultivators, the demons were utilizing the spiritual energy in a cunning and weird way. The eye-opening methods of attack and the bizarre-looking biochemical beasts were all unimaginable for Li Yao in the past. The seeds that Elder Nether Spring shot out turned out to contain weird poison that could transform the Fire Ant King's blood into a lethal venomous liquid. The Fire Ant King would be restrained by himself. Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue. However, the mental devils imply sneered. Petty tricks. Not worth mentioning at all. I would very much like to know the taste of the seeds right now. Li Yao immediately disapproved of the idea and concentrated all his computational ability on Neltharion. Neltharion stuck close to the wall of the temple and slithered upwards without anybody noticing. The capture of the Fire Ant King marked the end of the Blade of Chaos resistance. Very soon, the Netherworld Watch had the situation under control. His hands behind his back, Elder Nether Spring glanced over the underground temple casually. His eyes were particularly deep and dark when he stopped at the magnificent statue of the Pangu clan at the center of the temple. Dozens of dark, green beetles were hovering around the two captains of the Netherworld Watch. The beetles all had translucent bellies that were embedded with crystals and carved with multiple neatly made serial rune arrays. The bellies of some of the beetles were uttering sounds, indicating that they were messengers. The Hercules beetle was issuing commands toward almost 10 communication bugs. Team A, you have 3 hours to clean up the entire Mausoleum of Chaos and search for the remnants of the Blade of Chaos to ensure the safety of the place. Team B, set up a camp in the southwest of the underground temple and lock up all the captives after identifying them. The Blade of Chaos kidnapped a lot of our specialists from Bone Sand City. Find out where the specialists are and make sure that they are properly treated. Team C, build a temporary floating island on the star-swallowing sea right now and search the water area and the white-silver death desert 500 square kilometers around us, in case the remnants of the Blade of Chaos are hiding in those places. Next to him, the butterfly demon also issued orders to the communication bugs calmly. Team D, set up temporary research rooms in the southeast corner of the underground temple and start analyzing and studying on the spot. Team E, follow Team A and excavate everything inside the Mausoleum of Chaos while making sure that you are safe. Team F, stick together with Team E, note that active demonic artifacts and viruses might still exist in the Mausoleum of Chaos. Isolate and extinguish them immediately should you find any. Elder. After giving out the orders, the two captains bowed to Elder Nether Spring respectfully. In 3 hours, the Mausoleum of Chaos will be ours. Excellent. Elder Nether Spring nodded. Despot, Swirl, job well done. Now, escort the Fire Ant King to our warship. A lot of stuff in his head will prove to be very useful for us. Understood. Understood. The Hercules beetle named Despot and the butterfly demon addressed as Swirl moved the Fire Ant King, who was no better than a corpse, to a metal stretcher. They then imposed almost 20 chains carved with spiritual stripes upon the stretcher before personally carrying the Fire Ant King to the surface, one in the front and the other in the back. Now is the time. On the second floor, Li Yao's temples were bouncing crazily, and his heart was almost breaking out of his ribs. He decided to make the riskiest gamble. He maneuvered Neltharion and tailed Despot and Swirl secretly. Despot and Swirl were not really two demon emperors. However, after the enhancement of the demon cores, they were very close to the stage, and their senses were extremely keen. He might have been discovered by them if he was careless for one moment. However, their attention was focused on the Fire Ant King, and their vigilance was lowered after a clean, crushing victory. They did not notice that they were being followed at all. Elder Nether Spring also did not expect that a weirdo named Li Yao was hiding in the Blade of Chaos besides the Fire Ant King, who was a demon emperor, with a piece of magical equipment from the peak era of the Star Ocean Imperium named Neltharion. His whole computational ability was dedicated to his current plans. It also escaped his attention that a super tiny starship was slithering stealthily in the air. Despot and Swirl slowly ascended to the ground through the holes on the dome of the temple. Neltharion closely followed them like their shadow. The vertical holes only had limited space. There was no room for dodging at all. Although Neltharion was in the stealth mode, Despot and Swirl would certainly detect it if they sensed something wrong and blew out their demonic energy for scanning. Thankfully, as the captains of the Nether World Watch, they were both occupied with administrative affairs. Communication bugs were flying to and from them all the way, carrying their subordinates' feedback and their instructions. While they were too busy sending out commands, they had no time to bother about their backs, which were supposed to be absolutely safe. At the end of the hole was a soft tube leaning upwards. Li Yao estimated that it was connected to a devilish warship. As he expected, a moment later, they appeared inside a devilish warship. The warship was more than 10 times larger than the sky-hunting warship of the Blade of Chaos, with endless pathways around that made it as complicated as a labyrinth. Following Despot and Swirl, Neltharion took multiple turns and passed through the solid defense lines made of the soldiers of the Nether World Watch before it reached a specially made prison cell at the end of a pathway. The prison cell looked like the stomach of a certain enormous demon beast. It was sticky and damp, with green corrosive liquids filling up the lower part, blocked by rails that looked like tusks. Li Yao noticed that Swirl touched a piece of pinky meat that was next to the prison cell softly like a feather. Then, the tusks of the room immediately retracted themselves, revealing a hole that could only allow one individual to pass through. Is this prison cell a living creature? Li Yao memorized the special technique through which Swirl touched the soft meat. Despot and Swirl threw the Fire Ant King as well as the stretcher into the prison cell. Countless tentacles immediately grew out of the walls and held the stretcher in midair. The tentacles were similar to the synthesized nerves, with neurons all over them, which made them extremely sensitive. Anything that approached them would trigger their reactions. The lower half-body of the Fire Ant King was soaked in the acids. Burning sounds were echoing non-stop, and black smoke was even popping up from the pool. Half a day ago, the guy had still been dreaming about leading the Blade of Chaos to its rise, but right now, he had already ended up a prisoner. His mind seemed to be even more devastated than his depressed face. He had completely lost his fighting will and lowered his head. His antennae dangled down from his forehead like two pieces of rotten wood. The moment the tusk cage was to be closed, Li Yao riskily steered Neltharion in. The tusk cage showed no response. Despot and Swirl did not notice anything wrong either. They simply summoned a team of the Nether World Watch and reminded them of something before they walked away. It appeared that they were quite confident in Elder Nether Spring's barriers. Li Yao heaved a long sigh of relief. The most dangerous step had finally been accomplished, however dangerous the process was. Right then, he heard the deafening noises of the functioning lifts leading to the floor that he was in. The Netherworld Watch has come down to search for the remnants of the Blade of Chaos. The few elites of the Blade of Chaos around Li Yao were all at a loss. Naturally, Li Yao would rather not wait to be captured by them there. He pretended to be panicked and screamed before he dashed into the darkness of the second floor. The elites of the Blade of Chaos all realized that it was not good. Looking at each other in bewilderment, they shouted and dispersed. In the darkness, Li Yao's bloody eye was glittering like a shivering red star while he rushed in the darkness. At that moment, his eye named Neltharion was still in the tusk cage that locked the Fire Ant King. So, it was impossible for him to detect the situation inside the temple, but thankfully, the Fire Ant King had transmitted a large number of maps of the Mausoleum of Chaos over to him, which made him able to find his way. Maps. Not good. Li Yao thought quickly and soon realized that, since such a map was sent over to an ordinary member easily, it was certainly not the complete map. Besides, if Li Yao had access to such a map, the elites of the Blade of Chaos must have the same map, too. Since they had mostly been captured by the Netherworld Watch right now, as long as there were experts adept at mental attacks, the enemy would soon retrieve the map. Then, the Netherworld Watch only needed to follow the map if they wanted to clear every corner of the Mausoleum of Chaos easily. I have to hide myself in a pathway or room that is not marked on the map. Li Yao accelerated his speed to maximum and upgraded his optical cells and nerves. The darkness of the pathway was no longer a hindrance for him. While rushing forward, he calculated the route that he had just passed and checked it with the map that the Fire Ant King offered to him, trying to figure out a new direction. Shouts and screams could vaguely be heard behind him. The few elites of the Blade of Chaos must have been discovered. Li Yao had no doubt about their loyalty to God Chaos, but against the soul-searching techniques, it would be difficult for them to conceal the fact that one of their companions was still on the run. He had to find a shelter quickly. Half an hour later, after running around the maze-like Mausoleum of Chaos multiple times, and when the footsteps and the noises of shells rubbing the wall were drawing close to him, Li Yao finally found a pathway that was not marked on the map. Without any hesitation, Li Yao crawled into the pathway, embraced by the damp, suffocating air. Very soon, Li Yao realized why the pathway was not marked on the map. It was because the pathway was a drainage canal. The Mausoleum of Chaos had been built below the star-swallowing sea. The designers clearly considered what to do if the upper part of the mausoleum collapsed and the lake water poured in. Therefore, a lot of drainage canals had been established on every floor of the Mausoleum of Chaos. Some of the main drainage canals that were larger in diameter were marked on the map, but the secondary drainage canals that were no larger than capillary vessels were simply ignored. Since it was a drainage canal, the front would certainly not be a dead end, which met Li Yao's demands precisely. He stuck close to the wall of the drainage canal and turned off every pore on his body while minimizing his heartbeat and the movement of his internal organs. He even compressed his computational ability in order to reduce the flow of the blood in his brain and the heat that his brain emitted. Li Yao forced himself to become a cold rock and integrate with the environment. When he finally adjusted his body temperature to 13 degrees, which was the environment temperature, and closed the last pore on his body, hasty footsteps echoed outside of the drainage canal. The next moment, a few black beetles flew in. The beetles were only the size of thumbs, but their heads were embedded with bright yellow crystals that were shooting out beams of light like searchlights. The interconnecting beams of light drove away the dark fog in front of the drainage canal. Except for the dry moss and the mud, nothing was found at all. Li Yao appeared to be a frozen statue, but his heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt. The spiritual energy all over his body was ready. Should the light of the black beetles have passed him, he would have immediately crushed the beetles and launched his strongest strike to blow up the entrance of the drainage canal before running away from the other side of it. Thankfully, due to the vastness of the Mausoleum of Chaos, in order to complete the search in 3 hours, the Netherworld Watch had to increase their speed and could not scrutinize every nook and cranny. One of the lights narrowly brushed past Li Yao's head and almost touched his hair. But very soon, the three beetles all flew back. Li Yao maintained a frozen expression and posture. Even his eyelids seemed to have become made of iron. He did not move his body at all until 10 minutes later when the footsteps gradually left the area. Finally, he expanded the pores on his body one by one again. Sitting cross-legged, Li Yao took a deep breath. Although he was in the middle of a cold, humid drainage canal, he still put on a smile in great relief. The enemy was in the light while he walked in the shadows. Elder Nether Spring thought that he had everything under his control. He would never expect that such a dangerous variable named Li Yao was still lurking in the depths of the Mausoleum of Chaos. The game was finally back to the pace that Li Yao was familiar with. Let's analyze the situation first. Firstly, since Elder Nether Spring has put so much efforts into the Mausoleum of Chaos, he is clearly very interested in the legacy of Chaos, too. Chances are that he is even going to study the tomb on the spot and move all the valuable treasures within the Mausoleum of Chaos back to his place. Secondly, with Elder Nether Spring's identity and social position, it is very unlikely that he will spend all his time in this place. In another few days, he will have to return to the pantheon of demons. Otherwise, the other demon emperors will certainly grow suspicious of him. When Elder Nether Spring is away and all that is left is the Nether World Watch to defend the place, I will be able to do a lot of things. After figuring everything out, Li Yao was even calmer than before. He took out a huge amount of high-nutrition food and refilled himself, planning to fight a protracted battle against Elder Nether Spring. At this moment, he suddenly frowned because the other picture inside his brain was a bit weird. On the devilish warship right above his head, inside the tusk cage, Neltharion had been lurking in a corner of the cage in absolute stillness, fearing that it might be discovered. However, after the experts such as Despot and Swirl all left, the Fire Ant King, who had been as silent as rotten wood, suddenly raised his head. There was still nothing but gloom and desperation on his face. Even his eyes had changed into a lethargic gray color. But the pair of gray eyes now gazed at Neltharion without blinking at all. At first, Li Yao thought that it was a coincidence. But the Fire Ant King stared at Neltharion for more than 10 minutes, without even moving his neck. Li Yao could not help it any longer and steered Neltharion to move for 1 centimeter in midair. The Fire Ant King's eyes moved 0.1 degrees and locked onto Neltharion again. Have I been discovered? Li Yao felt dizzy. He could not figure out at all why the Fire Ant King could perceive Neltharion when Elder Nether Spring, Despot, and Swirl all failed to. However, Li Yao's plan required the cooperation of the Fire Ant King. Or rather, faced with the formidable enemies such as Elder Nether Spring and the Nether World Watch, it was inevitable that he got in touch with the Fire Ant King. Even if the Fire Ant King did not find him, he would have to find a way to catch his attention through Neltharion, too. However, how exactly were the two of them going to communicate? In the beginning, Li Yao had not expected that the Fire Ant King would be locked up in such a weird cage. If it were an ordinary prison cell, Li Yao could have flown Neltharion to the Fire Ant King's chest or back and communicated with him directly via writing. But right now, the Fire Ant King's body was connected to highly sensitive nerves. Chances were that his every breath and heartbeat would be recorded precisely. Any irregular movement would certainly raise the suspicion of the guards. Right then, Li Yao noticed that the Fire Ant King suddenly blinked his half-closed eyes. Then, he bulged his eyes and coughed in great pain. While he was coughing hard, his eyeballs were shivering rapidly, now to left and now to right. What's the meaning of this? Li Yao did not dare to ignore his action. After observing for a moment, Li Yao realized that the Fire Ant King's eyes were moving in a very special pattern. If his pupils were regarded as the point of a pen, every movement of his eyes was actually writing a stroke. Left, down, slash, backslash, dot. The closing of eyelids marked the end of a character. Although there were dozens of combinations of the same strokes, Li Yao was able to deduce all the possible results with his tremendous computational ability and assemble them. After thousands of attempts within a breath, he read a sentence from the Fire Ant King's eyes. "Fly to my chest." Li Yao pondered for a moment. It was necessary for him to establish communication with the Fire Ant King under the noise of the Nether World Watch, and if the Fire Ant King coughed hard and rolled his eyes for a long time, even a moron would know that the prisoner was up to something. Li Yao had no choice but to steer Neltharion to approach the Fire Ant King's chest, passing through the highly sensitive nerves one after another prudently. Then, Li Yao sensed that a stream of vague demonic energy leaked out of the Fire Ant King's chest and touched Neltharion's shell softly like cotton. Demonic energy? The Fire Ant King can still trigger the demonic energy? How is that possible? Li Yao was greatly surprised. Everything was now easier now that the Fire Ant King could still trigger his demonic energy. Neltharion was a training ship in the Star Ocean Empyrean and equaled to a mini-version of Sparkle. It boasted all the functions that a real crystal warship did. When Li Yao was in the building foundation stage, he could only activate the most fundamental functions and let Neltharion serve as a scouting ship in the stealth mode. Now that Li Yao was close to the nascent soul stage, he was able to activate more functions on Neltharion. Neltharion was enveloped by the invisible demonic energy. Because of the short distance, the precise changes of the demonic energy could form simple strokes like just before, and Li Yao could observe them to form complete sentences. In the same way, there were a lot of turrets and stabilizer fins on the surface of Neltharion that could stand for different strokes when they were moving, too. Li Yao moved 3 turrets and stabilizer fins, and gave a specific stroke to every movement. By drawing, he slowly finished a sentence. Do you understand? The changes of Neltharion could be accurately fed back to the Fire Ant King's demonic energy. After groping for more than 10 minutes, the Fire Ant King rubbed the shell of Neltharion with his demonic energy. I do. Every sentence of the communication would consume a huge amount of time and computational ability. But in such a way, the two of them finally reached out to each other right under the nose of Elder Nether Spring. After figuring out the mechanism of communication, the Fire Ant King could not wait but shiver his demonic energy, asking, "Who are you? Be clear about the situation." "I'm the only one who can save you right now," Li Yao snapped mercilessly, "so I'm going to ask the questions, and you will answer them." The Fire Ant King blinked. There was indifference that resulted from the deepest desperation on his face, but his demonic energy trembled rapidly and formed a silent refutation. Hilarious. You have escaped the attention of Elder Nether Spring and the Nether World Watch, indicating that you must be in the Demon Emperor stage. Would a Demon Emperor jump out of nowhere and risk offending Elder Nether Spring and rescuing me just because of his sense of justice? You are here to rescue me because it concerns your own interest. Therefore, you are not my lifesaver but merely a partner for me. Li Yao sneered. Even if we are partners, you are now on the weak side and have no chips to bargain with me at all. You have only one chance. It depends on you whether we make a deal or not. If we split apart right now, naturally, I will suffer losses, but your losses will certainly be no less than mine. The Fire Ant King pondered for a moment and then replied frankly as soon as he made up his mind. All right. You ask, I answer. You are certainly not as feeble as you appear to be. Li Yao immediately said. You are concealing part of your strength. Why? The former part of the sentence was not a question but a statement. Li Yao's real question was only the reason. It's simple. The Fire Ant King replied casually. The moment Elder Nether Spring showed up, I knew that I was already crushed. Nether Spring must have been preparing traps since a long time ago. Right then, since he came to openly fight against me, he certainly had thorough plans. Even if I tried my best to counterattack, I would have been screwed anyway. Why would I struggle so hard if so? It was obviously a better idea to reserve part of my strength and mislead Nether Spring. Should there be any new changes later, there would be a slim chance that I might reverse the outcome of the battle. Look, although the communication with Shivering Air could not express the action of laughing out aloud, Li Yao could feel the delight in the Fire Ant King's information. Hasn't a change appeared now already? Li Yao thought for a moment and said, I can deal with Elder Nether Spring together with you, but I have to know the relationship between two brothers and chaos first. It's too complicated, the Fire Ant King replied. Where do I begin? From the very beginning. You are free to tell lies, as long as you are confident that your theory makes sense, Li Yao said coldly. The Fire Ant King pondered for a moment and sighed. It all began a long, long time ago in a place far, far away. At that time, Nether Spring and I were not dominators of the insect clan yet, merely two generals fighting on the front line. In this world, the strong prey on the weak, and the final winner will be the king. Even without the total war against the Heaven's Origin sector, the internal strife has been unceasing, with bloodshed everywhere. Nether Spring and I were silver blood demons on the surface, but we were the side descendants of a big family. Because of our distinguished capability, the main descendants were wary of us and even framed us up by assigning a suicidal mission to us. During the perilous mission, we were ambushed by the elites of the enemy, and our troops were entirely wiped out. Nether Spring and I managed to break out of the siege, but we were separated from each other because of the havoc of the battlefield. I was heavily wounded, surrounded, chased, and blocked by the enemy. I fled to a cliff by myself. Having nowhere to run to, I was unwilling to fall into the hands of the enemy because I knew that endless suffering would be waiting for me. Therefore, I simply jumped off the cliff, hoping to get a clean death. But I did not expect that weird winds and turbulence that looked like a giant swirl were right below the cliff. They brought me into a mysterious cave that was hidden inside the crags. It was a residence of chaos. Li Yao frowned. A residence of chaos? In today's words, the Fire Ant King said, it was sort of a research center of chaos. Chaos was not only the code name of an individual but also the name of an enormous organization. During the early stages of the Demon Beast Empire 40,000 years ago, the Blood Demon sector was the last base of resistance for the organization. Therefore, residences of chaos are all over the Blood Demon sector. Research centers, magical equipment warehouses, weapon factories, training fields, you name it. The Mausoleum of Chaos is just one of the residences that was the largest in scale, highest in level, and supervised by Chaos in person. Manipulating Neltharion, Li Yao slowly lowered the main gun of the warship, as if he were nodding his head, and gestured for the Fire Ant King to continue. This particular residence was not large, but the secret treasures inside the residence were great eye-openers for me. At that time, I was heavily wounded, and my head was muddled. Remembering that my enemy was close behind me, I thought that I should look for a suitable weapon. As a result, when I picked up a rusted ancient sword, my finger was accidentally cut by it. My blood turned bright purple, mixed with a greasily smell, when it flowed out of the wound. I remember the smell clearly even to this day. The bright purple blood was soon absorbed by the ancient sword. It seemed to be connected to my mind and became an extension of my limbs. Moreover, a lot of brutal sword techniques were also sent over to me. Other than the secret training arts from 40,000 years ago, more importantly, I discovered a few dead bodies inside the residence and found the coordinates of a few other residences of chaos from them. Perhaps because the ancient sword had drained me, I fell into coma. When I was back to myself, I found myself floating inside the surging river right below the cliff and struggling hard. Ferocious demon beasts below the river were even biting my feet. I was dragged to the bottom of the river by the demon beasts. Believing that I was doomed, I slashed crazily with the ancient sword that was connected to me, hoping that I should at least kill some of them before I was killed. Eventually, I was exhausted and passed out again. When I woke up the second time, I found that Nether Spring was carrying me and running inside a forest staggeringly. According to Nether Spring, he had found me in the river shoal, and the cliff behind me had already collapsed. Later, after 3 months hunting and escaping, we were lucky enough to make it back to the Nether Spring Kingdom. With the marvelous achievements during the operation, Nether Spring and I finally gained a firm position in our family and started rising up. Eventually, 7 years later, the main descendants of the family who set us up years ago had all been butchered by us. However, the residence of chaos that I found in the cliff was like a haunting dream for me, which I couldn't let go of day and night. The records inside the residence that were completely different from the traditional theories of the blood demon sector always felt fresh to me. If it were a different silver blood demon, they might not have thought too much of it and just believed that they were unbelievably fortunate. But there was another great secret about me. You were observing next to us when I was fighting Nether Spring just now, weren't you? Then you must have seen my ugly tail. Huh. The heavens played a terrible prank on me. I am not a pure silver blood demon but an untouchable chaotic blood demon. The two things combined made me uninterested in the competition for power in the Nether Spring Kingdom. I found an opportunity and left the Nether Spring Kingdom. I traveled alone for a while, under the pretext that I was training in solitude, but I was in fact visiting the other residences of chaos. Because of the passage of time and the change of terrain, several residences of chaos had already been buried, leaving no traces. But still, I managed to excavate some of them. I received tremendous resources and information from those residences. With the resources, I established Void Turmoil City and my own forces. Then, I gathered the scattered organizers of the believers of chaos in the world and set up the Blade of Chaos. After the Blade of Chaos took shape, it was much more convenient to excavate the residences of chaos. After combining all the pieces that I had found, I gradually noticed the Mausoleum of Chaos. It was said that the Mausoleum of Chaos was the biggest bureau of the organization of chaos 40,000 years ago and the place where chaos was buried. His legacy boasted such tremendous strength that whoever inherited it would be able to change the world. At that time, the integration of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector was already unstoppable. Countless low-level demons were being obliterated in the battlefield like cannon fodder. The Blade of Chaos reached the most perilous moment. I had no choice except to excavate the Mausoleum of Chaos at whatever cost. Then, I received a piece of very interesting news. Nether Spring was interested in chaos, too. He had even created his own research centers for related studies, and some of his findings even surpassed mine. I thought hard for a long time. Finally, it occurred to me that Nether Spring might have entered the residence years ago, too, and discovered part of the secrets of chaos, but he lied to me that the residence had collapsed. At that time, I had been heavily wounded. Naturally, I could not return and check whether or not the residence was still there. Years later, when I visited the place again, the cliff had indeed collapsed, but it was also possible that Nether Spring had demolished it later. After realizing that, I immediately regarded Nether Spring as the most dangerous enemy and decided to strike his research with my best. I could not allow to let him learn the mysteries of chaos earlier than I did. But I did not know that everything had been within his calculations and that I was being manipulated by him step by step all the time. You have seen what has become of me and my cause right now. After hearing that, Liao finally understood the grudge between Elder Nether Spring and the Fire Ant King. Thinking for a moment, he asked, "You stole a bottle of mysterious liquid from Nether Spring's laboratory in Bone Sand City. What is it exactly?" The Fire Ant King was dazed for a moment, with astonishment slightly beaming out of his eyes. He did not expect that the mysterious expert would even know such a thing. After pondering carefully for a moment, he still decided to tell the truth. The liquid is named Divine Blood of Chaos. Of course, it is not the real blood of chaos but an antidote, or rather, reduction drug. Reduction drug? Li Yao chewed on the name. What will it reduce? Reduce the genes to their original appearance, the Fire Ant King said calmly. Our training methodology highlights the build-up and modification on genes directly, but the gene strands and cells are a precise whole. One moment of carelessness or distraction, and the gene strands might be overly stimulated, resulting in the collapse of cells and terrible consequences that follow. The Organization of Chaos possesses various secret techniques to refine genes and all kinds of bizarre viruses that are extremely dangerous. Just now, in the Mausoleum of Chaos, one of my subordinates was accidentally scratched by the claw of a dead body. Although the wound was as thin as hair and it was not even bleeding, the weird virus still snuck into his body and overly stimulated his cells. Li Yao frowned. What will happen if the cells are overly stimulated? Imagine you are a general and the cells and genes all over your body are your soldiers, the Fire Ant King said coldly. Under normal circumstances, you would want to slightly stimulate the soldiers, to make them more hot-blooded, excited, and fearless, so that their combat ability be significantly boosted. You would even want some of the soldiers to mutate and grow into captains, centurions, and even chili arches quickly, wouldn't you? However, if you overly stimulate them and all the soldiers are caught in delirium, refusing to listen to your command at all, what will happen? Your army will collapse and retrograde into lawless, murderous bandits who will soon be killed by their own insanity. It is exactly so for the excessive stimulation of cells. The cells will go out of control and act on their own. They will exploit all the energy inside your body and rage like a volcanic eruption. Sometimes, even when the master is dead, the cells remain alive and attack those around them out of natural instincts. The master is dead while the cells are still alive? Li Yao was greatly alarmed. Exactly, the Fire Ant King said. Individuals in such a state cannot be called corpses, they are amalgamations of cells, or to put it more accurately, the amalgamations of hungry, crazy cells. Their only instinct is to proliferate, expand, and infect. All the living creatures around them will be their targets. By biting the victims, they spread out the craziness as far away as possible. Li Yao gasped. And the reduction drug can suppress the cell mutations? Yes, the Fire Ant King said. The reduction drug can reduce the overly stimulated genes to their original status and pacify the simmering cells. Therefore, it is the antidote for all kinds of genetic mutations. To make poison, one must prepare an antidote first. Since the Organization of Chaos was running a large-scale research center in this place, they were naturally prepared for the loss of control of the virus and its infection. The reduction drugs had been produced in advance in case of such emergencies. I knew that we would run into a lot of unexpected dangers during the exploration of the Mausoleum of Chaos. Should anybody come into contact with the virus, only the reduction drug would be able to save their life. That was why I tried my best to steal the reduction drug from Nether Springs Laboratory. However, it was looted halfway through the transportation. Li Yao's eyes were glittering. How much of the reduction drug is there? As far as I know, there is only one bottle, the Fire Ant King said. However, Nether Spring seems to have been working on the synthesized reduction drug, although I don't know his progress. The good thing is, though, 1 gram of the reduction drug is enough to soothe simmer cells in most cases. Li Yao thought for a moment and spoke again. What if somebody absorbs an entire bottle of reduction drug? The Fire Ant King blinked and moved his demonic energy as he said slowly, their cells and genes will be completely restored to the original appearance. If a demon has an excessive dosage, they will probably turn into a human being, just like you. If he were not in the darkness of dead silence, Li Yao would have let out an exclamation. Yet, he showed no response on the surface and shook Neltharion calmly. What do you mean? The Fire Ant King still appeared to be a burnt trunk, but Li Yao had felt his sense of satisfaction because he was taking over the situation through the shivering demonic energy. I've been curious since the very beginning. Even though you are an expert in the Demon Emperor stage, how could Nether Spring not have noticed you? But now, I've finally figured out that, although Elder Nether Spring was cautious enough to search for the spreading demonic energy nearby, it was not demonic energy but extremely feeble spiritual waves that you released. No wonder Nether Spring overlooked you. Although I cannot see the real appearance of the magical equipment, it is now enveloped in my demonic energy, which allows me to feel its every detail. The general shape and refining style of the magical equipment are similar to those of crystal warships of human beings and nowhere close to the fashion of the demon race. The shell that looks like dragon scales is clearly the distinctive feature of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. If my guess is correct, it must be a piece of training magical equipment, isn't it? Although I can't tell its specific model, it is doubtlessly a certain multipurpose exploration starship of the Star Ocean Imperium. Li Yao was not moved. He said coldly, a piece of magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium, even if it is, cannot prove that I am a human being. Too many demons are using the magical equipment from mankind. Indeed. After a moment's thought, the Fire Ant King said slowly. Magical equipment of mankind can be used by demons, too. But your manipulation over the training starship is so marvelous that you are spinning the turrets and the stabilizer fins as if they are your fingers, which is certainly not doable for anybody. You must have received the highest control permissions of the training starship. Demons were the mortal enemies of mankind in the Star Ocean Imperium. There is no way that a training starship of the Star Ocean Imperium would allow a demon to get the highest clearances. Besides, impressive as your skills might be, you barely knew anything about the basic concepts that I intentionally threw out to you a moment ago, and you simply kept asking me. All things considered, I don't have a second guess on your identity now. Li Yao secretly spat. The Fire Ant King's mediocre performance during his fight against Elder Nether Spring had misled him and made him underestimate the Master of Void Turmoil City subconsciously. He did not notice the traps at all. The demonic energy of the Fire Ant King was still shivering. See? The exchange of information is always bidirectional. Those who seem to be raising questions are sometimes offering answers without them knowing. It's getting more and more interesting now. A human expert has successfully snuck into the Blood Demon sector and even joined the exploration of the Mausoleum of Chaos. What is it that you and the force that you represent want? Li Yao neither acknowledged his identity nor denied it. Taking a long breath, he asked the most important question for him. According to you, the divine blood of chaos can reduce demons into human beings, which means that the same origin theory is correct. Demons used to be human beings, or rather, they are mutations of human beings, right? Yes, the Fire Ant King admitted frankly. The demon did not evolve from demon beasts, we are mutations of human beings. That is the conclusion that I've made after decades of research. Nether Spring must have drawn a similar conclusion, too. Li Yao's head was dizzy. The turrets and stabilizer finds of Neltharion shivered rapidly. Why? I would like to know the reason, too, the Fire Ant King replied. That's why I came to this place, to look for an answer. Do the members of the Blade of Chaos know the truth? Li Yao asked again. The Fire Ant King rolled his gray eyes and said, not yet. I plan to publicize the truth to everybody after we excavated the sacred body of God Chaos and found the answer to the mutation tens of thousands years ago. Li Yao took a long breath and asked, if demons are really mutations of human beings, and everybody is the same species, I don't see any reason why the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector must start a war that will destroy both worlds. With a hint of mockery in his eyes, the Fire Ant King replied casually, it is exactly because we are the same species, and we need air, water, land, minerals and other resources at the same time, that a war will break out. If demons are really demons, a completely different life form different from mankind that feasts upon rocks or electromagnetic waves, a war will be highly unnecessary. Li Yao was lost for words. He pondered for a moment and asked, will the Blade of Chaos stand against the Star Glory Federation? With a bitter smile, the Fire Ant King asked back, is the Blade of Chaos qualified to stand against the Star Glory Federation? The answer was not within Li Yao's expectation. But on second thought, it was quite right. Whatever the Fire Ant King was thinking now, the Blade of Chaos barely had any strength left right now. All right. Li Yao said. I can save you, on the condition that you tell me everything you know, especially the information regarding the Mausoleum of Chaos. Then, we will discuss how we can better take advantage of Elder Nether Spring. Their conversation was conducted through the shivering demonic energy and the turning turrets. Every word required dozens of times shivers and turns. Besides, the Fire Ant King was tied up by highly sensitive synthesized nerves and, therefore, did not dare to shiver greatly at all. The speed of communication was extremely low. The dialogue just now seemed to be witty and brief, but it actually took them quite a few hours. Thankfully, Elder Nether Spring and the Nether World Watch were too busy excavating and exploring the Mausoleum of Chaos to care about his dear brother. The two of them had plenty of time to talk with each other freely. However, after almost 20 hours of communication, they seemed to be running out of luck. Tremendous demonic energy approached the tusk cage. It's Nether Spring. The Fire Ant King immediately stopped shivering his demonic energy. His heart palpitating, Li Yao steered Neltharion to hide behind the Fire Ant King's back. Crack! The tusk cage slowly opened like a bloody mouth. Elder Nether Spring lowered his head and crawled in. The white, cold tusks closed behind him one after another, not leaving the tiniest gap. Elder Nether Spring was wearing a satisfied expression, indicating that he had come back with loads of trophies. With such a smile, he stared at his blood brother, whom he had risked his life rescuing, with glamorous colors in his eyes. There was no telling what was on his mind. But the Fire Ant King suddenly burst out. The Fire Ant King's limbs bulged to twice their normal size, and his joints all bent in the wrong direction. His thick tail whipped thunderously in midair, breaking the synthesized nerves that tied up his body apart. The shackles deeply buried into his body flashed in glamorous brilliance as a series of spiritual stripes were activated to the maximum before they were shattered all of a sudden. The broken pieces raged inside the narrow cage like bullets. For a moment, the entire prison cell was filled up by the Fire Ant King's eruptive demonic energy. He was about to break free and pierce toward Elder Nether Spring like a shining tusk. However, when he was one step away from Elder Nether Spring, the veins that Elder Nether Spring planted into his body earlier suddenly jerked up. The green venom inside the veins was flowing 10 times faster than before, like leeches that had drunk enough blood and turned into hideous serpents. All the vigor of the Fire Ant King seemed to be absorbed by the terrifying serpents. His body suddenly withered, and his skin became wrinkled. His demonic energy instantly vanished, and he tripped over, falling into the cold acid, only to be pulled back by the elastic synthesized nerves and tied up in midair again. Li Yao was secretly surprised. The Fire Ant King's actions seemed to be reckless, but Li Yao knew that the strike was far from the best he could make. Judging from the delicate control over his demonic energy during their conversation, he was certainly reserving his strength. He was misleading Elder Nether Spring even now. Besides, after his desperate struggle, the demonic energy was raging inside the cage. Everything was in disorder, which was convenient for Li Yao to further hide Neltharion. The Fire Ant King is trying to cause mayhem so that his brother won't notice Neltharion. Li Yao thought quickly and soon realized what was happening. However, with Elder Nether Spring standing next to it, he did not dare to move Neltharion at all, much less communicate with the Fire Ant King. After the Fire Ant King's final strike failed, he seemed to be grasped by the utmost desperation. He lowered his head and uttered miserable laughs. Elder Nether Spring raised an eyebrow and casually asked, "What are you laughing for?" "I'm afraid that this is the sincerest moment between the two of us over the past decades." We are finally able to be frank, without disguises and lies. Shouldn't I laugh? Elder Nether Spring did not realize that his brother would admit his failure so quickly. Rolling his eyes slightly, Elder Nether Spring was deep in thought. His voice turned gentler as he said slowly, "Indeed. For decades, I've been in the Nether Spring Kingdom, while you in Void Turmoil City. Many things have changed. We cannot go back to the time when we fought side by side with each other and supported each other through the siege of thousands of enemies on the Devilish Teeth Mountain." Hearing Devilish Teeth Mountain, the Fire Ant King's eyes suddenly bulged, and he gnashed his teeth. "Big brother, let me ask you, in the depths of the Devilish Teeth Mountain years ago, before you saved me, did you find the residents of chaos as well?" It was the first time that the Fire Ant King had addressed Elder Nether Spring as Big Brother since the two of them met. Elder Nether Spring pondered for a moment but nodded. "Yes. I discovered the residents of chaos, too. You were heavily wounded, and your head was not clear, which stopped you from further exploring the residents. I was in a much better status than you, and I made more discoveries in the residents. Most importantly, I found a secret door that led to an even more secret base below the residence. At that time, there was no time for me to explore the cave in the cave. I could only remember the coordinates and the terrain nearby. After we returned to the Nether Spring Kingdom and everything was peaceful again, I snuck back into the Devilish Teeth Mountain in disguise by myself and opened the cave in the cave, receiving a lot of the legacy of chaos. Later, I blew up everything." The Fire Ant King sniffed. "That explains a lot. I should have guessed it earlier. No wonder you were uninterested in my flying sword that could suck blood. Turns out that you knew what it was all the time. Besides, you knew it a long time ago that you were not a pure silver blood demon but a well-concealed chaotic blood demon?" "Yes. I've known it all the time," Elder Nether Spring said casually. "Then I really find it hard to understand." The Fire Ant King's eyes were red, as if he was feeling both baffled and wronged. "Big brother, since you found the legacy of chaos, too, you must know that the propaganda of the pantheon of demons is drivel. Besides, you also know that your real identity is a chaotic blood demon that is even lowlier than the servants in the system of the pantheon of demons. So, why were you still so greedy about everything in the Nether Spring Kingdom, and why did you even become one of the 12 demon emperors of the pantheon of demons? If you had found out that I was the leader of the Blade of Chaos long ago, why didn't you work with me to shatter the Four Pillars system so that all the chaotic blood demons could master the blood demon sector rightfully? With the capabilities of us as demon emperors, together with the legacy of chaos and the great number of low-level demons, it would have been more than possible for us to succeed. Why didn't you do it? You may be one of the 4 giants of the blood demon sector and one of the most respected demon emperors of the pantheon of demons, but as long as your secret that you are a chaotic blood demon leaks out, your reputation will immediately be demolished. However strong you are, none of the silver blood nobles will listen to your command anymore. They will attack you together. All right. Let's say that you can keep the secret your whole life. What about your blood descendants? Don't forget that they will inherit your curse of the chaotic blood, too. One day, your descendants will show the features of the chaotic blood demons. By that time, the enormous enterprise that you accomplished will still be ruined. I don't believe that you are too short-sighted to see through such a simple logic. Then what do you want exactly by founding such a strong Nether World Watch and forcefully occupying the Mausoleum of Chaos? His question made Elder Nether Spring's eyes turn extremely hollow. Deep in thought, he gazed at the Fire Ant King for a long time before he suddenly asked, "Even if I told you the truth decades ago and we led the Blade of Chaos to rise together, so what? Could we defeat the pantheon of demons?" "Of course," the Fire Ant King affirmed proudly. "I believe that the pantheon of demons will definitely be blown to smithereens if we encourage all the low-level demons to stand up against them." "What then?" Elder Nether Spring said coldly. The Four Pillars system has been implemented in the demon race for thousands of years. It has been deeply rooted into the veins of every demon. If we pluck it out completely, we are definitely going to pull out their veins, bones, and blood. Let me tell you, I have contemplated on what would happen if I join the Blade of Chaos and fight against the pantheon of demons with you before. However, according to my deduction, even if all the low-level demons join our cause and the reign of the high-level demons is overturned in the end, the Blood Demon sector will still be heavily battered by the fire of war. It will take decades before the world recovers again. The Fire Ant King narrowed his eyes and said, "Change always comes with a price. It is just an insignificant throw." There was a hint of mockery in Elder Nether Spring's smile. "I would agree with you if we were in any era of the past 10,000 years except right now. Don't forget that the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector have already started melding slowly. In the Heaven's Origin sector, there is a powerful Star Glory Federation that has been preparing for a war and coveting us. The Star Glory Federation is a nation of human beings that was only established 500 years ago. It seems rather young, but it actually boasts boundless potential. The speed of their development is unimaginably high. 500 years ago, they were hiding in the inland of the Heaven's Origin sector, most of which was governed by the Far East Demon Kingdom and the tribes of demons on the Grand Desolate Plateau. It was almost a world of demons just like the Blood Demon sector right now. However, it only took them 100 years to destroy the Far East Demon Kingdom that ruled over the ocean, and it was only another 100 years before all the demon tribes on the Grand Desolate Plateau were exterminated. This is an extremely horrifying country. It has been in the state of war for the past 100 years, with armed forces of a tremendous scale. The development of their technology has been much faster than ours, too. Hundreds of years ago, they could not even produce the simplest tube-type crystal processors or equip the plainest crystal shields. But today, from crystal tanks to crystal warships, and from crystal suits to tiny lightning railguns, they are presenting countless types of new magical equipment every year like a big bang. 10 years ago, by studying the pieces of a crystal suit from the Star Ocean Imperium, the Star Glory Federation developed a very balanced model of crystal suit named Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. The ratio of the cost to the performance could not be more perfect. According to our latest intelligence, at least 15 formal legions of the Star Glory Federation have been equipped with the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit and its derivative models. More magical equipment factories have been working day and night to produce even more crystal suits. Do you think that they've built so many crystal suit legions in order to stay behind their defensive lines and wait for our attacks? Then, you are terribly wrong. According to my deduction, if the Blade of Chaos really grows large and competes with the pantheon of demons, a civil war in the Blood Demon sector will certainly be raised, and the third party will take all the advantage. Is there any significance even if the Blade of Chaos can overthrow the reign of the pantheon of demons? When the iron torrents of human beings flood on the boundless plateaus of the Blood Demon sector, their caterpillar tracks that are embedded with sharp thorns will not care whether you are a silver blood demon or a chaotic blood one. They will simply crush all of us. I didn't know that Big Brother thought so highly of the Star Glory Federation, the Fire Ant King said. Yes. I think very highly of the Star Glory Federation, Elder Netherspring said calmly. In fact, forget the civil war between the Blade of Chaos and the Pantheon of Demons. Even if the Blade of Chaos is completely suppressed and the Pantheon of Demons is able to concentrate all the forces of the Blood Demon sector to fight against the Star Glory Federation, I don't think we stand much chance at all. The Fire Ant King was truly shocked. Right now, there are indeed a lot of demons outside who are worried about the war to come and have been disseminating pessimistic predications, but I didn't know that you were one of them. Indeed I am. His eyes as clear as water, Elder Netherspring observed casually, since a long, long time ago, I've been an unwavering pessimist. I firmly believe that the demons will fail, and mankind will win the ultimate war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. The Fire Ant King was dumbfounded, his brain not functioning anymore. Li Yao even cursed in a low voice inside the dark drainage canal. He was so shocked that his surging telepathic thoughts almost exposed Neltharion. Are you kidding me? Elder Nether Spring is an unwavering pessimist. This is really a very bad joke. Li Yao found it absurd. It must be noted that, of the 4 superpowers of the Blood Demon sector, the Gold Crow Kingdom mastered the forces in the sky, the Sea Dominator controlled the forces in the ocean, and the Kingdom of Lion Butchers and the Nether Spring Kingdom commanded the forces on and below the ground respectively. The merging point of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector was in the dark desolate domain deep inside the Grand Desolate Plateau. The place was far from the ocean, with a lot of air turbulence. Also, the magnificent crystal warships of the Star Glory Federation were defending the place. Therefore, as far as Li Yao could recall, he had barely seen any forces of the Gold Crow Kingdom and the Sea Dominator Kingdom before. In the meantime, on the boundless Grand Desolate Plateau, any large-scale beast tides on the ground would certainly be barraged by the crystal warships the moment they showed up. Therefore, the rendezvous points of the beast tides were almost always below ground. They would gather without anybody knowing first before they suddenly jumped out of the soil and invaded the towns of human beings, raising alley battles so that the weapons of mass destruction such as the main guns of the crystal warships would hesitate. With such tactics, the underground forces of the demon race, or to wit, the insect clan, who were adept at digging holes and fighting below the earth, were of paramount importance. Therefore, the Nether Spring Kingdom had been the leading vanguard in the invasion of the Star Glory Federation. The first beast tide that Li Yao encountered on the train to the Grand Desolate War Institution was made of the ghost face silver mosquitoes, which belonged to the insect clan, too. Elder Nether Spring, as the best expert of the insect clan and the real controller of the Nether Spring Kingdom, ranked at the top in the list of deadly demons of the Star Glory Federation. He was definitely the greatest troublemaker for the country. In the Battle of Dawn a year ago, the Nether Spring Kingdom and the Kingdom of Lion Butchers summoned an unprecedentedly large army and swept across the entire Grand Desolate Plateau like wildfire. The vanguard of the army even reached the Giant Blade Pass at the south of the Grand Desolate Plateau. Although they failed to occupy the Giant Blade Pass in the end, a lot of military fortresses and infrastructures of the Star Glory Federation on the Grand Desolate Plateau had been demolished, and the path to march south had been created. According to the intelligence that Li Yao learned through various sources, the Star Glory Federation had been in quite a perilous position back then. The major cities and towns inland were all under curfew, and all the reserve soldiers had been summoned. Right now, Elder Nether Spring, who was the commander behind the curtain during the Battle of Dawn, was acknowledging that he was a pessimist and that he believed in the failure of the demon race and the victory of mankind. Li Yao did not even know what to say. Elder Nether Spring sighed and said, on the surface, the Blood Demon sector looks more intimidating than the Heaven's Origin sector. In the battles right now, we are on the aggressive side, too, and we've even marched into the territory of the Star Glory Federation. But if you analyze it carefully, you will realize that the Blood Demon sector is already running out of momentum. We are launching serial aggressive attacks because we have to. The technology of the Star Glory Federation is developing too fast. If we don't maintain tremendous pressure on the Star Glory Federation at all times and consume their resources, it is very likely that they will achieve a technological leap in the next 20 to 30 years. If so, they will be at an overwhelming advantage. Hee. Although we've managed to keep the high pressure, the Star Glory Federation still established 15 Crystal Suit Legions in only 10 years. Even at the most dangerous moment in the Battle of Dawn, the forces were never mobilized on a large scale. They are like a scorching saber that is hanging right above our heads. But attacks always come at a cost. The expeditions deep into the territory of the hostile country will cause 3 times more casualties and resource consumptions for us. Let's take the Battle of Dawn for example. Naturally, most of the soldiers killed were low-level demon generals. But we lost quite a lot of precious bronze blood demons and silver blood demons, too, who were all marvelous warriors that could not be raised to their posts without decades of hard training. The loss of them cannot be made up easily, at least not in the 3 to 5 years. But the foundation of the Star Glory Federation was not hurt. Some of their buildings were burnt to the ground. Some of their crystals and magical equipment were used up. That was all. In the meantime, they learned a lot of lessons during the battle. I could clearly sense that, over the Battle of Dawn that lasted almost an entire year, the Federal Army improved a lot in regards of distribution of soldiers, tactical responses, and strategical mobilizations. In fact, even if the low-level demons did not mutiny, we wouldn't have been able to persist for long and would have had to retreat immediately. Otherwise, it was very possible that the army of the Star Glory Federation would have blocked our path of retreat and wiped out all our soldiers. Do you know why? The Fire Ant King held his breath and listened attentively. Everything is because of the differences of our systems, Elder Nether Spring explained carefully. On the surface, this is a war between the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector. However, human beings of the Heaven's Origin Sector, under the government of the Star Glory Federation, are an integrated whole. All the orders will be obeyed. The army is stable. The people are united. The industrial and training systems are very mature. All the resources can be made use of in the most optimal way. On the other hand, the Blood Demon Sector is split into 4 major demon kingdoms, hundreds of independent demon cities, and countless demon caves. We are just a pile of loose sand. Even though the pantheon of demons is trying to stick everything together like a tinker, can we really expect to be as united as human beings? This is our unchangeable, fatal shortcoming. Compared to human beings, our appearances are simply too different from each other. The Insect Clan, the Feather Clan, the Sea Clan, the Horn Clan, the Claw Clan. Other than the 5 main clans, there are various kinds of bizarre minority clans. The living environments and the resources that every clan requires are different. Everybody has their own interest and stance. How can their strength be really focused on the same point like human beings? I started considering the question when I discovered the secrets of chaos and learned that I was a chaotic blood demon decades ago. I browsed through all the ancient classics and history books that I could find, hoping to get enlightenment from the wisdom of the past. But after I studied the decline of the Demon Beast Empire and the rise of mankind profoundly, I gradually came up with my own solutions. We possess different appearances, and our interests are different. The demon race, which is essentially loose sand, cannot adapt to the modern society of standards, data, and information at all. The rise of human beings is unstoppable. It's better to say that the Demon Beast Empire 30,000 years collapsed because of the burden of its own weight than to say that the Star Ocean Imperium crushed it. The problem remains unresolvable to this day. We are a heap of loose sand that pretends to be a rock. How can we win against a real rock? The Fire Ant King could not help but observe, is this the reason you believe in the failure of the demon race? No, Elder Nether Spring shook his head and said, this is not the biggest reason why I believe that the demon race will inevitably fail. Although faced with tremendous difficulties, I believe that, in a war that concerns 2 vast worlds, a few heroes, or the invention of some new magical equipment or technology, will not be enough to change the outcome of the war. Therefore, even though the Star Glory Federation boasts endless potential, we have a good chance to suffocate them while they are still in the cradle and can't fulfill all their potential. However, does any of this mean anything to you? The Fire Ant King was dazed. I don't understand. Conquering the Star Glory Federation and occupying the Heaven's Origin Sector is meaningless? In my eyes, yes. Elder Nether Spring smiled bitterly, with intense desperation on his face. The Blood Demon Sector and the Heaven's Origin Sector are 2 barren worlds in the remote area of the universe. There are too many worlds of the 3,000 sectors that are far stronger than the Blood Demon Sector and the Heaven's Origin Sector. 10,000 years ago, the rise of the Star Ocean Imperium was already a death sentence for the demon race. Although the Star Ocean Imperium fell out later, now that humanity is thriving again, there is no chance for the demons to seek a comeback. At this moment, most of the 3,000 sectors must be occupied by human beings. Chances are that they have already gathered and established a nation that is 100 times more powerful than the Star Glory Federation. Do you see? The war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector is just a storm in the nutshell that is not worth mentioning at all if we are to observe it with a larger scale. Even if we really conquer the Heaven's Origin sector, we are nothing but an indignant, minor kingdom of demons in the eyes of the powerful countries at the center of the cosmos. Maybe, a sneeze of those countries will be enough to obliterate every one of us. If the war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector is all that I cared about, I could still summon my spirits and courage to seek a way to win the war. However, now that I am observing the vast universe, despite the pain in my heart, I still believe in my conclusion. The course of the universe is unstoppable. Those who follow it, thrive, those who don't, perish. Demons will fail, and human beings will win. This is the course of the universe. Nobody can stop it. The Fire Ant King was stunned by Elder Nether Spring's cold conclusion. He was dazed for a long time before he said, even if there are more powerful countries of human beings in the center of the cosmos, it will be hundreds of years before they expand to the edge of the cosmos. By then, you're wrong. Elder Nether Spring interrupted him. They're already here. What? The Fire Ant King's eyes widened. According to the top secret intelligence we received, Elder Nether Spring said, the Heaven's Origin sector has reached out to another sector that is completely controlled by human beings. Although the development level of the new sector is unclear for now, it is obvious that they boast super long-distance teleportation technology. It means that we are faced with the threats of two worlds of human beings now. Even if the mysterious new world does not have much advanced technology, a few nascent soul stage cultivators that they teleport over will be enough to change the outcome of the war. Can the Blood Demon sector defeat two sectors? Besides, will there be just the two? Maybe more sectors will gradually find us. The Fire Ant King was lost for words. Now, do you understand why I didn't help the Blade of Chaos? It's because everything you've been doing is moot, Elder Nether Spring said softly. The Fire Ant King gnashed his teeth. What exactly do you want to do, brother? I want to find a way out for all the demons, Elder Nether Spring replied coldly, be they silver blood or chaotic blood. Where is the way out, according to you? The Fire Ant King asked. Elder Nether Spring smiled confidently and said, in the legends of the pantheon of demons, the demon race is the descendant of the Panga clan. According to the believers of chaos, the demon race was created by chaos. In the human being's narrative, the demon race evolved from the demon beasts that were injected with the demon god virus. The three theories are completely different from each other. Which one do you think is the truth? The Fire Ant King pondered for a moment and said, although I am the leader of the Blade of Chaos, the evidence is so unquestionable that I have to admit that all three theories are incomplete. Maybe a combination of all of them is the truth. Exactly. Brightness was flashing in Elder Nether Spring's eyes. Since exploring the cave in the Cave of Chaos decades ago, I've been gathering all the files that are related to chaos just like you. I also excavated dozens of residences of chaos. During the process, I gradually collected countless pieces of information, and after I assembled the pieces, I finally deduced the truth. The theories of the demon race, the Blade of Chaos, and human beings each have their own highlights. But they have their own drawbacks, too, because they all accentuated part of the story for the purpose of propaganda. By removing all the exaggerated parts and combining the remaining parts, I reached my conclusion. Coldness suddenly blinked in the Fire Ant King's eyes. And what is your conclusion, brother? Firstly, Elder Nether Spring said, the Pangu clan must have existed in the primeval era, and they are our ancestors, which can be proved by the countless fossils, relics, and the genetic memories when we are training the deeper level of our cells. Secondly, there was really a guy named Chaos, who was an expert among human beings 40,000 years ago, at least in the beginning. He was the direct creator of the demon race. Thirdly, the theory of human beings has its own merits. The demon god virus should be a real thing, too. Otherwise, it is inexplicable how the demons occupied the entire sea of stars with a population boom in only hundreds of years. Combining the three theories, my conclusion is that, during the final years of the era of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, the first civil war of cultivators was coming to an end. All 3,000 sectors were shattered. Every living creature was in peril. It was almost the end of the universe. At that time, a human expert named Chaos accidentally retrieved the legacy of the Pangu clan that was left from the primeval era. With the legacy, Chaos produced a virus named Demon God. But the purpose of such a virus was not to boost the evolution of demon beasts but to trigger the mutations in the bodies of human beings. It awakened the primeval genes that had hibernated for billions of years inside human beings and turned them into demons. Although it remains unknown why Chaos did such a thing, this is the deduction that I believe is closest to the truth. The deduction cast the Fire Ant King in deep thought. He could not help but nod. Li Yao, who was eavesdropping below the ground, nodded in agreement, too. Elder Nether Spring's deduction was indeed more thorough and reasonable than the theories of human beings, demons, or the Blade of Chaos. If demons were mutations of human beings who had been injected with the demon god virus, then all the seemingly uncanny phenomena, for example, the demons' habit of faking the appearance of humans, their adaptation of the language and social system of humans, and the lack of reproductive isolation between different demon species, would all have plausible explanations. It was because the demons were merely human beings that walked on a different path of evolution. The Fire Ant King pondered for a moment and asked, "What does it have to do with your way out?" Elder Nether Spring smiled. If an ancient expert 40,000 years ago could produce the demon god virus and turn a large batch of human beings into demons, why can't we do the same 40,000 years later with the advanced biotechnology that we boast? The Fire Ant King was startled. You're trying to manufacture the demon god virus and spread it in the Heaven's Origin sector so that all the human beings of the Heaven's Origin sector will be transformed into demons? Li Yao almost could not hold back his exclamations. If that was on Elder Nether Spring's mind, he would certainly be the greatest menace to the Heaven's Origin sector. But out of his expectation, Elder Nether Spring shook his head again. No. That's not what I'm going to do. The Fire Ant King found it odd. Why? Elder Nether Spring moved close to his brother and widened his eyes, staring at the Fire Ant King solemnly. Brother, I don't know whether or not you had similar experiences, but during my almost 100 years of training, I have strongly felt that we are imperfect. I'm not referring to the chaotic blood demons, I'm talking about all demons. We are all imperfect, or rather, seriously flawed. It's true that we can train our cells' direction and activate the primeval force deep inside our genes. But such a way of training also results in the unsteadiness of our strength. Our cells are much more likely to collapse, and sometimes, a lot of useless organs or skills will be suddenly endowed to us. The longevity of most of the expert demons is shorter than that of cultivators. Most of the time, they will even turn extremely savage and bloodthirsty, driven by their genes, and they lose the ability to think normally and adopt appropriate tactics. Furthermore, our strength is often restricted to a certain domain. General members of the Feather clan can never utilize the strength and combat patterns of the Insect clan, and those of the Claw clan are not able to make use of the experience of the Horn clan either. In short, we are like tools that are built for a certain purpose. Our path of growth and advancement are locked, and we can know the peak of our training after a quick look. Human beings are vastly different from us. Although ordinary humans are extremely weak, as soon as their spiritual root is awakened, they are able to use their strength in a much more stable and efficient way, and they boast infinite possibilities. Most of the time, I'm even jealous of human beings. The methodology of our training is to awaken the long-forgotten force deep inside ourselves, and as powerful as the primeval force is, it has its own limits. Even if we try our best in training, we will only end up being the second Pangu clan in the end. Is it something that we should be proud of? On the other hand, cultivators of human beings are striding forward and expanding new fields. They have boundless possibilities. Nobody knows what the cultivators who have reached the peak of cultivation look like. Naturally, human beings have their own drawbacks. The combat ability of the ordinary humans is too low, and the difficulty and price to awaken the spiritual root are too high. The demons are much more advantageous in this regard. Most of the demons, especially the bronze blood and the silver blood ones, boast tremendous physical strength congenially, and they can wield the strength easily after preliminary training. One might say that the demon race has abandoned possibilities in the future for formidability at present. The two paths of training have nothing similar. They have obvious advantages and disadvantages, but they are equally imperfect. After I made the conclusion, I have been wondering whether or not there is a path that can combine the merits of demons and human beings. Imagine it. When a demon awakens the primeval force deep inside their cells, they can form solid shells, thick horns, and sharp claws. Some develop 3 hearts of different usages and 5 stomachs, and many can survive and fight in extremely harsh environments such as glaciers, ocean bottom, and rock stratum. Now imagine that the demon can drive spiritual energy directly, forming a core or even the nascent soul inside their body. How formidable the demon would be. A demon that boasts a core and a nascent soul. No. It is inappropriate to call them a demon anymore. It is a life form that is more advanced than the demon race or mankind. Maybe we should call it the god race. Elder Nether Spring was wreathed in the flames of excitement as if he was on drugs and shivered non-stop. The Fire Ant King looked at him. I understand it now, brother. You are trying to modify the demon god virus. Exactly. Elder Nether Spring smiled. The original demon god virus was a product from 40,000 years ago at all. At that time, the technology level of the world of cultivators was still relatively low. Systematical concepts such as cells, bacteria, and viruses were utterly unheard of back then. The so-called demon god virus is just a name that the latecomers made up. People at that time might have regarded as a brand new poison or venom, didn't they? The original demon god virus was not perfect. It is quite weak in the speed of infection and the efficiency of mutation. I don't think it could have spread out if the world was not a mess 40,000 years ago. If the virus was faced with the highly efficient modern government and army, it certainly would have been extinguished before it spreads out. Therefore, spraying the original demon god virus in the heaven's origin sector is pointless. Burnt in the fire of unbelievably high temperature, the original demon dose virus will be obliterated. Even if the human beings of an entire city are transformed into demons, the other people can always impose the strictest quarantine on the city and even wipe it out. In the meantime, the brand new virus that I'm developing with the original demon god virus as an ingredient will have none of those drawbacks. Its efficiency has been significantly increased, too. More importantly, it does not target human beings alone. Demons will have the privilege to enjoy it, too. It will allow both human beings and demons to evolve into a third life form that is much stronger and totally perfect. Hee hee. 40,000 years ago, our ancestors turned from human beings into demons. Today, our civilization will make another giant leap by turning from demons into gods. Perhaps, this is the true meaning of demon god. This is the real demon god virus. Li Yao clenched his fists hard, his fingernails almost piercing into his palm. The craziness of Elder Nether Spring's scheme was far beyond his imagination. The Fire Ant King's antennae shook violently for a while. A third life form that is totally perfect? It's impossible. Elder Nether Spring grinned so hard that his lips almost reached his earlobe. It's most certainly possible. In order to realize the perfect life form, I have studied for decades and established countless research centers in secret. The one you discovered in Bone Sand City was merely one of them. The merging of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector provided me with the best opportunity. Every time a beast tide invaded the Heaven's Origin sector, I had the chance to run my experiments. In the Battle of Dawn, I got even more abundant experiment subjects and made a significant breakthrough in my research. The Fire Ant King immediately understood a lot of things. No wonder you were so active in organizing the attacks against the Heaven's Origin sector and even ordered the army of the Nether Spring Kingdom to march into the Heaven's Origin sector when the Gold Crow Kingdom, the Sea Dominator Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Lion Butchers were not prepared. The heavy losses seemed to mean nothing to you at all. Turns out that you were not seeking a victory at all but merely capturing human beings and demons for your experiment. The battlefield was also the best lab for you to test your products, correct? Precisely. Elder Nether Spring burst into laughter. The other demon emperors in the pantheon of demons thought I was so arrogant that I was confident to blow up the Star Glory Federation with only the forces of the Nether Spring Kingdom. They were all looking forward to enjoying the fruit and simply waited and watched my show. But they didn't know that my head was much clearer than theirs. I knew that we could not defeat the humans in a regular war. In the scourges of beast tides during the Battle of Dawn, I tested multiple secret techniques that I got from the Legacy of Chaos, and I modified and strengthened them. The improvement is obvious. The Netherworld Watch, whose combat ability has been boosted by the Demon Cores, is just one of my achievements. Stronger forces are still hiding in the darkness right now. Are you not afraid that the resources of the Nether Spring Kingdom will be overly consumed? The Fire Ant King said coldly. Elder Nether Spring laughed. As you said in the beginning, we are both chaotic blood demons. The secret cannot be kept forever. When the truth is out, will the nobles and generals of the Nether Spring Kingdom listen to my command? Since it is destined that I cannot win their support, I might as well regard them all as fertilizers that can be used to build up my own forces. The Fire Ant King sighed. That explains a lot. No wonder the officers that belonged to the Nether Spring Kingdom surrendered the leadership of the coalition army of the demon race without much struggling after the Battle of Dawn. I was also told that you made a deal with Jean Tui and agreed on his Red Tide plan. Before, it baffled me why you would compromise all of a sudden. Now, I've realized it. Both the Battle of Dawn and the Red Tide plan, and maybe even the coalition army of the demon race, mean little to you. They are just your disguises. Exactly. Elder Nether Spring sneered. Jean Tui wants to be the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of the demon race. Then just let him be. He wants to implement the so-called Red Tide plan. Let him have it. When his Red Tide floods into the central land of the Star Glory Federation, it will be the time when my real plan is activated. The Fire Ant King narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother, why are you telling me everything so frankly? Will you believe me if I say that I want to cooperate with you sincerely?" Elder Nether Spring said softly. The Fire Ant King was amused. He glanced over his own body and sneered. Here and now, cooperation doesn't seem to be very convincing for me. It was wrong of me not to have told you everything earlier, Elder Nether Spring replied calmly, but I had my own concerns. Firstly, at that time, I was carrying out my own secret plans, and I needed a target to shift the pantheon of demons' attention. Your Blade of Chaos was the perfect target. Therefore, I turned a blind eye to the rise of the Blade of Chaos and even gave you a hand when nobody noticed to help Void Turmoil City and the Blade of Chaos expand rapidly. As I expected, you became a major headache for the pantheon of demons in only decades. As a result, with the threat of the Blade of Chaos inside the Blood Demon sector and the coveting of the Star Glory Federation outside, the pantheon of demons had no time or resources to investigate me. Also, a lot of my research and operations could be conducted under the pretext of striking the Blade of Chaos and the Star Glory Federation. We must calculate risks before we do anything. If I cooperated with you decades ago, we would have been putting all our eggs in one basket. Should anything have gone wrong, all of our endeavors would have been in vain. Is that why you killed my subordinates, beat me heavily, and even crippled me? How can we have a guileless conversation if not so? Elder Nether Spring said. I know you too well. Like me, you are ambitious and not willing to be below anybody. You won't agree to cooperate with me unless you don't have a second option. Moreover, most of your subordinates are not dead. They are merely captives for now. If you agree to cooperate with me, I will set them free immediately. When the real demon god virus is successfully produced, they can be the first batch to be injected and become the most perfect life form. You can have the privilege, too. You and I have stayed in the stage of Demon Emperor for many years. I know that you've tried countless kinds of strengthening drugs. Yet, you failed to improve your expertise to any higher level. Are you willing to be restricted to the insignificant Demon Emperor stage forever? Do you not want to grasp the strength that the Pangu clan once did in the primeval era, or even surpass the Pangu clan and march into the ultimate level that nobody has ever set foot in? The Fire Ant King was breathing heavily, his voice coarse. What do you want? Elder Nether Spring licked his lips and said, I want the secret techniques through which you developed your demonic plants in Void Turmoil City and your formulas to produce the strengthening drugs. I know that the Blade of Chaos has countless secret bureaus and spies in every place of the Blood Demon sector. Tell of all the information. I also know that you had a secret research center outside of Void Turmoil City, which was perhaps your real nest. I want the coordinates of the place and your latest research progress. Of course, I will not be taking away your belongings for nothing. You will have my own research products, too. It will do us both good if we exchange the information we know. The Fire Ant King stared at Elder Nether Spring for a long time. He shook the chains on his body and said, My current appearance is not suitable for negotiations. Naturally, Elder Nether Spring said, I cannot unlock the venom chains. But you can clear the shackles carved with spiritual stripes yourself. While talking, he snapped his fingers, and the tentacles that were brimming with neurons were loosened from the Fire Ant King and retreated to the corners of the prison cell. The Fire Ant King heaved a long sigh in relief and took off the remaining shackles on this body before he hesitated and said, Everything you said is too unbelievable. I need to think about it for a while. Of course. Elder Nether Spring agreed quickly. I'll have to spend another few days in the Mausoleum of Chaos until the corpse of Chaos is dug out. I believe that there should be enough time for you to consider everything carefully. As long as you are open to cooperate, I'm willing to share all our discoveries on the body of Chaos. Haven't you been craving to find out the reason Chaos created the demon race? The Fire Ant King looked at him. What if I say no after I consider everything carefully? Elder Nether Spring smiled. The elites of the Blade of Chaos you brought with you are among the best experts of the chaotic blood demons. They will be the perfect test subjects for me. You, too. I have never used an experiment subject in the Demon Emperor stage before. I almost can't wait to find out what a marvelous weapon I can make based on such an test subject like you. You are quite straightforward, the Fire Ant King observed. Because there is no need for lies now. The tusk cage behind him opened again. Elder Nether Spring bowed with a smile and walked out without looking back. His lower half-body still soaked in the acids, the Fire Ant King warmed up his arms and legs that had been paralyzed for a long time, deep in thought. Li Yao was quite anxious. If the Fire Ant King decided to work with Elder Nether Spring, it would certainly be not good news for the Heaven's Origin sector. But he was more worried that Elder Nether Spring had not really gone away yet. Neltharion kept hidden for more than an hour before it flew to the Fire Ant King's face carefully. A cluster of vague demonic energy immediately enveloped Neltharion. The tentacles of neurons that tied the Fire Ant King up had been loosened, allowing him to move and manipulate his demonic energy more conveniently. Li Yao hurried to ask, "Do you believe in Elder Nether Spring?" He must have been speaking the truth. Making up such a quirky lie brings him no benefits. The face of the Fire Ant King was solemn, and his eyes were flickering fast. He was obviously improving his computational ability to the peak. "Are you planning to cooperate with him?" Li Yao was suddenly alarmed. Just because he was speaking the truth doesn't mean he was speaking the whole truth, the Fire Ant King said calmly. The most brilliant lie is to make 100 true statements after swapping the sequences of 2 of them. The conclusion made might be the opposite of the truth. Li Yao was confused. "What do you mean?" "It's simple. If Nether Spring really wants to cooperate with me, he does not need to make it so complicated at all. He knows that I am willing to pay everything for the survival of the chaotic blood demons. Then, why did we have to attack each other? As long as he tells me that he has been developing a new demon god virus that can significantly enhance the combat ability of the chaotic blood demons, is there any reason why I wouldn't cooperate with him? He has clarified all the details but did not explain the reason of our conflict in a convincing way. Therefore, my conclusion is that he kept several pieces of key information to himself, some facts that I would definitely not cooperate with him if I knew. Therefore, he does not mean to cooperate with me at all. He merely wants to get the files of the Blade of Chaos and my research products. That's all. I believe that if I was fooled by him and offered all my secret techniques and files to him for communication, my subordinates, and I would end up being his experiment subjects immediately." Li Yao thought quickly and asked, "Therefore, we can still cooperate?" "Whether or not we can cooperate depends on what you want exactly," the Fire Ant King said coldly. "If you've snuck into the Blood Demon sector for the purpose of conquering my homeland and smearing the brains of the demons on your tracks and sabers, is there any particular reason why I should cooperate with you? I will still be killed when the army of human beings marches close. Also, please cut the crap like you are helping the chaotic blood demons to fight against the high-level demons due to your sense of justice. The demon race is a whole. If all the high-level demons are butchers, the low-level demons are still meat on the chopper block that is completely at the mercy of you." Li Yao sighed and said, "You won't believe it even if I say that I have no ill intentions for the Blood Demon sector. However, since both the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector are capable and boast great potential, the ultimate war between the 2 sectors will last decades, and no matter which side wins the war in the end, it will suffer billions of casualties. The surviving civilization will even regress to hundreds of years ago. Do you agree?" The Fire Ant King thought for a moment and replied, "I do." "But an apocalypse is coming within 10 years, the Fire Ant King was shocked. "What?" "Believe it or not, in 10 years at most, or 3 to 5 years if it is fast, an apocalypse will fall upon us," said Li Yao. "The apocalypse will only be a scout. 100 years later, an apocalypse that is larger in scale and can potentially destroy an entire world will arrive. Or rather, it is already on the trajectory of attack right now, and its target is the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. You want your compatriots, the chaotic blood demons, to survive. I also want my compatriots, people of the Heaven's Origin sector and all human beings, to survive. This is why I am here in the Blood Demon sector." The Fire Ant King was silent for such a long time that Li Yao almost thought that the guy did not believe him at all. Then, he suddenly said, "Tell me more about the apocalypse." Li Yao did not reveal his identity, nor did he mention the name of the Empyrean of true human beings. However, He compressed the entire story into a few critical, concise points and told them to the Fire Ant King. The Fire Ant King did not care about the details. Maybe it was because he knew that Li Yao would not answer his questions honestly even if he asked. Instead, he inquired on the technical and crucial issues. Their communication went on for a whole night. The indifference on the Fire Ant King's face finally changed. "If we are to cooperate, I must be freed from the cage at first," the Fire Ant King said. "But more importantly, we must find out the information that Nether Spring did not tell us. I have a feeling that his plan to create a third perfect life form that is above the demon race and human beings has a certain dangerous air to it. It is certainly not as wonderful as his description." Deep inside the underground world, Li Yao pressed his left temple, his crimson left eye shining non-stop. Elder Nether Spring will be preparing to excavate the body of chaos in the coming days. I have a plan. 3 days later, the underground temple of the Mausoleum of Chaos had become vastly different after extensive exploration and excavation. A few permanent research laboratories and training rooms had been established in a corner of the temple. Elder Nether Spring's most loyal researchers would stay there and continue their studies of the legacy of chaos in the future. A portion of the magical equipment, relics, and research files, on the other hand, had been divided, packed, and delivered to the devilish warship above the star-swallowing sea through the soft tubes. They were going to be transported to the more advanced research centers. The capability of the Nether World Watch was much higher than the elites of the Blade of Chaos. Their efficiency in exploring the underground world was much higher, too. In less than 3 days, they had completed the preliminary survey of the entire Mausoleum of Chaos. As they expected, they also discovered the secret chamber deep below the temple and far away from the main body of the mausoleum. "Master Chu, according to your studies, that will be the place where chaos was buried, right?" Elder Nether Spring asked Chu Zhengqing rather respectfully. Chu Zhengqing and his daughter Chu Feiyin were 2 researchers in Elder Nether Spring's research centers in the first place. They were all pure scholars in the academic world who were dedicated to the exploration of the mysteries of chaos, and it did not seem to bother them who their employer was. After they were rescued, they went back to work without any hesitation. "Yes." Chu Zhengqing scanned the detailed picture of the fault that had just been drawn on his retina. Flames seemed to be dripping from his eyes as he mumbled to himself. According to legend, Chaos suffered heavy wounds during battle and had to hide deep below the ground where there was no sunlight or radiation. This secret chamber in the abyss should be the place of his burial. Excellent. Today, let's go to the origin of the demon race and uncover the truth. Elder Nether Spring waved his hands. "Despot, Swirl, prepare for the exploration." "Understood." Despot and Swirl, 2 captains of the Nether World Watch, immediately issued a series of commands to their subordinates. The exploration team made of professional soldiers was soon gathered, too. The main force of the exploration team was naturally the soldiers of the Nether World Watch, who had been strengthened by the demon cores. To avoid the possible poison and venom deep inside the Mausoleum of Chaos, they were all wearing fully enclosed protective suits that were similar to the garments of the elites of the Blade of Chaos but much more advanced. They were also carrying the oxygen cylinders from the Heaven's Origin sector that would prevent them from inhaling the dirty air inside the tomb. Other than that, they were manipulating a large batch of snakes, bugs, rats, mosquitoes, and even some beast puppets from the Heaven's Origin sector. The lifeless beast puppets that were purely made of metals and crystals were naturally the best choices to explore the ancient tomb. Even so, Elder Nether Spring was still not relieved. He asked Despot and Swirl to pick out 30 captives and force them to walk in front of the soldiers of the Nether World Watch. It was also one of the reasons Elder Nether Spring had kept so many captives alive. An hour later, the 100 members of the exploration team entered the center of the 3rd floor of the Mausoleum of Chaos. The 3rd floor was filled with black rocks that seemed to be able to absorb all light. Even the brightness of the extremely penetrative searchlights and the fireflies was devoured by the wall. All the members of the exploration team were soaked in a dim fog. They had to keep an eye on their companions all the time, or they might lose their way and fall into the endless darkness. The center of the darkness was a square that was not large in scale. The ground of the square seemed to have been made by an enormous black rock hundreds of meters in length and width. There was not the tiniest joint on it. The ground of the square was embedded with a huge, round, bronze gate that was approximately 10 meters in diameter, carved with complicated spiritual stripes and patterns. A lot of the pictures were rather eerie and gloomy. The pathway leading to the Tomb of Chaos should be past the bronze gate. The spiritual stripes on the gate are partly the password to open the gate and partly the rune arrays to prevent the radiation and telepathic thoughts of the outside world from leaking in. Chu Jingqing and his daughter, along with several other experts, crouched before the bronze gate and touched it carefully. A moment later, they duplicated all the pictures on the bronze gate. The pictures were similar to the wall paintings inside the underground temple. Several of them were telling a whole story. However, after they analyzed the story, everybody felt creepy. The first picture carved on the bronze gate was a human being who had stretched out his arms and legs. A drop of a bright golden liquid was about to fall upon his head, and the man opened his mouth wide, apparently trying to swallow the liquid. Many other individuals who were much smaller were kneeling on the ground around him and worshipping him. If the place below was indeed Chaos Tomb, the hero in the pictures carved on the gate of the tomb was doubtlessly Chaos himself. Chu Jingqing explained to Elder Nether Spring, the first picture seems to depict Chaos, as a human being, swallowing a kind of mysterious liquid. It seems to be a very important experiment or ritual. In the second picture, there was still a human being whose limbs were all stretched out. But the body of a person had grown vivid feathers, scales, claws, tails, and horns. Although it was just a stationary embossment, one could not help but feel that countless ferocious beasts were sealed inside the man's body and would be woken up at any moment. After drinking the mysterious liquid, Chaos has grown features of multiple kinds of demons, Chu Jingqing said. In the third, fourth, and fifth pictures, the features of demons became more and more obvious on Chaos. They were more and more disordered, too. He seemed to have become an amalgamation of countless types of animals, raging, roaring, and fighting against endless foes. What was weirder was that, among his foes, there were both cultivators in long robes riding their swords and hideously grimacing demons. One could not tell the stance of Chaos at all. Even more shockingly, in the sixth picture, Chaos, who was now showing the features of hundreds of types of demons, exploded like a balloon that had expanded too much. As a result, in the seventh picture, Chaos turned into split translucent materials that looked like jellyfish. Chu Jingqing and the specialists studied for a long time but could not figure out what it meant. What's the meaning of this? Is it indicating that Chaos died of mental derangement? We will know the truth as soon as the gate is opened, Elder Nether Spring said. How long will it take? A short and ugly expert who was adept at traps placed multiple metal balls on various parts of the bronze gate. He picked out tiny bugs from his ears and made them crawl along the edge of the gate. He said in a low voice, "It won't take long." A very serious accident seems to have taken place in the Mausoleum of Chaos, which killed everybody outside. The gate was sealed in a hurry, too, and is not flawless. Such barriers have been found in many tombs over the past 40,000 years. Their structure is not rare. As long as the specialist seemed to have heard something and tilted his head. The metal balls that were on the bronze gate all rolled rapidly along the bumpy spiritual stripes. They passed by and crashed into each other, turning into streaks of silver brightness. In the end, after a "bow" sound, they melted like ice and turned into mercury-like liquid. The liquid metal seemed to be alive. It zigzagged and soon filled every gap among the spiritual stripes. Crack! Behind the bronze gate, in a place that sounded far, far away, a dull, mechanical noise echoed. Then, the deafening noises of running gears reverberated. The bronze gate was shivering slightly, and even the figures on the pictures of the gate seemed to be twisting weirdly. The anomaly of the bronze gate raised the wariness of all the soldiers of the Nether World Watch. Even Elder Nether Spring, one of the best experts of the Blood Demon sector, was also gazing at the twisted embossments without blinking. The tombs and relics of ancient experts were the favorites for both cultivators and demons. If they could find a few legacies inside the bomb, they might be able to make a significant breakthrough in their training. However, such places were mostly full of traps, and the explorers might get killed should they be careless. However, the studies of the specialists and the prospecting over the last few days had reached the same conclusion: the Mausoleum of Chaos was closed because of an extremely gory accident in which everybody inside the mausoleum was instantly killed. Maybe, it was because the leakage of a very tough virus that caused the mental derangement and mutation of the researchers, who killed each other until none remained. Under such circumstances, Chaos died a rather hasty death, and there were not many followers who could finish setting up the traps for him. It was also one of the reasons why Elder Nether Spring dared explore the place in person. Crack! 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 The sounds of spinning gears and rubbing chains behind the bronze gate sounded closer and closer. At first, they seemed to be from the core of the planet, but right now, they were echoing right inside everybody's ears, making the explorers feel that it was not just the bronze gate that was being twisted but also their internal organs. Before the gate was fully opened, some of the relatively weak specialists were already gagging. Voila! The next second, the bronze gate suddenly collapsed. Aim all the fireflies and searchlights at the bronze gate. Everybody, retreat 10 meters. Elder Nether Spring commanded. Dozens of searchlights captured and smuggled from the Heaven's Origin sector, with crystals as cores and enhanced by hundreds of light-concentrating rune arrays, were aimed at the bronze gate at the same time. In the meantime, countless bugs that were much larger than normal fireflies and had crystals embedded in their heads and bottoms flew to the top of the bronze gate, too. The radiance generated by them illuminated their surroundings like daylight. Even so, the brightness was still heavily refrained above the bronze gate, as if the black fog that was flowing out of the bronze gate was devouring all of it. With the help of the light that had been suppressed to the minimum, one could vaguely see that the bronze gate had descended about 5 meters. Then, it revolved anti-clockwise 3 times and clockwise 2.5 times. In the end, after a clang sound, the pivot of the gate seemed to have opened, and the bronze gate split apart like a blossoming flower, retreating into the depths of the rocks. The bronze gate was no more. The pathway below the gate extended deep underground, vertically like a shaft. Naturally, nobody was able to tell what was down there when they were standing aside. 100 feet, explore the environment, shrieked Swirl, the butterfly demon. One of the soldiers of the Nether World Watch immediately walked out of the team. There were barely any features of human beings on his body. He was more like a hybrid of an enormous spider and a centipede. He had 2 long limbs in front of his body, and more than 10 red, complex eyes were grown among the villus and the end of the limbs. 100 feet extended his limbs. They seemed to have been refined by special genes for the purpose of reconnaissance. When his limbs, which were almost 3 meters long at first, were fully unfolded, they became more than 10 meters long. Connected by more than 10 joints, he could move his limbs freely in the most complicated tunnels. 100 feet extended his limbs that were brimming with complex eyes into the dark hole on the ground. Despot and Swirl, the 2 captains of the Nether World Watch, both placed their hands near the head of 100 feet and connected to his brain with synthesized neurons, sharing his vision. Judging from the soundwave detection in the beginning, the pathway is at least 20 kilometers long, with many footholds on the wall to help everybody go in and out. But the wall of the hole is extremely smooth. It is impossible for ordinary people to go inside without the help of tools. Dark fog is everywhere inside the pathway. Although the complex eyes of 100 feet have been specially refined and trained, it is impossible to see more than 100 meters away. Huh! What's that sound? At the end of the pathway, deep down the underground, deafening noises that sounded like a surging hurricane suddenly flooded up like a spring. Watch out! Don't get hurt. Swirl tackled 100 feet to the ground while a cluster of ball lightning was quickly expanding between the two enormous horns on the head of Despot. Almost at the same time, the sound of the hurricane had already reached the entrance of the hole. After a boom, a large cluster of black gas charged out like a volcanic eruption. Ah! The last section of the limbs of 100 feet had not been pulled out of the shaft yet, which was hit precisely by the black gas. He screamed miserably, and his complex eyes suddenly bulged like abnormal tumors, only to explode one by one a moment later. 100 feet screamed in the excruciating pain. Swirl was quick enough to react. She waved her butterfly wings, and a stream of colorful brilliance circled around the swollen limbs of 100 feet. The limbs were immediately cut off, but like vipers whose heads had been chopped off, they writhed violently on the ground before they finally melted into a pool of pus. The black gas soared up and enshrouded most of the fluorescent fireflies. The brightness of half the fireflies immediately died down while they withered and fell into the shaft like hailstones. In the meantime, the other half of the fireflies were shining even more brightly than before. Amid hissing sounds, their wings and limbs grew crazily, and they significantly expanded in scale, turning from the size of a thumb to the size of almost a palm. The enlarged fluorescence fireflies were like flash bombs that had grown wings. They turned extremely brutal, bloodthirsty, and hungry. With ear-splitting shrieks, they dashed to the soldiers of the Netherworld watch through various directions. "The fireflies are out of control," one of the explorers exclaimed. Most of the subordinates of Elder Nether Spring belonged to the insect clan. As their name suggested, they were all experts in manipulating insects. All the insect-type demon beasts were like arms and fingers under their control. But right now, the fluorescent fireflies, which were refined with the blood of the soldiers of the Netherworld army and were essentially part of their organs, would not listen to their commands. At the critical moment, Despot, the Hercules beetle, bellowed and blew out a ball of lightning between his horns. It was then detonated in the middle of the mutated fluorescent fireflies, turning into an enormous electric web more than 10 square meters large. The mysterious blue electric arcs confined all the fluorescence fireflies inside. Z. 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 Despite the boundary of the intense electric arcs, the fluorescence fireflies were not killed instantly. They were still struggling hard and almost tore apart the electric web several times. Huh! Despot's shell was shaking and producing rattling noises. The demon cores that were embedded into his body were glittering, and the electric arcs that he released turned from deep blue into crimson. Under the surging crimson electric arcs, most of the fluorescence fireflies were finally electrocuted into dry corpses and blown into ash, but some 10 fireflies that were particularly vigorous were not electrocuted. Instead, they further mutated in the electric arcs, with sharp thorns growing out of their body and their mouthparts expanding into what seemed to be shining caltrops. What? Despot seemed to feel humiliated. Bloody steam was popping up from his face that was covered in black armor. His arms bashed each other brutally like two rushing crystal trains. The super demon core at the center of his breastplate that looked like a mirror suddenly shinned, changing the electric arcs that he was letting out from crimson into pale white. Finally, all the mutated fluorescent fireflies were killed. "Spray the stabilizing drugs, now," Swirl commanded anxiously. A few soldiers of the Netherworld Watch that were like rice puddings quickly moved forward. They were all wearing multiple layers of fully enclosed protective suits, even including the anti-poison equipment from the Heaven's Origin sector. They were also carrying several huge, silver, high-pressure bottles on which a lot of rune arrays were shining brilliantly. Pooh! 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 Dark green foam spurted out of the high-pressure bottles and formed a solid barrier around the black gas. The moment the dark green foam touched the black gas, it immediately simmered and enveloped the black gas, neutralizing it and generating a huge amount of harmless, bright green gas that was spreading afar in the room. The black gas that sank to the deepest part of the Tomb of Chaos seems to have the effect of overly stimulating the activity of cells. Any living creature that touches it will turn extremely crazy, and their vitality will be drained in an instant. Thankfully, the structure of the ancient black gas is relatively simple. It can be neutralized by our stabilizing drugs. One of the poison specialists was operating a few local artifacts of the Blood Demon sector and several pieces of air examination magical equipment from the Heaven's Origin sector, while he observed quickly, the black gas has been sealed inside the Tomb of Chaos for 40,000 years. During the 40,000 years, because of the tectonic movement, the air pressure inside the tomb changed a lot. That's why it is spurting out. I estimate that it will all disperse in 5 minutes. However, inside the Tomb of Chaos, there might be residue of the black gas. It is suggested that we spray stabilizing drugs into the cave and neutralize the gas before our exploration. As he predicted, 3 minutes later, the black gas was spurting much less forcefully, like a spring that had lost pressure. 5 minutes later, there was no more black gas. Even so, Elder Nether Spring still asked the Netherworld Watch to wait half an hour, and he told the specialist to send a piece of air examination magical equipment deep into the shaft with a long, narrow rope. The rope was 10 kilometers long. The result was that no constituents of lethal poisons were detected 10,000 meters into the hole. Since the tomb had been sealed for 40,000 years, the air was naturally not suitable for breathing. However, since the demons did not have a high demand on the air quality like humans did, and they were all carrying highly compressed oxygen cylinders, there would not be a problem. During the half hour while the black gas was being mediated, the Netherworld Watch worked on the shaft and established a temporary lift with a solid chain. However, due to the restriction of the hardness of the material, the chain was only 5,000 meters long. If it were any longer, it would collapse because of its own weight. Many experts of the Netherworld Watch could fly and float in midair. Those who could not were mostly able to slither on the wall of the cave like lizards. The lift was mainly prepared to deliver assets. They planned to establish such a lift every 5,000 meters below the shaft. With such a relay system, they would be able to extract all the items of value inside the tomb. Hum. 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 Half an hour later, the first batch of scouting insect-type demon beasts were thrown into the shaft. The batch of insect-type demon beasts had been specially refined and all boasted advanced optical and sensory organs. Their complex eyes were glittering in the darkness. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Manipulated by the experts through their secret arts, the insect-type demon beasts dived deeper and deeper. However, when they were below 5,000 meters, all the insect-type demon beasts lost connection with their masters, who could not sense their existence at all anymore. The same happened to the second batch of insect-type demon beasts. The demon beasts could have been projected to at least 100 kilometers away while maintaining a feeble connection with their masters. However, in the weird shaft, the connection was always cut off when they reached no deeper than 7,000 meters. No secret arts that enhanced the connection helped. The third batch to be tossed in were the beast puppets from the Heaven's Origin sector. But the magical equipment made purely of mechanics, crystals, and rune arrays was the same. All the devices lost connection with their controllers when they were 5,000 to 6,000 meters below the ground. It appears that the last shelter of chaos was built with special radiation-proof and wave-proof materials. Together with the special rune arrays, all telepathic thoughts and mental connections are blocked, thereby jamming all communication. A few traps and architecture specialists studied for a long time after they sent a few pieces of probe magical equipment into the shaft. Finally, they reached such a conclusion. You mean that we cannot learn anything that is happening inside the shaft in the ground? Elder Nether Spring observed calmly. Then we will have to send someone down for exploration in person. Despot, the Hercules beetle, was the first to stand up and requested in a deep voice, Elder, let me. Your body is too huge. You alone will take up almost half of the room of the shaft. Should there be anything wrong, it will be difficult for you to run away. Swirl, the butterfly demon, said casually, let me go instead. Elder Nether Spring pondered for a moment and said, Swirl, you will go. There is no telling what kind of dangers are lurking inside the Tomb of Chaos. Other traps can be resolved slowly, but mental attacks will be extremely hard to deal with. Swirl is an expert in mental warfare. Your flying ability is better than Despot's, too, and it will be more convenient for you to move inside the narrow shaft. Swirl, remember this. Elder Nether Spring concentrated his voice into a twisted channel of sound waves and pushed it to Swirl's ears. When you're down there, other relics and treasures can be excavated slowly. But you will have to find the thing as soon as possible. Understood. Swirl replied respectfully. But please give me a description of the asset, Elder. Elder Nether Spring pondered for a moment and said, it should be large, complicated information in some form. Perhaps, it will also have an activation switch like a key. In any case, the date is too enormous to have been loaded onto the ancient jade chips 40,000 years ago. Before the mission, I have asked you to study the multiple kinds of magical equipment that the ancient cultivators utilized to store information. By my estimation, what you should be looking for is a hidden star box, a sky storage bottle, or any other ancient magical equipment that has a capacity hundreds of times larger than the jade chip. Understood. Swirl and Elder Nether Spring discussed for a while longer and settled the details. They selected 30 soldiers of the Netherworld Watch who were slender and adept at flying, and they asked 10 captives to walk at the front. Aren't you the most loyal believers of chaos? At the bottom of the shaft is the tomb of your god Chaos. Chances are that you will see the body of Chaos with your own eyes. What a glory it must be for you. Swirl grinned hideously. If your god is really watching over you and we finish the exploration smoothly, you and your companions will all be spared. But if anybody hesitates or defects, not only will they be executed, we will also pick 10 random captives from the remaining prisoners and kill them as sacrifices. If you don't want to get yourself and your companions killed, just pray to your god Chaos quietly and wish that he doesn't jump out or stir any trouble. Voila! The shackles of 10 captives of the Blade of Chaos were all unlocked. They were offered some strengthening drugs to recover their strength, and they were even given a protective suit of the same standard as the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch. It was not because the Netherworld Watch cared about their lives. They actually would not mind at all if the captives were killed by poison. However, if the captives became insane monsters with infinite physical strength like the fluorescent fireflies did just now, it would be a major nuisance for them. The 10 captives of the Blade of Chaos looked at each other in bewilderment. Although they had regained their freedom for now, there was no much they could do under the suppression of the Netherworld Watch. Besides, a lot of their companions were still locked in the upper level, including their leader, the Fire Ant King. They were not able to resist at all. God Chaos, please watch over us. The 10 captives of the Blade of Chaos prayed silently. Threatened by the Netherworld Watch, they jumped into the shaft one after the other. The bottomless shaft seemed to lead to the core of the planet. The entire pathway was wreathed in vague black fog, and clusters of black cotton were drifting among them. A feeble air current was blowing from below, holding them like a pair of invisible giant hands. Both the captives from the Blade of Chaos and the elites of the Netherworld Watch were adept at the swiftness skills. Besides, footholds that they could climb on had been embedded on the smooth wall. Therefore, it was not difficult for them to descend. Every soldier of the Netherworld Watch was surrounded by a lot of communication bugs. However, after they were more than 6,000 meters below the ground, the communication bugs lost connection to the surface and could only be used for internal communication. The deeper they went, the denser the black fog became. In the end, they could barely see their own fingers. Although they carried a lot of searchlights and fluorescent fireflies with them, the best they could only vaguely see each other's outlines. The exploration team went down for more than half an hour inside the shaft before they finally reached the bottom. Humming sounds were echoing nearby non-stop. The brightness of the searchlights turned dim. When they aimed the searchlights at the source of sound, they found that the scouting insect-type demon beasts that were projected into the shaft earlier were all flying aimlessly like headless chickens. Seeing the brightness of the searchlights, a lot of the insects crashed toward the source of the light crazily, leaving a lot of scattered shadows behind them. The electromagnetic field here is extremely chaotic. It is impossible to tell the direction. No wonder all the demon beasts went out of control. One of the soldier of the Nether World Watch was carrying a multipurpose compass produced by the Star Glory Federation. The pointer on the gadget was spinning fast like a fan. The air quality is acceptable. Although the percentage of oxygen is merely 2.5%, no constituents of fatal poisons have been detected. Another soldier of the Nether World Watch was operating a crystal processor skillfully. Wars were always the best means of communication between two civilizations. After years of battles against the Heaven's Origin sector, a lot of magical equipment and technology of the cultivators had been introduced into the Blood Demon sector and become quite popular. Survey the terrain with the soundwave detectors first and then explore the area anti-clockwise. It's extremely hazy here. Everybody, stick close to each other. Including the captives, have a head count every 5 minutes so that nobody drops behind, Swirl commanded quickly. There was nothing but darkness around them. The searchlights could only reach 10 meters away before their brightness was consumed by the black fog. The fluorescent fireflies went out of control, too, and hovered around their heads without listening to commands. Their glow fluctuated. Not only was it unhelpful in illuminating the place, it was also adding to the anxious vibe. Bow! 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 Dull sound waves echoed more than 20,000 meters below the surface of the planet. Very soon, the environment nearby was outlined and fed back to the biochemical chips that the explorers wore on their eyeballs. Judging from the result of the echolocation, they were now in a space about 500 meters both in length and in width. Compared with the magnificent and boundless underground temple above, it was simply not large at all. The space was purely empty. There were no pillars. The only thing that could be seen was a high bump at the center, which looked like an enormous rock, a throne, or a huge coffin. The entire space was drowned in water that almost reached their knees. There was no telling whether it was the underground water that flowed in through the cracks on the wall or it had remained in this place for 40,000 years. After 40,000 years of vaporization and brewing, the water had already become liquid that was almost as thick as oil. After every step they made forward, they would drag a few more tiny, greasy threads with them. However, except for the excessive bacteria inside, the water was not poisonous or corrosive. 5 captives at the front, and 5 at the back. Start exploring. The exploration team gradually reached the edge of the space and moved anti-clockwise. The wall of the area turned out to be enormous black stones that were piled up on which lines of dense characters the size of the head of a fly were engraved. What's this? Almost 10 searchlights were aimed at the wall at the same time. They found that the wall of black rocks, which was almost 50 meters tall, had been occupied by characters, numbers, and runes the size of millet seeds. Some of the words were written neatly, but some others were extremely casual and illegible. There were even some words that appeared to be random graffiti. Everybody felt that their head was dizzy after just a quick look. However, judging from the font and the depth of the words on the rocks, it was doubtless that they had been written by the same individual. The content appears to be a certain technique, no, a method to make an unknown poison, no, a flowchart of the production of a certain piece of magical equipment? I got it. It is a combination of many random marvelous skills and arts that are intermittent and messy, with a lot of traces of smearing and editing. It should be a draft. It seems that the secret chamber was indeed the training room and research room for Chaos, who regarded the wall as his scrap paper when he considered new techniques. Whenever he thought of something new, he would carve his thoughts on the wall. Hurry up and scan on the markings on the wall. Let's move them back and ask the specialists to analyze them carefully. Hopefully, we will get a few useful techniques. A lot of ideas and thoughts were left on the walls all around them. But other than those, there were also a great number of animalistic claw marks that wiped out many words and formulas. Some of the claw marks were several meters deep into the wall, as if they had been left by an extremely ferocious animal that was on a rampage. It's rather strange. Since this is the place where Chaos trained himself, and it is apparently heavily guarded, it is impossible that any animal could have broken into the room. Who was it that left the terrifying claw marks exactly? The enormous claw marks made the exploration team even more vigilant. It took them more than 2 hours for them to examine all 4 walls. In the meantime, they sent 2 messengers back to the ground for communication and were reinforced by another 10 tough soldiers of the Nether World Watch, who brought even more artifacts, magical equipment, and surveying tools with them. Then, they marched toward the center of the Tomb of Chaos. Without the wall to guide them, they were caught in a black ocean after only 10 meters. Every other direction was covered in the black fog that was not dispersing at all. The only thing that could be seen were the ripples that were spreading out on the water that was up to their knees. Z. 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 All the soldiers of the Nether World Watch activated the demon cores that were embedded in their bodies. Demonic energy, electric arcs, and flames were vaguely flowing inside the demon cores. Be careful. We're only 200 meters away from the monolithic object at the center. There are no obstructions in front of us. Stay in a line and march forward at the lowest speed. Do not leave anybody behind. Swirl was an expert in mental attacks. The powder that was released from her body spread out like colorful airwaves. Everybody felt relatively relaxed. At that moment. Walla! Walla! Weird noises suddenly echoed inside the water. There's something in the water. Along with an exclamation, dozens of mysterious, black shadows sprang out of the water and darted toward everybody like bolts of lightning. They turned out to be the blood-sucking flying swords that Li Yao had met before. The flying swords seemed to have never sucked any real blood in the past 40,000 years. Their veins were withered, out of shape, and dangled down from the body of the flying swords like dried earthworms. It was exactly because of their hunger for blood that they were shrieking and attacking so furiously. Stop them! Swirl snapped her fingers. Dozens of streams of powder spurted out of her fingertips and turned into colorful rainbows in midair. From moving through the air at a high speed, the friction caused them to burst into flames. The colorful flames interweaved into an impregnable web that went toward the incoming flying swords and trapped them. The other soldiers of the Nether World Watch all showed their own skills, too. They slightly opened their fully enclosed protective suits, revealing the demon cores on their bodies. The demon cores were triggered, forming shields of spiritual energy and long sabers of flames near them. They slashed the blood-sucking flying swords with the hundreds of blade auras. The blood-sucking flying swords, after 40,000 years of hibernation, were already running low on energy. Under the attack of the soldiers of the Nether World Watch, they all broke apart and fell back to the water helplessly. Hissing sounds echoed within the water, as if it were boiling. But one of the captives of the Blade of Chaos left the battle formation in panic and was scratched by one of the broken blood-sucking flying swords. A shallow wound was cut open on his arm. The blood-sucking flying sword crawled into the body of the captive like a parasite. Very soon, half of the body was already dried up. However, before the blood-sucking flying sword darted out again, dozens of blade auras had already arrived overwhelmingly, slashing both the captive and the sword into pieces. It appears that your god Chaos rather cares about you. Swirl mocked. But another abrupt change already took place. In the water near everybody, a few giants that looked like iron towers suddenly sat straight. Under the searchlights, they appeared to be metal puppets that were made of bronze and carved with dense spiritual stripes on their bodies. The puppet giants had been shattered, their upper halves were separated from their lower halves, and they were soaked deep inside the water. That was why they had not been detected earlier. Even without their lower halves, they were still more than 2 meters tall, and their arms were almost 10 meters long when stretched out. Countless weapons and pieces of magical equipment were hidden inside their cylindric, black arms. The puppet giants were driven by the crystals that were embedded to their chests and their joints. They had probably been woken up from the hibernation state because they sensed the scent of living creatures just like the blood-sucking flying sword did. They were roaring deeply and twisting their rusted joints hard. Opening their coldly blinking hands, they lunged toward the soldiers of the Nether World Watch. Don't panic. Attack their crystals. Swirl bellowed quickly. The speed of her fingers increased significantly, transforming the powder into dancing butterflies that danced around the puppet giants and eventually stopped on the shining crystals. The powder butterflies leaked into the crystals immediately. The shining crystals seemed to have been mixed with a lot of impurities and lost their brilliance, turning dirty and obscure. The broken puppet giants stopped functioning again. The last hollow sigh echoed inside their body that had almost been fully corroded. The other few puppet giants were cut into pieces by the soldiers of the Nether World Watch, too. Except for one heavily wounded soldier, most of the teammates were safe and sound. After examining the multiple kinds of magical equipment hidden in the body of the puppet giants, Swirl concluded, those beast puppets do not look like designated guards. They are more like servants and acolytes of chaos. Most of the magical equipment was not aggressive but designed to dissect, refine, maintain objects, and run experiments. The episodes did not interrupt their exploration. After a moment of rest, the exploration team continued to move forward while they paid close attention to the water on their way. They did not meet much trouble on the rest of the way. Instead, they collected a lot of debris of jade chips and magical equipment from the water. 15 minutes later, they finally reached the huge coffin at the center of the space. Both the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch and the captives of the Blade of Chaos held their breath and aimed their searchlights at the object. Outside their expectations, what appeared in front of them was not a splendid throne, not a creepy coffin, but a facility that looked like a pool. The pool was made of the purest and most flawless crystals. It was about 3 meters above the ground and almost 10 meters in length and width. Dense, elegant spiritual stripes had been carved on the object, forming what appeared to be an extremely complicated rune array whose purpose nobody was aware of. Above the pool, there was a cover that was made of the same material. It was connected to the pool with tracks so that the pool could be closed with the minimal strength. After it was closed, the pool and the cover were fully integrated without the tiniest gap. Around the crystal pool were a lot of huge tanks, some of which were directly linked to the crystal pool while some others were docked to the crystal pool through soft tubes. After such a long time, the soft tubes made of the stomachs of demon beasts had all decayed. At first glance, the crystal pool was very similar to the biochemical culture slots that were popular among the demons. But it was purely empty. Except for the transparent liquids, there was absolutely nothing, not even any bones, much less the intact body of chaos. This is rather uncanny. All the evidence suggests that this is the place of chaos death. Why are there no bones at all? Swirl frowned. Where will the thing that Elder demanded be put if the body does not exist? Right then, illuminated by one of the searchlights, Swirl discovered something resembling an agate glimmering inside the crystal pool. What is that? Swirl was interested and moved closer, observing the item against the edge of the pool. Right then, a miserable scream echoed behind Swirl. A captive of the Blade of Chaos seemed to have been possessed by a devil, and his wrists and ankles twisted unnaturally as he suddenly jerked up. Out of the bronze gate, Despot had been pacing back and forth anxiously for several hours. There's no need to be nervous, Despot. I've asked Swirl to send a messenger back every 10 minutes. Everything was still on track 10 minutes ago. Elder Nether Spring was rather at ease. He was even in the mood of a cup of good tea while he sat and talked with Chu Jingqing, the specialist of the studies of chaos. Right then, a weird shriek suddenly echoed deep below the ground. The shriek made the color drain from everyone's face. Despot almost could not wait to jump into the shaft now. Wait! Elder Nether Spring shouted to stop him. The situation is still unclear. Don't go inside recklessly. Very soon, the weird shriek was clearer and more disordered, like the jibber-jabber of someone crazy who had been scared witless. A shadow gradually appeared from the shaft. The horns on Despot's head were surrounded by dazzling electric arcs again, which spread down along the wall of the shaft. More than 10 searchlights that had been deployed above the shaft were all turned on and shot their brightness downwards, illuminating a shadow who was soaked in blood. It's a captive. Despot gritted his teeth, his face extremely ugly. The protective suit of the captive had been ripped into shreds, and there were wounds all over his body. His entire left arm had been torn away. There was no telling what strength supported him to flee to the ground. As if being chased by a monster from his worst nightmare, he quickly ran up the wall of the shaft and soon dashed out of the hole, covered in a dense bloody aura. He then fell to the ground, his blood splashing to everywhere. Sterilization. Isolation. Elder Nether Spring quickly moved backwards. Pooh. 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 The deep green foam and the stabilizing drugs fully wreathed the captive of the Blade of Chaos who had lost his arm. But inside the foam, the captive was still letting out the most appalled cries. Dead. All dead. They're all dead. Despot could not have been more anxious. He stepped forward and shouted loudly, "What exactly happened down there? Speak now. Don't come close." The captive of the Blade of Chaos seemed to have lost his mind because of the horror and even failed to recognize Despot and Elder Nether Spring. He wriggled on the ground with foam all over his body and tried to flee outwards, leaving a long trace of blood on the ground. "Elder, it seems that something bad has happened down there. Let me take a team and check out." Despot's eyes were red in anxiety, and he was breathing heavily. Elder Nether Spring, on the other hand, sensed that something was wrong. He narrowed his eyes and mumbled, "Wait a moment. Something is not right." Right then, a few communication bugs that were hovering above the shaft suddenly vibrated their wings crazily, sending out an ear-splitting warning from the depths of the shaft. "Don't believe him. The shriek was like a signal to detonate a bomb. Some of the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch could tell that it was uttered by Swirl, their captain. They had never heard Swirl speak in such a hasty, distressed, and desperate way before. Before they realized what was going on, the stabilizing foam on the body of the captive of the Blade of Chaos suddenly exploded, and demonic energy so intense that it appeared almost tangible swept over the 100 square meters around him like blade auras. All the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch could not help but narrow their eyes, as if sharp sabers were slashing right at their faces. Such a powerful outburst of demonic energy was only indicative of one thing: the mitochondria deep inside the guy's cells were outputting energy crazily like a volcanic eruption. In that moment, only Elder Nether Spring, Despot, and few top experts were able to react. However, because of the tricky movement of the captive of the Blade of Chaos earlier, Elder Nether Spring was blocked by the enormous body of Despot. Including Elder Nether Spring, none of the top experts were able to launch an attack past Despot. Ho! Despot was one of the toughest experts of the Nether world watch aside from Elder Nether Spring, and his power was almost equal to a demon emperor. His reactions were not slow. The balls of lightning between his spear-like horns burst out again. Dozens of electric arcs slapped toward the body of the captive of the Blade of Chaos, and a few landed just in front of the guy. If the enemy had been fleeing ahead, he would certainly have been hit precisely by the electric arcs. Even if he could resist the bombardment of dozens of electric arcs, he would inevitably have been slowed down. It was enough for Elder Nether Spring to catch up with him. But out of Despot's expectation, the enemy did not lunge forward after his outburst of demonic energy. Instead, like a scorpion that was tossed into a tank of boiling oil, he jerked backwards weirdly and jumped into Despot's arms. The enemy's action was far beyond Despot's expectations. All the electric arcs missed their target. The captive of the Blade of Chaos was levels faster than Despot. His legs hit the demon core on Despot's chest like the main gun of a crystal warship, and his strength flooded into the demon core crazily. Boom! Endless spiritual energy was contained inside the demon core. Stimulated by the invading force, it was like a spring that was compressed to the minimum and naturally gave out a strong counterforce. But the enemy was extremely deft. When the counterforce of the demon core reached its highest point, he made use of the counterforce and leapt up. Boosted by the combination of the two forces, he rushed forward like a cannonball, breaking the sonic barrier immediately and turning into a bloody streak of brightness. Starting from the shriek down the shaft, to the outburst of the enemy's demonic energy, to the bombardment of Despot's electric arcs, to the enemy moving backwards instead of forward and eventually dashing out with the counterforce of the demonic core on Despot's chest, it had all happened in less than half a second. Despot's enormous body that looked like a heavy crystal tank, and on the other hand, like a kite whose string had been cut. He was kicked away by the enemy easily, right toward Elder Nether Spring. Elder Nether Spring moved. He grabbed one of the horns on Despot's head with only 3 of his fingers, holding him and balancing him again. However, Elder Nether Spring's attack had been disrupted, and the best moment to stop the enemy had passed. Shwa! 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 In the darkness, for a motionless Elder Nether Springs crawled out and stood in the way of the enemy's escape. They were all clones that Elder Nether Spring had condensed with the mirage green ants and had been lurking in the darkness earlier. But the enemy seemed to be quite familiar with Elder Nether Spring's combat style. The red streak zigzagged rapidly, leaving 2 of the clones behind without being touched by them at all. In the meantime, the other 2 clones were blown to smithereens by the ivory beams of light that were shot out of his palms. The streak of redness vanished into the darkness. Elder Nether Spring's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. It was so green that liquid might have dripped down at any moment. He turned into a streak of greenness and chased after the enemy. He waved his hands. The other few clones that were condensed by the mirage green ants merged together and returned to the bronze gate, staring at the entrance of hole coldly. Very soon, Swirl struggled to fly out. Her wretched appearance greatly surprised both Despot and Elder Nether Spring. The butterfly demon was no longer as exotic and enchanting as she used to. Her colorful wings had been shattered, and barely any part of her skin was still intact. A shockingly large hole could be found on her left abdomen, through which her poor internal organs were all exposed to the air. Judging from the appearance of the wound, she had been ambushed by someone from behind. Swirl's face was so swollen that it looked like a pickled pig's head and could not have been uglier. With the most desperate expression, she cried, "Elder, forgive my incompetence, cut the crap." Elder Nether Spring's clone gnashed his teeth. What happened? One of the captives of the Blade of Chaos pretended that he was bewildered by the traps deep inside the Tomb of Chaos and acted crazily. I went close to him to check and was ambushed in my carelessness. Swirl had not entirely recovered from her shock. No. He couldn't have been one of the captives that we locked up. He must have mixed in with them later. His capability was very high, and he was practically immune to my mental attacks. Of course, his capability is very high. The face of Elder Nether Spring's clone was getting darker and darker. Even Despot was no match for him and was directly kicked away. The guy must be at least in the level of Demon Emperor. I didn't know that there was a second Demon Emperor hiding in the Blade of Chaos apart from the Fire Ant King. That's not right. The nose of Elder Nether Spring's clone flapped, as if he had smelt something weird in the air. The guy destroyed my clones with techniques similar to the cell obliteration cannon. But it was extremely powerful, which reminds me of the expert that was with Jin Xinyue. The pupils of Elder Nether Spring's clone suddenly shrank. The expert who was with Jin Xinyue performed the same move when they were getting rid of the pursuers inside the 100 Desolation Mountain. How on earth did he end up in this place? Elder Swirl struggled to move her body and whispered to her master, the guy also stole something from the center of the tomb. Huh? The face of Elder Nether Spring's clone lost color again. What was it? It was a piece of ancient magical equipment that looked like a hidden star box, which was likely the thing that you asked me to retrieve, Elder Swirl replied dutifully. The guy hid among the captives and did not go on a rampage until the hidden star box was discovered. It seems that his purpose was exactly the item. Elder Nether Spring's clone took a deep breath with a gloomy face. A moment later, his fury that had nowhere to be vented finally burst out. After a boom, the thousands of mirage green ants that formed his clone exploded into a blowing storm, turning into what seemed to be a tall shadow and roaring toward the sky in outrage. Deep inside the underground temple, Elder Nether Spring's true self further accelerated and was closer and closer to the streak of redness in the front. The pathway was long and narrow and did not have a turn or anywhere to hide in. It was pure speed that both of them were counting on. In 3 seconds, the enemy would enter Elder Nether Spring's attack range. Elder Nether Spring's sharp eyes had already ripped him apart 20 times. Right then, an abrupt change took place. Boom! Boom 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 boom. Around the pathway, dozens of crystal bombs, acid bombs, and venom bombs were detonated at the same time. The spiritual energy, venomous stings, and acids were mixed together and filled up the entire narrow space like a raging wind. Elder Nether Spring roared, not caring about the minor explosion at all. A shield of demonic energy was formed around his body. All the attacks, be they acid, venom, or the shrapnel of magical equipment, seemed to be stuck by thick glue when they hit the shield and could not touch his body at all. However, the serial bomb had been planned very neatly. Perhaps, the rock stratums above had already been contaminated by the acids. After the explosion, billions of tons of rocks fell and blocked the pathway without the tiniest gap. Explode now! Elder Nether Spring burst into fury. He opened his mouth wider than one would have thought possible. A stream of intense brightness spurted out and blew out a giant hole almost 10 meters deep in the rocks and soil. However, the rocks were already feeble after the intense explosion just now. The moment he made a huge hole, the rocks above continued falling down and refilled the hole that he had just created. Elder Nether Spring was so angry that he was jumping up and down. The enemy had obviously surveyed the terrain earlier and deployed traps for his escape in the pathway. Mighty as Elder Nether Spring was, it would take him at least half a minute to break through the blocked pathway. Besides, Elder Nether Spring did not know whether or not more bombs had been planted in the pathway, or if the enemy was waiting for him inside the darkness on the other side of the landslide. He recalled the enemy's unstoppable kick a moment ago, which suggested that the enemy was at least as strong as the Fire Ant King. Elder Nether Spring would rather not fight against such a terrifying enemy in an environment that was in the enemy's favor. After only a moment of hesitation inside the darkness, miserable screams were already echoing from the communication bugs that Elder Nether Spring had brought with him. They were from the Guardians who were defending the research rooms on the second floor and the temple on the first floor. Judging from the sound, a ferocious beast seemed to be marching toward the surface while crushing everything that was standing in his way. Stop him! Stop him! Elder Nether Spring's handsome face had entirely twisted. The guy who snuck into the captives and stole the ultimate treasure inside the tomb was naturally Li Yao. In retrospect, it was already perilous enough to sneak into the prison where the captives were locked, and it was even more dangerous to enter the Tomb of Chaos right under Elder Nether Spring's nose. If Elder Nether Spring had sensed something wrong and attacked him with his subordinates, Li Yao was certain that he would have kicked the bucket. However, Li Yao believed in his judgment. Elder Nether Spring, who had taken over the Mausoleum of Chaos, must have concentrated all his attention on the secrets of chaos. Even if he could spare some of his attention, he must have been considering how to better exploit the Fire Ant King. It would never have occurred to him that a bold, insane expert in the Demon Emperor level would dare to show up near him. At this moment, Li Yao broke out of the siege and reappeared in the underground temple. The top elites of the Netherworld Watch were on the 3rd floor. It would take them less than 20 seconds to catch up with him. 20 seconds was enough for an expert of the Demon Emperor stage to do a lot of things. Get out of my way or die. After the blood-stripe virus melded with part of his self-consciousness and turned into the mental devil, his combat style had become more and more radical, cruel, and brutal. Above the underground temple, the streak of redness suddenly split into dozens of quickly flashing threads that rushed at the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch in all the directions, piercing the chests of almost 10 of them. The red threads then congregated again and moved upwards. In order to move more relics out of the Mausoleum of Chaos, the holes in the dome of the underground temple had been expanded to dozens of meters in diameter. Li Yao soared up in one of the channels. Ho! Ahead of Li Yao, an ugly sandworm opened its bloody mouthpart, from which extremely corrosive saliva was drooping non-stop. Cell obliteration cannon, attack. Inside Li Yao's left arm, countless cells rubbed against each other and surged out. After they perished, the energy that their combustion produced concentrated on the palm and suddenly shot out, stabbing through the sandworm directly. After a series of explosions, the internal organs of the sandworm were demolished, and the only thing left was an empty shell. Li Yao flew up to the ground through the body of the sandworm. Technically speaking, it was not the ground that Li Yao had reached but the bottom of the star-swallowing sea. Above him was a crystal barrier that had been established to resist the lake water temporarily. At this moment, it was the darkest moment of the night when the water level of the star-swallow sea was highest. Everybody was soaked in the lake water that was hundreds of meters deep. The message that somebody was on the run had already been sent to this place. An overwhelming cacophony echoed everywhere, and countless soldiers of the Netherworld Watch charged toward Li Yao. In Li Yao's eyes, they all turned into clusters of the most fundamental data. Fully carrying out the tactical manipulation abilities that he had trained himself with on the Skeleton Island for more than a month, Li Yao examined his every movement and attack at least 100 times inside his brain to make sure that his actions could disrupt the battle formation of the enemy to the highest degree and tear a fatal gap on it. Then, he continued to flee crazily. For the Netherworld Watch, the unpredictable enemy gave them quite a hard time. Except for the few soldiers who had head-on clashes with him, the rest of the Netherworld Watch all discovered that their remote attacks had been blocked by their companions. When they decided to draw close for melee combat, they were often pushed or hindered by their companions who were thinking the same. As the battle went on, everybody turned out to be pushing each other on the enemy's left side, and there were absolutely no soldiers on his right side. Li Yao smiled and launched dozens of interference bombs that contained flares and stun rune arrays. Before the acid stings and the storms hit him, he roared and soared toward the top of the crystal dome. He opened his left hand. A cluster of brilliance quickly expanded inside his palm as if he were holding a sun brutally. Not good. The soldiers of the Netherworld Watch who realized what he was going to do were all appalled, their hearts nearly jumping out of their chests. They intended to stop him, but there was no time. Boom! The mini-sun inside Li Yao's palm suddenly exploded into almost 20 streaks of golden brightness that darted every part of the crystal dome. Such crystal barriers that were designed to resist water in underwater projects were in the shape of an arc and boasted impressive anti-pressure capabilities. They could resist the enormous external pressure. But as for the internal pressure resulting from the explosion, there was not much they could do. After a few cracking noises, almost 20 giant holes immediately appeared in the crystal dome. Boosted by the super-high pressure, the water of the star-swallowing sea turned into dragons and rushed in ferociously. Li Yao gritted his teeth, the veins on his arms and his legs all bulging out, while he forced himself out of the crystal dome against the blast of one of the dragons, dashing into the star-swallowing sea. Who? He pressed his chest softly. An enormous airbag immediately ejected out of his back, giving him a strong buoyancy inside the star-swallowing sea whose water was extremely dense. Little Black, come on out. Inside the star-swallowing ocean that was full of heavy metals, Li Yao was not worried that the traces of spiritual waves would be found. Even if the traces were really detected, it was not unusual for demons to make use of magical equipment. Black Wing leapt out of his cosmos ring. Like a puppy that had been confined at home for too long, it was shrieking both in delight and discontent. After circling Li Yao 3 times, it opened black wings of spiritual energy inside the lake water. Powerful ripples spread out in the lake, as if Black Wing had been expanded to hundreds of meters long. Li Yao seemed to be back to 10 years ago. Grabbing the handle of Black Wing, he blew a whistle and rushed inside the dark lake. Elder Nether Spring was only 20 seconds late. But in those 20 seconds, the space inside the crystal barrier had flooded. There were still a lot of important relics inside the Mausoleum of Chaos. Naturally, Elder Nether Spring could not allow it to be consumed by the star-swallowing sea. Helplessly, he could only command the Nether World Watch to repair the crystal barrier immediately, and he asked one of the devilish warships that were docked above the star-swallowing ocean to rise and monitor a larger range. 20 minutes later, an anomaly was detected. A vague shadow fled from the southwest side of the star-swallowing sea and rushed westward. Despot, gather the elites. We'll chase after him. Elder Nether Spring's voice sounded like a saber that was rubbing a bone. Everybody who heard it felt chilly. Swirl, who was heavily wounded, struggled to say, the southwest of the White-Silver Death Desert is a turbulent area that is frequented by violent winds. All the sand will be blown into the sky and forms terrifying sandstorms. There's no time to bother that. The item is of paramount importance for our plan, and we must capture the mysterious expert, too. Elder Nether Spring replied with a gloomy face. 15 minutes later, the exploration team made of 2 devilish warships marched to the southwest of the White-Silver Death Desert. If the target is running at full speed, he will certain trigger intense demonic energy and leave a clear trace. If he does not want to leave any trace, his speed won't be too high. Chase him. Chase him now. The speed and efficiency of the devilish warships were far higher than those of living creatures. With the advanced demonic artifacts and the demonic energy detector from the Star Glory Federation on the warships, Elder Nether Spring soon located a clear trace of demonic energy that extended to the southwest. It is the ocean at the end of the southwest direction. We will not be able to capture him if he flees into the ocean. Elder Nether Spring frowned. Both devilish warships were triggered to the highest efficiency. The engine compartments in the rear were all expanding, spurting such high-pressure air currents that almost set the sky on fire. Inside the White-Silver Death Desert, there was nothing but monotonous, desolate sand. Every place was shining in silver colors, leaving no shelters for anybody. However, after 3 hours of pursuing, the environment nearby changed abruptly. The desert seemed to have become an ocean with surging tides and ear-splitting roars. It was the turbulent area. Inside the White-Silver Death Desert, without the blockage of mountains and canyons, the strong winds from the ocean were able to march into the land unstoppably. Blowing away sand and dust that could be billions of tons of weight, the wind generated an ocean inside the desert. Our devilish warship can resist a level 13 gale. Go over now. Elder Nether Spring commanded unhesitatingly. Hum. Hum. On the surface of the two devilish warships, the gray protective membranes that looked like bone armor were torn apart, revealing enormous organs made of countless demon cores that looked like eyes. Translucent demonic energy spurted out of the artificial organs and formed a solid barrier of demonic energy outside the warships. The devilish warships barged into the turbulent area. The sandstorm hit the warships one wave after another, causing no consequences at all except for the flashing of the eyes on the warships and the slight shaking. However, after the two devilish warships both went deep into the turbulent area, dozens of explosions suddenly echoed on the ground. Almost 100 crystal bombs were shot into the sky, blossoming like the most brilliant fireworks. The crystal bombs were still very far away from the devilish warships and could deal no damage to them whatsoever. But Elder Nether Spring frowned deeply. Every action of the mysterious enemy had been beyond his expectations since the beginning. It was unlikely that the guy would perform meaningless attacks. What could the crystal bombs do even if they were detonated right below the devilish warships, considering their insignificant damage? Why was he doing that? Right at that moment, the devilish warships began shaking more forcefully, and the intensity of the sandstorm outside significantly increased. Everybody on board could hear the roaring gust despite the thick shell of the warships. What happened? The force of the wind has suddenly soared. The spiritual energy of the wind class is in disorder. Not good. The crystal bombs that the enemy launched were not damaging at all. They carried a lot of rune arrays that could boost the spiritual energy of the wind class. As long as the direction and pressure of the wind are calculated well, dozens of crystal bombs that can boost the force of the wind are enough to focus the force of the sandstorm in the same location and create an extremely terrifying zone of furious wind. How is it possible? Even the Feather clan that is born in the wind and naturally adaptive to the spiritual energy of the wind class cannot grasp the pulse of the sandstorm so well. How did the monster do it? Get out of the place now. Along with Elder Nether Spring's roar, the devilish warship seemed to have been smashed hard by a giant, invisible hammer, and the bridge leaned to the left side seriously. Quite a few crew members were knocked away and crashed into their companions. The bridge was in a mess. 300 meters in front of him, more than 10 tornadoes were getting thicker and larger after absorbing more and more sand from the desert. The color of the tornadoes gradually darkened into a dreadful deep black, too. The tornadoes were eyeing them maliciously like giant serpents that could swallow the sky and the earth. The ear-splitting noises made the solid shell of the warships as thin as the wing of a cicada. Boom! The main gun of the devilish warships opened fire, blowing the head of one of the serpents into pieces. But the remaining body was soon torn apart and swallowed by the rest of the serpents, making them even thicker and more hideous than before. In the meantime, on the flanks of and behind the devilish warships, more tornadoes that looked like giant snakes were gradually taking shape. 3 hours later, the two devilish warships that were stalled for a long time in the super sandstorms finally staggered to a stop in the sky of the southwest coastline of the white-silver continent. Because of the hindrance of the sandstorm, it had taken them 1.5 hours longer than expected. They lost the traces of the target multiple times on the way, too, and did not lock onto him again until 20 minutes ago. On the demonic energy detector, a streak of brightness extended into the ocean and vanished in the depths of the surging seawater. Judging from the dispersion of the demonic energy, the target must have dashed into the ocean half an hour ago. It was an extremely tricky moment. If the target had no backup and was swimming on his own, he would not have gone too far in only half an hour. They might have had a chance to catch up with him if they searched the area carefully. However, judging from the delicate traps that the target had placed on the way, it was hard to believe that he had not prepared a few pieces of magical equipment that could make him move in the seawater fast. Elder Nether Spring, Despot, and the experts of the Nether World Watch all stared at the boundless ocean, deep in thought. Although they had suffered a number of setbacks on their way, the anger on Elder Nether Spring's face had entirely disappeared. It was now utterly tranquil, without the slightest hint of emotion. Elder Nether Spring suddenly raised his voice. "Go back now." "What?" Despot was stunned. "Are we letting go of the target just like this?" With the cunningness of the target, he must have prepared more traps at the bottom of the ocean, in which case, we will never be able to catch him, Elder Nether Spring explained quickly. "But I'm more concerned that the target is actually distracting our attention. Right now, most of the elites of the Nether World Watch have been brought out by us. The only expert left in the Mausoleum of Chaos is Swirl, who has been heavily wounded. What if the purpose of the target was not to run away but to distract our attention and rescue the Fire Ant King when we were out?" Despot gasped, his solid shells shivering slightly. "If that is the case, we still have an opportunity to capture him." Elder Nether Spring grinned so hideously that somebody might have stamped on his face. In the north of the White-Silver Death Desert, thousands of kilometers away from the turbulent area and the Mausoleum of Chaos, a black shadow rushed while sticking close to the desert, drawing a huge arc and moving closer and closer to the Mausoleum of Chaos. It was exactly Li Yao. If his purpose was to run away, he would not have been so troubled. His plan was exactly as Elder Nether Spring had guessed. He hoped to direct Elder Nether Spring and the elites of the Nether World Watch to the west coast of the White-Silver Death Desert with himself as the bait. It would have been even better if they had been tricked into searching for him offshore. As long as they were postponed for half a day, it would be enough for him to return to the Mausoleum of Chaos and rescue the Fire Ant King. With any luck, they would even be able to capture a devilish warship and free a large batch of captives before they figured out what to do next. However, Li Yao's rapid movement came to an abrupt halt when something in his pocket shivered slightly. On one of his knees, he took off his glasses and spat out a mouthful of sand. He took out a metal chip that was carved with stripes resembling clouds from his pocket. Right now, the metal chip was shaking feebly, driven by rune arrays. "Have I been seen through?" It was a surveillance device that Li Yao had arranged earlier. When he was fleeing to the west coast of the White-Silver Death Desert, he had sprayed almost 100 pieces of magical equipment that could sense demonic energy into the desert. The silver magical equipment was the size of a pebble and utterly indistinguishable in the Silver Desert. The magical equipment, like the crystal bombs, had been thrown together him with the materials inside his cosmos ring and from the Mausoleum of Chaos over the last 3 days. The usage of the magical equipment was simple. As long as it detected immense demonic energy passing by, it would release an extremely feeble spiritual wave so that the reception rune array inside his pocket would shake. In the boundless White-Silver Death Desert where there were no obstacles, the distance of transmission could be thousands of kilometers. The reception rune array shook for the first time half a day ago, when Elder Nether Spring was coming after him. But right now, the reception rune array was shaking again, indicating that another wave of immense demonic energy was flying past the magical equipment. The elites of Elder Nether Spring had been mobilized. It was impossible that a second echelon of reinforcements had been sent. The only possibility was that Elder Nether Spring had sensed that something was wrong and returned to defend his base. What a tricky opponent. Li Yao slightly frowned. He opened his hands, releasing hundreds of streaks of spiritual gas while he ran calculations with the desert as his paper. The result of the series of complicated computations was that, even if he rushed at the highest speed, there was only a 7.1% likelihood that he could rescue the Fire Ant King before Elder Nether Spring returned to the Mausoleum of Chaos. The last thing Li Yao wanted to be faced with right now was an infuriated Elder Nether Spring and hundreds of elites of the Nether World Watch. It's a pity that Elder Nether Spring has seen through me. Thankfully, however, my effort was not in vain. Li Yao smiled and licked his dried lips. He retrieved the ancient magical equipment that he had stolen from the Tomb of Chaos half a day ago from his Cosmos ring and played with it. The ancient magical equipment looked like a brain that was made of agate and bloody diamond. But it was only the size of an apple and could be held with one hand perfectly. Li Yao had seen similar magical equipment in Yanzhi's memory pieces. Such magical equipment named Hidden Star Box could be called an upgraded version of jade chips. It could store a lot of information, telepathic thoughts, and even vivid illusions. Many ancient sages had been fond of pouring their lifelong knowledge and their most intense feeling into magical equipment like the Hidden Star Box as a legacy for the posterity before their death. It was some sort of special last will. Li Yao was almost certain that it was the last will of chaos when he discovered the item in the crystal pool at the center of the Tomb of Chaos. Also, at that time, he noticed that the heart of Swirl had been beating fast, her breath hastier, and her blood flow had been 11% faster than a minute earlier. He had immediately realized that the item must be Elder Nether Spring's real target. Therefore, Li Yao had taken actions brutally and ambushed her, stealing the last will of chaos. Based on Elder Nether Spring's moves and his talk, this is very likely the ultimate purpose of his operation here. What kind of secrets are hidden in the last will of chaos? Maybe I will only be able to make out what Elder Nether Spring is up to exactly after I crack the secrets inside the last will. Li Yao took a long breath. Covered in a thin layer of spiritual energy, he gradually sank into the quicksand and dived deeper and deeper until he was almost 100 meters below the desert. Bow! 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 After he was so deep below the ground, Li Yao was finally able to release his spiritual energy blatantly. His spiritual energy in the liquid form gradually pushed the sand around him away like expanding seawater, creating a round space that was 2 meters in diameter. Li Yao sat cross-legged in the space, with the hidden star box that looked like an agate floating in front of him. He snapped his fingers and summoned almost 100 dissection tools from his Cosmos ring. Since the hidden star box is meant to be a legacy for the latecomers, it is certainly not completely locked. There must be a secret method to open it. Although I don't know the secret method, I can still crack it with brute force. It should be fine as long as I am cautious enough. Li Yao was an expert in ancient magical equipment. Chaos might have been more knowledgeable than him in terms of the arts of poison, but when it came to the refinement and the decryption of magical equipment, how could he have been matched for Li Yao? Li Yao narrowed his eyes. His fingers seemed to be pulling hundreds of invisible strings, and he manipulated tiny needles the width of hair to brush the hidden star box quickly. A gray mist immediately enveloped the hidden star box. After a period of cracking noises, a glamorous red color surfaced on the hidden star box, and sparks were bouncing deep inside the brain that was made of agate, as if somebody's thoughts were being triggered and ignited. Sweat was pouring out on Li Yao's forehead. Before it dripped down, it had already been vaporized by his skin, which was burningly hot now. The narrow space was enshrouded in a hazy mist. Inside the mist, the brilliance emitted by the hidden star box was even more blurred. Outside of the brain the size of an apple, a brain of mystic rays the size of a real brain was generated. The intersections of the rays of light were like synapses. Flames of telepathic thoughts were jumping up and down. I've made it. After a click that sounded like a pebble hitting the ground, a bloody diamond that resembled an eyeball protruded out of the center of the hidden star box slowly. From the bloody diamond beamed out a scarlet mystic ray that darted at Li Yao's brain. Li Yao was a person who had been possessed multiple times and therefore was quite familiar with the procedure. He had examined the hidden star box thoroughly in case an old ghost from 40,000 years ago was hiding inside trying to steal his body. Besides, if there were really a ghost trying to possess him, it would be hard to tell who would be possessed by whom in the end. At that moment, Li Yao moved closer without hesitation and bathed his spiritual root in the mystic rays. Hum. Prolonged, weird noises echoed deep inside his brain suddenly. Countless emotions filled his brain cells. Li Yao had never tasted such complicated emotions before. There was the most devoted love and the deepest abhorrence, the highest hope for the future and the gloomiest desperation about the darkness of the world. The complicated feelings stabbed him like iron sabers, which was multiple times more painful during Yanzhi's possession. He could not help but exclaim in a low voice. Lights and shadows were changing around him, and the sand was gone. He seemed to have traveled through a channel of 40,000 years of time and appeared in a splendid palace where sacred clouds were floating. The palace seemed to have been established on the clouds. It was boundless, with countless magnificent statues everywhere. Mystic rays were shooting up from every statue and supported the sky like thick pillars. On the enormous stele above the gate of the palace, 3 giant words were written. Ultimate One Sect. Ultimate One Sect was one of the most brilliant sects in the last years of the ancient cultivation world. It is said that the sect controlled almost 100 sectors and commanded millions of cultivators. Billions of mortals were under the government of the Ultimate One Sect. Li Yao tried to recall what he knew about the sect. He was like an invisible ghost floating on the top of the splendid building while he observed the excited ancient cultivators in the palace. They are the most important memory pieces of chaos when he was alive. Before his death, he compressed the most important events in his life into telepathic thoughts and saved them in the hidden star box so that the latecomers would see his last will. Such a method to preserve telepathic thoughts was similar to the blast of Yanzhi's memory pieces. Li Yao had experienced it once before, and now his brain was significantly more developed. Therefore, he had no trouble absorbing the illusions of 40,000 years ago. Yanzhi, do you plead guilty? A thunderous roar burst out from above, shaking and echoing in the palace. Li Yao saw that high-level cultivators in high caps and long robes who looked spectacular were pointing at a middle-aged, muscular man in shabby clothes with a long beard, cursing him loudly and angrily. The bearded man named Yanzhi seemed unbefitting for the splendid, divine palace. He was wearing black armor and a pair of boots made of beast hide. There was smoke all over his face, and his armor was obviously stained. He was perhaps a low-level deacon in the Ultimate One Sect who was responsible for handling the specific affairs. Yanzhi, as the manager of the Infinite Farm, you should have dedicated yourself to the breeding of the animals. Why did the inspectors report that many animals in the Infinite Farm had changed in appearance and were aggressive and undocile? The mortals living in the Infinite Farm have undergone terrifying changes, too. They turned hideous and acted crazily. Rumors in the Ultimate One Sect are that you are conspiring with evil sects outside and running insane, unpardonable experiments. Yanzhi, what is the truth exactly? Confess now. The demander turned out to be a magnificent cultivator who was wearing a golden helmet and golden armor and looked like a high tower. The man's skin was golden too, and it seemed to be melded with his garment. He was holding a long whip in his hand whose aura reached almost 30 meters away, already piercing into the dome of the palace. Behind the golden giant, an enormous 8-trigram seat was floating in midair, on which an old, lean man was sitting cross-legged, his white hair touching the ground and his eyes half closed. Yanzhi raised his voice and shouted, "Leader, law-enforcing elder, I didn't. Everything I did was for the Ultimate One Sect and all the living creatures under the government of the Ultimate One Sect." The gold giant bellowed coldly, "Whether or not you are guilty will be judged by the leader and the elders here. All you need to do is speak the whole truth." Right then, Li Yao's perspective gradually fell to the ground into Yanzhi's body. He was observing the entire illusionary world from Yanzhi's eyes. From that angle, all the faces around him were full of anger, loathing, or scorn. The golden giant and the leader who was sitting on the 8 trigrams were like 2 mountains that soared into the sky, high, mighty, and utterly inviolable. Li Yao realized that the so-called Yanzhi was the master of the illusionary world and chaos in the future. Since a year ago, Yanzhi said, the animals in the Infinite Farm have undergone a lot of weird mutations. As the manager of the farm, I was naturally obliged to find out the reason. After an arduous search, I finally found a weird black spring inside a cave at the edge of the farm. The animals who drank the water of the black spring turned extremely excited and went through all kinds of mutations. Weird changes also happened to the few mortals who went to investigate with me after they drank the water from the spring. Horns and scales grew out of them. The gold giant glared. "If that is the case, why did you not report the issue to the headquarters in a timely manner?" With a bitter expression, Yanzhi replied, "As you know, Elder, the Infinite Farm is in the Infinite Planet, which is the most remote place in the Ultimate One Sect's territory. It is simply too far away from the headquarters. Over the past years, the Ultimate One Sect has been engaged in wars with the evil sects such as the Mystic Moon Sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood. The teleportation arrays between worlds are often jammed and intermittent. The Infinite Farm that I managed turned into a lone island every now and then. After I found the Black Spring, I planned to report the matter to my supervisor immediately through the teleportation arrays. But it happened to be the period when the Mystic Moon Sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood launched a massive attack. The Infinite Planet was one of their targets. I struggled hard to resist them on the lone island and had to postpone the issue. In the half-year that followed, our connection to the headquarters was off. It was with the joint efforts of everyone there that dozens of attacks of the Mystic Moon Sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood were resisted. The mortals who went through mutations, on the other hand, acted and thought no differently from normal people, except that they looked a bit ugly with the weird scales and horns on their bodies. They could recognize their family and friends and always obeyed the rules. In the meantime, their physical strength was multiplied, and they were fearless of poison and venom. They could also feed on the soybean cakes, alfalfa, and crop stalks that were food for the animals. They were very useful in the battles. So, I simply left them alone. But out of my expectations, 3 months later, more and more mutated mortals showed up on the farm. I felt that it was odd and investigated, only to find out that the mortals living on the Infinite Planet regarded the Black Spring as the godly spring. If they were sick or heavily wounded beyond treatment, they would go to drink the water of the Black Spring. Although they would turn uglier, they could often survive the disasters and get used to the harsher food and environment. You may not know this, leader and elders, but during the few months when we were fighting on our own, the Infinite Planet was under the collective attack of the Mystic Moon Sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood. There were indeed a lot of casualties, and we were seriously short of resources. Cultivators aside, the life of the mortals was extremely miserable. 10 of them went to the battlefield, and only 1 would return. Every household held at least 1 funeral in that period. The mortals proved their loyalty to the Ultimate One Sect on the battlefield. Now that they were heavily wounded and on the brink of death, how could I bear to turn them down when they wanted to drink the water of the Black Spring and live on to look after their family? Besides, in light of such heavy casualties, without timely treatment, I would have run out of soldiers very quickly. How could I resist the Mystic Moon Sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood if so? Having no other options, I was forced to develop the Black Spring on a large scale. At first, the water of the Black Spring was only fed to the heavily wounded to save their lives. Later, as a lot of mortals were about to die of dyspepsia because of the inedible straw and soil they ate in their hunger, I had to distribute the water of the Black Spring to them, too, so that their internal organs could be strengthened and they could manage to survive with the supposedly indigestible food. We struggled for an entire year until the reinforcements of the Ultimate One Sect came to our rescue. Leader and elders, although a lot of mortals on the Infinite Planet look ugly right now, they are still decent civilians under the government of the Ultimate One Sect. They are definitely loyal to the Ultimate One Sect and have never committed any crimes. Yanzhi did not seem to be a loquacious man, but he seemed to have prepared the speech a long time ago. Although he stammered occasionally, he still made his point in a rather convincing way. The leader of the Ultimate One sect slowly opened his eyes and talked gently to Ba Yanzhi. Ba Yanzhi, I was there to watch you grow from a boy into a man. I know that you are outspoken and merciful and that it is impossible for you to do such inhuman things. So to speak, everything you did on the infinite planet was just due to the situation? Leader, it was not just due to the situation. Encouraged by the leader, Ba Yanzhi held his chest high and declared, with tears in his eyes, in my opinion, the mysterious spring can alter the future of the Ultimate One sect and even end the era of mayhem. There was a minor riot nearby. Many high-level cultivators were sneering. Some of them were even cursing aloud. An insignificant deacon who is responsible for herding livestock in a remote farm is now talking about the future of the sect? How arrogant of you! But the leader of the Ultimate One sect simply smiled and pressed his hands together, stopping everybody from whispering to each other. He said warmly, Yanzhi, you may speak whatever is on your mind. Ba Yanzhi nodded and said resolutely, Leader and elders, the world is in havoc nowadays, and all 3,000 sectors are consumed by the fires of war. Every sect is accusing other sects of being evil and attacking each other incessantly. As a result, many worlds have been shattered, and all living creatures are in peril. Marvelous as the cultivators may be, we are merely struggling and breathing our last breath in the chaotic world. The mortals who barely have any strength are like ants and grass in the fierce thunderstorm. There is no telling when and where they will be killed. In the vast prairie on the infinite planet, I've been meditating on just one question while I stare at the boundless sea of stars. The universe is such a large place. Why do the cultivators have to kill each other? I pondered for a long time and still failed to come up with an answer. But eventually, when I watched the animals in the farm dueling and attacking each other, I was suddenly enlightened. Resources. The resources in the 3,000 sectors are running low, but the remaining resources are not enough for us to march into the deeper part of the universe. Cultivators are trapped in a small farm like the tamed animals are. We are fighting hard until our blood runs dry for nothing but a brook that is about to dry up or a tiny area of grass. The leader of the Ultimate One sect remained unmoved. He asked casually, then, what is the solution in your opinion? If I may remind you, leader, Ba Yanzhi replied loudly, in fact, the resources in the 3,000 sectors are not running low at all. Abundant assets are still out there, waiting to be collected by us. Take the infinite planet for example. It is neighbored to the green wolf planet and the desolate yellow planet, both of which boast tremendous resources and mother lodes. Why do we have to fight blood battles against the Mystic Moon sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood for a few insignificant mother lodes? The leader of the Ultimate One sect observed, of course, there are still a lot of places with a high reserve of resources. But they are extremely difficult to develop. The temperature of the green wolf planet is too low for any crops to be grown, and the local plants are too rough and inedible for the Minders. The desolate yellow planet is filled with venomous fog. Even cultivators can't live there for long, much less ordinary miners. Every unit of resources that we collect in those places will be at the cost of twice as many resources. It is certainly not a bargain. It might have been so in the past, Ba Yanzhi announced excitedly, but with the mysterious Black Spring, everything will be no longer a problem. Chapter 917 New Home. Translator, Flycrane01 Editor, Milman 97-inch Ha. The eyes of the Ultimate One sect leader beamed with interest. Leader, after the mortals drink the water of the Black Spring, their bodies were strengthened, and they became tireless. They were no longer scared of the venomous fog or the harsh environment. They adapted to the rough food, too. If so, can't we send them to settle on the worlds where the environment is too hard for normal people? It will be a beneficial plan for everybody. Right now, the planets under the government of the Ultimate One sect are all running out of resources. We barely have any harvest now, and we are often plagued by locusts and starvation. A lot of the crops and resources have to be supplied for the frontline, too. If the battles in the front line do not go well, several planets will be taken over and even burnt to the ground. After the battles, it is often the case that nothing can be grown on the planets. Even in the places that are not savaged by the fires of war, famine still exists. The civilians often have to feed on rind, grass, or even soil. Sometimes, they even trade each other's children as food. Their lives can be extremely difficult. Even if they are fortunate enough to join the army, they will be sent to the front line before they have time for a satisfying meal to fight against the armies of the Mystic Moon Sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood that are also made of mortals. In the end, they will also be ground into cannon fodder in the mill of flesh and blood. The civilians do not stand a chance of living at all right now. However, in the territory of the Ultimate One Sect, there are still a lot of desolate planets with harsh environments but abundant resources. If we organize the ordinary people who don't have any other options and strengthen their bodies with the water of the Black Spring, they can survive the venomous fog, eat the rough plants on the planet, and even protect themselves when faced with the brutal local animals. Shouldn't we send them to establish such settlements? No matter how ugly they look and how harsh the environment will be, it will certainly be better than a death by starvation or taking someone else's children as food. If so, a large batch of civilians will have a way to feed themselves, and the resources that they collect will be enough for the Ultimate One Sect to rest for a while instead of fighting desperately against the Mystic Moon Sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood over several insignificant mother lodes. The three parties will be able to reach a truce. Even better, after we have accumulated enough resources, we will be able to continue marching toward the endless sea of stars outside of the 3,000 sectors, thereby jumping out of the cage where we have to kill each other. By that time, infinite resources will be waiting for us at the other side of the sea of stars. All the sects in the 3,000 sectors will no longer have to fight against each other for the petty benefits. We will work together to explore the boundless universe. The wars will be ended forever, and we will embrace an eternal peace. In such a world, both mortals and cultivators will live a happy life. This is what has been on my mind lately and the reason I started my research before reporting to the headquarters. I have indeed acted on my own regarding the issue. If the leader and elders decide to punish me, then I have nothing to say. However, the issue concerns the future of the Ultimate One Sect and all 3,000 sectors, and I believe that it is definitely worth discussing. Please give it a thought, leader. While talking, Yanzhi suddenly fell on his knees and kowtowed to the high and mighty leader of the Ultimate One Sect. The high-level cultivators of the Ultimate One Sect nearby were all shocked. Forgetting what a solemn and formal place they were at, they were all whispering to each other. Strengthening the mortals to develop the desolate worlds? It sounds rather plausible. However, Yanzhi, stand up. The leader of the Ultimate One Sect slightly raised his hand, and an invisible force supported Yanzhi to stand on his feet. If what you said is the truth, then you are indeed loyal to the Ultimate One Sect, and you should be credited instead of being punished. You should be properly rewarded for the sole fact that you defended the infinite planet for an entire year. But some people find it hard to believe that a small farm was able to resist the assault of the Mystic Moon Sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood for an entire year. That is why we summoned you to return to the headquarters to explain everything. Naturally, more inspectors will be sent to investigate the issue thoroughly, but your wholehearted words are indeed very intriguing. Yanzhi was overjoyed. Leader, do you agree to my proposal? The leader of the Ultimate One Sect scratched his long beard and smiled casually. The brilliance inside his eyes were so deep that it seemed to consume the entire universe. The first memory fragment came to an end. The illusionary world collapsed suddenly like a tower of sand. Then, the colorful quicksand swirled and congregated into a brand new scene. This should be the second most important memory piece for chaos, Li Yao thought to himself. According to the first memory piece, turning mortals into demons was actually because there was no other choice. That's quite understandable. During the last years of the First Civil War of Cultivators, in the shattered worlds where all the living creatures were in perils, the ordinary people only had a chance of survival if they were turned into demons. But what happened later that transformed Yanzhi into chaos? The second illusionary world was in a dry world below a bleak, yellow sky. The plants on the mountains far away had all been chopped, revealing the bare rocks. Some of the rocks were already battered with shockingly large holes, as if the skeleton of the mountain had been dug out and exposed to the air. On the drought-stricken land, a thick, long line of people was wriggling forward slowly, which was made up by thousands of starving civilians. It was a planet of hunger. Countless starving civilians, together with their entire families, moved slowly toward their hope while they carried their only belongings that were bundled in ragged cloths. Occasionally, some of the staggering civilians would fall silently, but those behind them seemed to see nothing and simply step over their bodies. Even their family did not have much time to look at them and hurried to follow the line. The years of war had completely destroyed the feelings of the ant-like people. The destination of the line turned out to be a vast valley in which a large area of camps had been established temporarily. Behind the camps, deep inside the valley, enormous teleportation arrays more than 100 meters in length and width had been set up. Colorful beams shot out of the teleportation arrays now and then, piercing into the sky and showering the clouds in glamorous colors, as if they were a city of the deities. All the starving civilians were granted hope again and moved faster while shaking their limbs that were no thicker than straws. Li Yao saw that countless starving civilians entered one side of the valley. There was no telling what kind of procedures they went through in the continuous camps, but when they walked out again from the other side, they had already become stronger and more muscular, with features of the demons on their bodies. However, compared with the demons 40,000 years later, the features of the demons on those people were still sparse. Some of them had darker skin, some had grown horns or small tails, and some had longer canine teeth. Nothing more. Yanzhi was still wearing black armor, but his armor had been carefully cleaned and lubricated with oil, which made it as reflective as a mirror. He no longer had the ragged appearance from the first memory piece. Instead, his face was red, and he was commanding the starving civilians who had gone through mutations to get into the teleportation arrays in high spirits. One teleportation array could accommodate almost 1,000 starving civilians. After a flash, 1,000 people disappeared. There was no telling where they had been sent. Master. Suddenly, 6 civilians, who were apparently a family, with long horns on their head and thicker noses, ran out of the line and bowed toward Yanzhi. Thank you for saving our lives. Thank you for saving our lives. Without you, our entire family would have been boiled and eaten up already. Yanzhi observed them for a moment and burst into laughter. He patted one of the muscular men's shoulders and said loudly, "Zhang Niuer, it's you. I did not expect that you could become so strong after you drank the divine water of Kunlun 1, even though you were as thin as a lath. Your name is particularly suitable for you right now. 2 ha ha ha. What about your new appearance? Have you been used to it? You will not be hungry anymore." Yanzhi promised them. When you arrive in the Green Wolf planet, a certain coverage of land will be allocated to every household. Even part of the production in the mother lodes will be redistributed to you, too. As long as you are willing to work hard, your life will certainly be better in the future. Thank you, Master. We cannot return your favor even if we work as bulls and horses. While talking, Zhang Niuer seemed to have realized that his current appearance was more or less similar to bulls and horses, and he was amused by himself. Yanzhi smiled, too. He said firmly, "There's no need to work as bulls and horses for me. If you really want to return my favor, just live a good life on the Green Wolf planet and try to develop the place into a new, prosperous world. With the resources that you collect on the Green Wolf planet, more starving civilians will be fed, and the war between us and the Mystic Moon Sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood can be ended. Chances are that you will be able to return to your home one day in the future. If we are really given a piece of the land, we will not be coming back." Home? Wherever I can feed my children will be my home. Zhang Niuer said boldly. Ba Yanzhi was dazed for a moment, before he nodded. Well said, Zhang Niuer. The home is where the stomach can be fed. Go now to build our home. After thanking him multiple times, Zhang Niuer and his family joined the crowd in a hurry and boarded the teleportation array along with other bizarre-looking civilians whose eyes were shining with hope. After glamorous flashing, they marched into their new home. The memory piece was like a mirage and soon dispersed. Butterflies of light and shadow danced and formed the third scene. This time, Ba Yanzhi returned to the headquarters of the Ultimate One Sect. He was back at the splendid palace again. The palace had expanded and looked even more spectacular than last time. Every corner of the palace was extravagant, as if it were a palace in the heaven. Even the steel of Ultimate One Sect was now decorated with eye-catching adornments. But Ba Yanzhi's miserable scream was echoing inside the splendid palace like the cry of a ghost. You lied to me, leader. You lied to me. You promised me that every mortal who took the divine water of Kunlun would be given part of the land and the mother lodes after they arrived on the Green Wolf planet and the desolate Yellow planet. You said that all they needed to do was pay a tax of 25 kilograms of crystals. But the result of a secret investigation is that the mortals who went to the two planets were not given any part of the land. They lost their freedom and were locked up as slaves. Also, they were forced to work in the deep, dark mother lodes day and night because they had to submit 50 kilograms of crystals every month. Abundant as the resources of the Green Wolf planet and the desolate Yellow planet might be, it is impossible for a miner to excavate so many crystals in 1 month. Countless people were killed either by exhaustion or because of explosions and collapses. The Ultimate One Sect is keeping everything a secret. At this moment, countless mortals who are left with no choices still regard the Green Wolf planet, the desolate Yellow planet, and other undeveloped planets as their last hope. They are going to drink the divine water of Kunlun and build their new home. Why did you lie to those mortals? Why did you lie to me? Why? Ba Yanzhi's clothes were tattered, his face swollen. There was also a broken flying sword on his shoulder blade. Every step that he took forward would leave a bloody footprint behind. He had paid a high price after barging into the headquarters despite blockage. How bold of you! Countless cultivators in golden armor crowded forward and suppressed Ba Yanzhi's shoulder with their blades. You are just an insignificant deacon. How dare you trespass on the headquarters unannounced? Ba Yanzhi's knees were uttering cracking noises, but he gritted his teeth to keep standing, with fury beaming out of his eyes. Inside the palace, the 8-trigram seat that the leader of the Ultimate One Sect sat on had been upgraded to one that was carved out of marrow crystals in the shape of a lotus, making him even more brilliant and look like a deity. On the 8-trigram seat, the leader of the Ultimate One Sect slowly flew over to Ba Yanzhi. He gestured for the cultivators to move their blades away and spoke gently. There's no need to be anxious, Yanzhi. I know that you've contributed a lot to the expedition operation. You are acting silly because you are too concerned about it. I don't blame you. As for the drudgery of the new worlds, it can't be helped. Those settlements have only just been established from scratch. Naturally, hard work is required. Also, right now, we are at the most critical moment of the final battle. Tremendous assets are being consumed on the front line on a daily basis. Therefore, we must hurry to collect more in the rear in case our endeavors are sabotaged at the last moment. Ba Yanzhi was dazed. What, final battle? Haven't we reached a truce with the Mystic Moon Sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood? The leader smiled and said, that's thanks to you, Yanzhi. Before, the Ultimate One Sect, the Mystic Moon Sect, and the Dragon King Brotherhood had been in conflict for years, and we were all exhausted and running out of resources. The war could not be fought anymore. There was no choice but to cease it. However, you found the divine water of Kunlun and organized the expedition operation, which significantly enhanced the capability of the Ultimate One sect. Now that we are obviously stronger than the two sects, there is no way that we can show mercy to them and allow them to grow into bigger trouble in the future. What? Yanzhi gasped. The territories of the Mystic Moon Sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood are bitter cold places with barely any resources. Now that we have so many resourceful planets to develop, why do we have to annihilate the Mystic Moon Sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood? It's everyone's responsibility to wipe out the evil sections. Do we need another reason? Besides, after years of war, many predecessors of the Ultimate One sect have sacrificed themselves. It is our duty to avenge them so that they will rest in peace. Moreover, the leader of the Ultimate One sect said solemnly, although the territories of the Mystic Moon sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood are bitterly cold places, don't we have a bunch of slaves that are fearless of the cold right now? Calculated in such a way, the value of the two sects is much higher. Yanzhi's face blanched. His face was so pale that even his beard was turning white at a visible speed. He mumbled to himself in self-mockery, "So, this is the truth. You never wanted to stop the war. You will attack even more sectors even if the Mystic Moon Sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood are exterminated. This is why you've turned all the pioneers into slaves. This is why you are producing Ultimate One slave soldiers with the pioneers." The leader narrowed his eyes. "What did you say?" "I know everything now." Yanzhi clutched two flying swords with his hands. His palms were cut by the blades, and his blood was flowing along them. With tears in his eyes, he gnashed his teeth. "Not only do you treat all the pioneers as slaves, you are also adding various kinds of poison to the divine water of Kunlun and running experiments on the starving civilians. Countless civilians have been poisoned by you. Even more of them have been turned into unintelligent monsters by you. If they drink the divine water of Kunlun, their appearance will have slight changes, but their head is still clear. They can recognize their family and their home, and they know how to talk and laugh. However, after your experiments, they've completely turned into monsters." Monsters. The leader of the Ultimate One sect became gloomy. He coughed. "Shut up," the law-enforcing elder standing next to the elder bellowed. Yanzhi, you are merely a third-level deacon and a cultivator in the core formation stage. Watch your language. Yanzhi, you have insane intentions. You've shouted in the headquarters and disrespected the leader, which is in violation of the rules. Kneel down now. Yanzhi burst into laughter. 2 lines of bloody tears flowed out. His hair was spluttering, making him seem to be a devil. But his knees were as tough as iron and supported him to keep standing proudly. "Huh!" The law-enforcing elder pressed his hands. The bones all over Yanzhi's body were cracking. "Kneel down, now." "I will not." Yanzhi went mad and pointed at the leader of the Ultimate One sect, cursing. "Wang Qianni, all the civilians under the government of the Ultimate One sect regard the Ultimate One sect as the heavens and worship the cultivators of this sect as gods. But how has the Ultimate One sect been treating them? Years of famine, decimated and ravished villages everywhere. Are they not the responsibility of cultivators? As the leader of the sect, instead of planning a happier life for the civilians under you, you are savaging them as if they were beasts. You are talking about evilness, but I say that you are the greatest evil. I, Yanzhi, will kneel before pigs, dogs, or devils before I kneel before a bastard like you." "What?" All the cultivators in the palace gasped. "Yanzhi, you are insane. You've been possessed. On your knees now." The golden hands of the law-enforcing deacon crunched every joint on Yanzhi's body into pieces. Bloody mist leaked out of the pores on his body and dyed it red. But he simply fell over. Although his bones were shattered and he collapsed to the ground, he did not kneel, nor did he stop cursing aloud until the golden giant suppressed and suffocated him. The third illusionary world was slowly closed in the color of blood. Li Yao was sweating hard while he watched it. Then, two thin red threads appeared in the darkness and slowly expanded to a cluster of crimson brightness. He was now in a dreadful dungeon. Ba Yanzhi's shoulder blades and spine had been tied up by the chains carved with spiritual stripes. His appearance had undergone drastic changes, too. Two horns that looked like enormous sabers protruded out of his forehead. Tusks bared out of his mouth. His arms could reach his feet, with villus that looked like needles all over them. Other than Ba Yanzhi, endless bizarre-shaped creatures were confined in the enormous, maze-like dungeon. Some of the creatures still had features of human beings, but some others were like abnormal tigers and wolves, or insects that had been enlarged thousands of times. They had lost their ability to speak and simply bashed the dirt wall futilely, raising rattling noises of the chains. In the depths of the dungeon, miserable screams came over every once in a while, carried by the gloomy wind. In front of Ba Yanzhi was a handsome, unblemished cultivator wearing a white robe and wreathed in golden brightness. In the contrast of the dirty, filthy environment, he was like an angel that had descended from the heaven. Why? Ba Yanzhi stared at the man. Qing Shuzi, why do you have to do this? Why do you have to turn the ordinary people into such wretched appearances? They cannot talk or recognize their family. They don't have any human thoughts now. Qing Shuzi, the elegant cultivator, smiled. The mundane mortals have been living an ignorant life that is no different from animals in the first place. They do not need to talk or think. All they need to do is serve the ultimate one sect dutifully. Ba Yanzhi struggled to say, they are all human beings. Wrong, Qing Shuzi denied casually. You were the supervisor of the expedition operation for a couple of days, and you should have seen the starving civilians in person. Lean, hideous, illiterate, and sometimes even bordering on cannibalism. When they are offered a few bean pies, they fight like dogs. When cultivators extended a foot to them, they hurry to lick the bottom of our shoes. How are such things qualified to be called human beings? Only cultivators and our descendants can be called human beings. Those things are just grass and ants. They would have been useless throughout their life. Right now, with the divine water of Kunlun, they are finally of some value and can return the nurturing and sheltering that the Ultimate One sect has provided for them for years. It is their greatest glory. Why are you so infuriated? If I may suggest, you might want to worry about yourself first before you worry about other people. Qing Shuzi gestured and picked a bamboo cylinder that looked like green jade from his subordinate. He slowly opened the bamboo cylinder. A cluster of weird purple gas immediately popped up. Two of the subordinates went forward and opened Ba Yanzhi's mouth by force with specially made iron clubs and other tools. After two cracking sounds, his jaw was entirely broken. Thanks to your discovery on the infinite planet, we have now developed dozens of types of divine water of Kunlun, with different poisons and pills as ingredients, all based on the Black Spring. Qing Shuzi said with a smile. The water that is being offered to you, on the other hand, is the latest project of our research team. I am looking forward to your new appearance after you are completely reborn. Hee hee. With the Ultimate One slave soldiers that are dependable and boast endless physical strength, the Ultimate One sect will certainly become the greatest sect in the 3,000 sectors. One day, we might even become the only sect in the entire universe. Ours will be the only true Tao. Perhaps because Ba Yanzhi's body and brain went through intense mutations after he took the divine water of Kunlun, the memory pieces that followed were broken and unsystematic. They were like a quickly spinning kaleidoscope where countless bloody scenes of war were displayed in the modeled pieces. In every memory piece, Ban Yanzhi was moving together with countless bizarre-looking creatures, many of which were almost identical to the bronze blood demons and the black blood demons of the modern era. Their critical parts were penetrated through by chains, and they congregated into overwhelming beast tides, charging at the army of cultivators on the opposite side with the prolonged horns. Blade auras were sweeping, and mystic rays were exploding among them, blowing a large batch of demon soldiers into pieces. However, the survivors still marched forward, driven by an uncanny force, until they reached the battle formation of the cultivators and killed every cultivator that they saw. Li Yao noticed that the flags of the Mystic Moon Sect and the Dragon King Brotherhood were burnt into ashes by the furious flames. Time went on. New wars were still coming. After annihilating the two sects with the demon soldiers, the Ultimate One sect marched toward an even vaster world. More and more demon soldiers appeared around Yanzhi. They were stronger and with more hideous faces. More kinds of the divine water of Kunlun were formulated, stimulating the most bloodthirsty and brutal genes of the demon soldiers. Gradually, there was no longer a need to bind them with chains. They would lunge fearless charges whenever they heard the horn or smelt the special scent. Riding the enormous boats, or through the portals left in the primeval era, they appeared in different worlds. Some of the new worlds were scorching, with magma everywhere. Some were freezing all year long. Some were primitive forests brimming with swamps. Still some were prosperous towns with coruscating buildings. But all the worlds were cast into death, desperation, and desolation under the scourge of the tides of insects and beasts. Demon soldiers. The Ultimate One demon soldiers have arrived. Gradually, whenever they showed up at a battlefield, the hostile cultivators would scream in terror and defect before the battle began. With the demon soldiers, the Ultimate One sect invaded countless worlds and enjoyed its heyday. Yanzhi was unbelievably lucky. During the suicidal charges, no matter what shocking wounds he suffered, he survived them all, as if some immense force was hidden inside his unrecognizable body, waiting to be awakened. The Ultimate One sect did not forget the intrepid disciple either. After every battle, Yanzhi would receive special treatment. He would be sent back to the dungeon to be experimented on in the most appalling and cruel ways. As dozens of different types of divine water of Kunlun were injected into his body, he became stronger and more brutal. The sparks of his self-awareness were like torches that had fallen into a swamp, swallowed by the darkness. Right then, in a new battlefield, on a boundless prairie, millions of the Ultimate One demon soldiers were grouped again, waiting for the battle drum anxiously. However, this time, their enemies standing in front of them turned out to also be ugly demon soldiers. Ultimate One sect, your secret arts have been seen through. You didn't see this coming, do you? The alliance of 9 sects captured quite a few demon soldiers after the failures. We have figured out your dirty tricks. Now, the alliance of 9 sects is producing our own demon soldiers. Hee hee. There are 3 times more mortals under our 9 sects than those under the Ultimate One sect, which means that we can produce 3 times more demon soldiers than you can. How can you fight against us? The horns finally sounded around the battlefield. The tides of insects and beasts, all made of ordinary people and essentially identical to each other, crashed into each other from the 2 sides of the battlefield. Maybe it was his imagination. Li Yao thought he saw a tear in the crimson eyes of the demon soldiers on the other side before the tides crashed. Boom! The messy memory pieces were finally shattered by the destructive battle of demon soldiers. Li Yao clearly sensed that Yanzhi's consciousness was slowly surfacing and condensing. He was regaining his self-awareness and memories. Very soon, a new illusionary world appeared inside Li Yao's brain. It was a planet with a bright purple sky. The atmosphere was rather thin, and one could see the blinking stars in the universe. Bright green fog filled the surface of the planet. Occasionally, poisonous gas would spurt out of the crevices. It was apparently not the most suitable place for human beings. Yanzhi was standing on a protruding rock. He was now more than 5 meters tall, with green scales all over his body. His feet pierced into the rock like the claws of an eagle. There were only 4 fingers on his left hand, each of which was growing fingernails that looked like sabers. His right hand was his only relatively normal body part. His face was ugly, his eyes blood red. 3 horns soared into the sky from his head, as if he was wearing an unsightly crown. A thick rope was tied to his waist, on which more than 10 flying swords were hanging. On his back was a colorful cloak that was spluttering in the wind. With a closer look, one would discover that it was made from the flags of dozens of cultivation sects. With a solemn face, Yanzhi looked at afar. The deep canyon ahead of him was packed by all kinds of bizarre-shaped demon soldiers who looked like monsters in a nightmare. However, they all remained silent in battle formations under the suppression of Yanzhi's aura, like rows of statues. Brothers! Yanzhi's voice rushed past the canyon like a gust. Even the rocks around were emitting rattling noises because of the blast. All the brothers standing here are from different worlds, have different pasts, and used to have entirely different faces. However, there is something that is the same about us. We have all lost our families and our everything because of the cultivators. Those high and mighty cultivators, for their own training and longevity, exploited and savaged the mortals in every way possible. For their own personal interests, and under the pretext of great Tao and righteousness, they attacked each other while sending the armies of mortals as the vanguard. Countless worlds have been demolished in the civil war of the cultivators. The homes of countless mortals have destroyed because of a bombardment of the cultivators. Is there any world where billions of mortals were not killed by cultivators? Is there anybody here whose family members were not slain by cultivators? In the end, the resources are running dry, the crystals are mostly used up, and the spiritual energy is thinner and thinner. The war cannot be fought any longer. However, they started to deceive the mortals and built countless mortals into terrifying monsters. They continued asking us to kill each other or collect and mine for them in the harshest environments. Even worse, they corrupted our brains with poison, depriving many of our brothers of the abilities to think and talk. Can we suffer any more of these days? Can we still wait and watch our fathers and brothers be sent into the mines of the desolate planets and toil until they die? Can we still wait and watch our wives and daughters be captured by the cultivators and end up as slaves in their sects? Can we still wait and watch ourselves be modified into inhuman demon soldiers, to fight against our brothers whom we have no grudges with, and to die in an alien land billions of kilometers from our hometowns without even a gravestone? No. We can't. Roars were echoing in the tides of insects and beasts. Yanzhi opened his arms and pressed down, containing everyone's emotions. Cultivators are the greatest cancer of the 3,000 sectors. Only after we kill all the cultivators can our fathers, brothers, sisters, wives, and children be freed and live happy lives. Hee. The cultivators who turned us into such wretched creatures despised us as demon soldiers. Very good. Demon soldiers we might be, but from today on, the demon soldiers will not fight for any sect or any goddamn cultivator. We will only fight for ourselves, for your families, for the brand new species made of us. Move all the cultivators here. Yanzhi waved his hands. Several demons carried up dozens of cultivators who were tied up. On the empty ground behind Yanzhi, more than 10 ballistae had been deployed. The cultivators were all inserted into belts at the ends of the ballistae. Brother Ba, Uncle Ba, Master Ba. One of the cultivators was already peeing in fear. He turned out to be Shuzi, the one responsible for the refinement of the divine water of Kunlun in the Ultimate One sect. His legs and tongue were shaking as he begged, Master Ba, please spare my life. I was wrong. I'm willing to correct my wrongdoings and join your cause. I know many secrets of the Ultimate One sect. I'm useful. I'm very useful. Yanzhi's eyes glanced over Shuzi's rather handsome face and spat on the ground. He slashed his giant hand down as if it were a saber. Offer the sacrifices to our flag. Swoosh. 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 Several demon soldiers kicked the triggers of the ballistae hard. Including the crying Qingshuzi, all the cultivators were thrown into the horde of insects and beasts. Very soon, they were drowned by the furious demon soldiers, and even their bones were all chewed up. The second batch of cultivators were sent into the ballistae again. Many of them had already been grasped by fear. Like chickens or ducks whose neck had been cut open, they were uttering meaningless sounds from their throats. Their previous elegant, deity-like demeanor had entirely gone. Schwa! 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 The cultivators were tossed out again. While they were still in midair, they were riddled with holes by venomous acid and stings, shattered apart with blood spurting out like a storm. Behind Yanzhi, an enormous flag gradually rose up and flagged in the wind. There was only one giant, bloody word on the black flag. Demon. Below the flag, a muscular man with a bullet head, who was more than 10 meters tall and short of a right eye with scars all over his body as if he were sewed together from hundreds of pieces, was staring at the flag of the bloody demon wholeheartedly. He seemed to be dedicating his entire life to the flag. Yanzhi patted the man's shoulder hard and said softly, "Zhang, I am sorry." The scarred, half-blind, bull-headed man grinned. A coarse voice echoed deep down from his throat. Mu, Zhang had already lost the ability to speak. 2 rows of hot, bloody tears flowed out of Yanzhi's eyes again. He mumbled, "Last time, I told you that I would let you and your family live a better life. I did not live up to my promise. I didn't know that things would end up like this. But this time, I will not go back on my word again, and I will fulfill my promise to you." Clang! The pale bone blade made of the bones of an enormous beast was unsheathed, and the killing intent blew out a bloody swirl in the bright purple sky. Yanzhi roared thunderously, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill all the cultivators to make a world of peace and justice." The pale saber aura, mixed with endless storms of blood, swept across the entire universe. The memory pieces that followed were revolving at a much higher speed, and Li Yao experienced thousands of fierce battles in Yanzhi's illusionary world. At first, faced with the well-trained, disciplined cultivators who boasted marvelous techniques, the demon soldiers, who had all been ordinary people in the past, suffered more defeats than victories. Many a time, they were attacked collectively by several major sects until there were barely any survivors left. But the demon soldiers had the greatest advantage on their side, which was their sheer numbers. This part was exactly the same with the history that Li Yao had read in his textbooks. At the end of the civil war of the ancient cultivators, the spiritual energy was running dry, and all the sects suffered heavy casualties. A protracted great war could not be fought solely by cultivators any longer. Therefore, after the secret of the divine water of Kunlun was discovered, the ultimate one sect, the alliance of 9 sects, and the thousands of sects in the 3,000 sectors had been modifying the mortals under their government in secret, transforming the army of mortals into demon soldiers and demon generals to fight the war in place of the cultivators. Later, the paradigm of the wars was 1 or 2 cultivators commanding thousands of demon soldiers. Should the demon soldiers be crushed, the cultivators would immediately run away without even looking back. After all, as the war went on, cultivators were too precious to be killed easily for no good reason. As for the cultivation sects that were unwilling to produce demon soldiers, they were mostly swallowed, their heritage gone, under the scourge of other sects and their infinite demon soldiers. As the vicious cycle continued, demon soldiers proliferated like viruses. They became the greatest supply for Yanzhi. Even though he only had several soldiers around him, as long as he could ignite the flame of resistance in the hearts of those demon soldiers and demon generals, Yanzhi's army would be resurrected from obliteration time and time again. Eventually, it grew larger and larger like a snowball. Just like that, after 100 years of bloody battles, Li Yao saw that the army around Yanzhi was far larger and more magnificent. In the beginning, they had worn skirts and armor made of hide and cloths, and they'd been fighting with their claws and teeth. Later, they were all in armors made of fine metals, carrying flying swords that they had and riding boats that they robbed of the cultivators. All while they kindled the fire of insurgency from one planet to another. At each new world that they reached, all the cultivation sects were annihilated. The land and mother lodes under the control of the cultivators were distributed to the mortals. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the pills that were in the cultivators' collection would be pulverized into powder and blended into food to help the hungry civilians live through the famine. As a result, to defend their own land and to stop the cultivators from coming back, a lot of mortals drank the divine water of Kunlun of their own will, turned into demons, and obeyed Yanzhi's command. As long as we can protect our own land, feed our family, and let them live a happy life, what's wrong with being a demon? Yanzhi's army liberated one world after another under such an ideology. In the end, in a brilliant new world, below the colorful, spectacular nebulas that were spinning fast, Yanzhi was staring at a planet. Hundreds of rings were swirling rapidly and constituted a solid array. The collision of the star dusts triggered three magnificent, awe-inspiring worlds. Empyrean Terminus Sect. Li Yao was suddenly shocked. The Empyrean Terminus Sect had been the strongest sect in the 3,000 sectors at the end of the era of the ancient cultivators. In the history books that Li Yao had read, it was also the sect that had been the last to be wiped out by the demons. After the Star Ocean Imperium was established, its capital world had been named Empyrean Terminus Sector, and the space zone it was in had been named Empyrean Terminus Space Zone, in honor of the Empyrean Terminus Sect. In front of the billions of demon soldiers was a fleet of warships that was densely packed together. They were almost as brilliant as the galaxy, showcasing the formidability of the Empyrean Terminus Sect silently. Li Yao took a long breath. It appeared that this was the final war between the demons and the ancient cultivators. Yanzhi was wearing translucent black armor, with a huge saber that was made by combining the best treasures of almost 100 cultivation sects on his shoulder, and standing on a warship that he had captured. The warship had already been tied up by countless thick veins that looked like trunks. Half-transparent lumps were growing out of the veins, fluctuating and releasing bright green venomous gas into the warship. After 100 years of evolution, the demons right now were no longer used to the air that human beings breathed. Yanzhi's back was as straight as 100 years ago, but his eyes were now much more hollowed. The brilliance inside his eyes was like the sharpness of a sword in the sheath. This is our last war. On our way to this place, we have destroyed hundreds of cultivation sects, slain countless cultivators, and rescued even more mortals who were oppressed by the cultivators. Right now, the remnants of those cultivation sects are all hiding in the Empyrean Terminus Sect, gnashing their teeth and grinding their sabers, ready to crush us and return to their own worlds. They are preparing to go back and take back the land that has been distributed to you. They are going to enslave our family, *T on the top of our head, and resume their extravagant lives. The fate of all mortals in the 3,000 sectors is now in our hands and will be decided by our sabers, swords, claws, and teeth. If you don't want to be a slave forever, just charge at the scumbags together with me. Swoosh. 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 In the boundless sea of stars, a tiny galaxy seemed to have expanded abruptly. Every warship that made up the galaxy activated their spiritual energy to the maximum. Their halos were melted into a roaring dragon whose every scale was standing up. Before the warships charged out, billions of flying swords had already darted toward the defense line on the opposite side like a surging tide. From the defense line of the Empyrean Terminus Sect, billions of dazzling mystic rays were shooting close, too. The collision of the two destructive hurricanes made the stars of the galaxy as lackluster as burnt coal. The stars far away even died down instantly and turned into a black background for the war. In the illusionary world, the scene was frozen for a long time before the turbulence of spiritual energy that was sweeping the universe tore it apart. But this time, the darkness lasted for a long time. What reappeared in the end was a black and white world. Li Yao vaguely felt that this was the part of his memory that Ba Yanzhi was least willing to recall. Ba Yanzhi was floating in the sky of a world of fire. On the ground, the pavilions and towers covering thousands of kilometers had been burnt to the ground. Almost 1,000 floating mountains were hitting the ground like meteors, leaving craters that looked like scars. Splendid buildings could be found on the crooked floating mountains, too, but they were mostly being consumed by the furious flames. Li Yao saw that Empyrean Terminus Sect was carved on one of the mountains. The Empyrean Terminus Sect had finally been taken over by the army of demons. Li Yao had mixed feelings, not knowing how to comment on Ba Yanzhi's behavior. However, the Empyrean Terminus Sect was the last fortress for the cultivators. Now that the Empyrean Terminus Sect had been occupied, the demons should have secured a great victory now. The history books of the posterity proved the point too. Ever since the Empyrean Terminus Sect was breached, the cultivators had never been able to launch large-scale counterattacks. The minor resistance was mostly suppressed very quickly. Then, it was the 30,000-year-long Great Dark Era. Ba Yanzhi, as the leader of the demons, clearly won the war. How did he end up in the Blood Demon sector at the edge of the Sea of Stars and even turn into chaos? Screams and yells were echoing on the ground. However, it was not a battle between demons and cultivators. It was a civil war between several troops of demons. Hundreds of flags of bloody demons were shaking violently in the battle. Now and then, they fell and were stomped into the mud. Around Ba Yanzhi, almost 10 streaks of brightness rushed close and surrounded him, condensing into 8 human beings with a dominating aura. No. Not human beings, demons. Of the 8 demons, some were carrying the most glamorous scales, some had colorful feathers surrounded by mystic rays, and some were dragging a long tail, with the vintage feeling of the primeval era. Although they were apparently demons, Li Yao had to admit that the superb and extraordinary auras around them were even more eye-catching than those of the nascent soul stage cultivators. They almost gave Li Yao a feeling that they were a nobler species far above mankind. Compared to them, Ba Yanzhi, whose left arm had almost been chopped off in the bloody battle just now, looked poignant and ugly. He was like a tiger who had just struggled out of a trap, and his blood was almost running dry. The leader of the 8 demons seemed to absorb a huge dragon into his body. However, his handsome face gave Li Yao a familiar feeling. Li Yao felt that he had seen the guy somewhere. Li Yao thought quickly and searched the memory pieces. Very soon, he found the answer and gasped hard. It was Wang Qianni, the leader of the Ultimate One sect who was the first to modify mortals into demon soldiers, who was cursed by Ba Yanzhi, and who sentenced Ba Yanzhi to the dungeon to be changed into a demon soldier. However, 100 years ago, Wang Qianni had looked like a weary old man. Right now, he seemed to be back his prime, healthy years. Every muscle on his face was bulging while he grinned hideously and unreservedly. Li Yao did not expect that the guy had modified himself into a demon, too. Also, judging from the appearance, he was even more immaculate than Ba Yanzhi. Yes. Compared to the 8 demons, Ba Yanzhi and the demon soldiers under his command were like the bronze blood demons and the black blood demons of modern time. Ugly, clumsy, and foolish. But the leader of the Ultimate One sect was even more handsome, strong, and majestic than the silver blood demons nowadays. He was perhaps what the saint blood demons in legends looked like. Wang Qianni. It's really you, Wang Qianni. Ba Yanzhi narrowed his eyes and stared at the guy's face for almost 5 seconds. Finally, he recognized who the new enemy was. He burst into such fury that his wounds cracked again, and his blood burst out like a mist. Weren't you already dead? How did you change into such an appearance?